The story begins with news reports. A series of announcements about simultaneous abnormal phenomena spreading rapidly online. Fishermen along the coast discovered a giant abalone so large, it took 10 people to hold it. Some suspected it was a product of nuclear wastewater. Others mentioned a giant ancient tree in a 5 scenic spot. A magnolia tree stretching for miles, attracting many tourists. Another report spoke of an earthquake causing cracks, suspected to be due to an unusual ley line. Then, a series of shocking news updates followed, with giant vines falling from the sky. Childhood fairy tales had become reality. Power lines snapped in many places, causing countless casualties. At this moment, the crowd watching the news buzzed with chatter, saying it was all just clickbait headlines. No different from those zombies in the neighboring country last year. Others agreed. Yeah, there's an interesting breakup involving a beauty queen over there. Immediately, someone spotted and confirmed it. It was indeed the beauty queen Chu Qingli. Hearing this, the crowd gathered increasingly around Chu Qingli. Has the goddess Qingli finally shaken off her boyfriend's tail? They began whispering. Let me tell you. The goddess got her college acceptance letter from Qincheng University early on just to escape poverty. Meanwhile, her boyfriend couldn't even get into a regular university. Their futures are basically worlds apart. Her boyfriend's name is Fang Yi. Fang Yi what? At that moment, Qingli suddenly called out to the young man. Fang Yi. With a cold expression, Qingli said, in front of everyone, I've thought it through. I feel that between us, it's just unrealistic. Not stopping there, she insisted. High school, love eventually reaches a moment when we both wake up. Maybe only then do we realize we're not meant to hold hands for life. It takes courage and also social compatibility. After saying this, she firmly made a request to Fang Yi. So, let's break up. It's okay. No matter how much you try to hold on to me, it won't work. Faced with Qingli's cold words, he remained silent. The nearby crowd immediately wondered. Qingli's. Why isn't he saying anything? Could it be that he's so crushed he's broken down? Or is there something wrong with his brain? Another person in the crowd mocked. Of course, she's the school beauty. Why not just kneel down and beg right now? But looking at him, he's not worthy of the white swan beauty at all. A toad wanting to eat a swan. Better to be me instead. Fang Yi didn't care, and waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, fine. Everyone around, including Qingli, was very surprised. Then he turned his back and said, nothing else to say, right? Then I'm leaving. Qingli still didn't understand what was happening, so she called out to him. But inside, she was confused, wondering why this was happening. Is he pretending, or is it real? Hearing Qingli call, he turned back with a very cold gaze and asked, anything else? She replied with an annoyed expression, I don't care what you're thinking or what methods you use, I won't get back with you. Got it? His face now showed extreme disgust. Fang Yi frowned and said, stop being sentimental on your own, beauty queen. I'm very busy. Qingli was also surprised. She said nothing further. Someone in the crowd, who saw this quickly spoke up. No way, just brush it off like that? Fang Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked away arrogantly. He was deep in thought. Chu Qingli and these people had no idea or awareness of the impending crisis. Dark clouds gathering, money, academic achievements, and modern social standards would all turn to dust. Fang Yi was still lost in his own thoughts, unaware that he was currently a reincarnated person who had traveled back from a future disaster. Chu Qingli before him was just a distant old acquaintance. The young man's feet wore simple flip-flops. He continued walking slowly forward under the harsh midday sun, with the crowd gradually fading behind him. Fang Yi thought silently. There were more important things to worry about now. What did it matter if the beauty queen was involved? No matter the judgment, everything would be overturned anyway. He feared the real threat was all the people on Namtin. Fang Yi recounted that the story began last night, when his sleep was invaded by a dream deep in his mind. In the vague darkness, fragmented memories appeared. A blood-red sky, tsunamis engulfing a lone ship at sea. Then came chaotic anomalies, lightning tearing the sky apart, and countless gigantic creatures emerging from infinite space, casting shadows over mountains and rivers. Amid the chaos, a line of text appeared in his subconscious, puzzling him. It said after 364 days and 11 hours 59 minutes, spiritual energy would begin to fully restore. Once spiritual energy starts to recover, the world will undergo unpredictable, seismic changes. And then before his eyes, strange beings appeared, carrying bizarre forms and echoing voices. Social norms would be overturned, and the era of cultivators would arrive. Power would become the standard for everything. Before the illusory scene spread like a dream, he softly spoke. Wait a moment. Fang Yi's hand reached toward a slowly swirling glow. Curiosity filled his heart as he asked, who are you? A dazzling light appeared, forcing him to shield his eyes. Suddenly, It exploded with a surge of brilliant power, and a line of text appeared. The system board from the Supreme Universe, using a mysterious top-level universal algorithm, can automatically write out corresponding cultivation techniques based on the spirit beast the host comes into contact with, and the number of techniques currently possessed. Fang Yi raised his hand to touch the system board, but immediately realized his hand could not touch or pass through the system board. At that moment, a strange beast with gleaming teeth suddenly charged fiercely, trying to devour everything, but energy pulses from the system exploded, pinning it suspended in midair. Fang Yi's blood-red pupils suddenly froze. The light in his eyes flickered, as if he had just seen an unbearable truth. Inside the strange beast's jaws, a human body was tightly trapped, motionless, breathless, looking extremely painful. The system revealed tragic scenes before him, and emphasized, this had once been the fate of an ordinary person like him, and also the fate of billions on Lamstar. After hearing this, Fang Yi pressed his lips tightly to accept it. He couldn't believe that truth and questioned, was that me once? But then he remembered. He recalled that in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person forced into hardship, struggling to survive. Back then, he only wanted to overcome and escape this disaster. Fang Yi recalled how broken he was in his past life, and continued his thoughts. He had witnessed the collapse of the country, and the suffering of millions. In that fragment of memory, he had been attacked by a huge monster. He thought again, but ultimately could not escape the pursuit of the mutated beast. He died in despair, but his heart was full of resentment and desire for revenge, wanting to reach the peak. Under the raging rain, Fang Yi's body collapsed on the cold ground. Before his eyes closed, the image of the giant demon beast was deeply imprinted in his mind. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe that's why he was chosen by this system, and brought back to the present. 1 year before the spirit energy officially recovered, Fang Yi tilted his head, reaching forward as if making a choice. Currently, most people cannot feel anything about the recovery of spirit energy. Fang Yi slowly reached out to touch the fragment. Along with that thought, he decided to take advantage of all the abnormalities caused by spirit energy during this time. The system board appeared with a notification. The system was conducting a new round of judgment. Shortly after, his glowing red pupils gradually shifted to a dazzling golden color. At that moment, the system announcement sounded. The host had bound to the system board and activated a new race. Everything in the world can be used as material for the system's compilation. Strive to collect, gather powerful abilities and cultivation techniques to become a strong cultivator who can save the world. Scene shifts to the present in the city. The voice of a TV host on public television is updating the news. The situation humanity faces now is extremely serious. This is something never seen in history. We cannot find answers from the past, but must rely on our own abilities and do our best to adapt to the environment. Fang Yi is also listening to that news. He thought, the government surprisingly neither soothes nor denies the recent abnormalities. Instead, it calls on citizens to take preventive measures. Fang Yi opened his phone. The screen immediately filled with alerts about strange phenomena. He looked and thought further. This behavior is the warning the Ha Kingdom government cannot clearly express, but deliberately issues. Previously, reports about chaotic demonic forces would never be broadcast so widely. Fang Yi recalled violent scenes everywhere in his past life and thought silently. This quiet and subtle approach is Ha Kingdom's consistent method. It takes considerable effort and trouble to keep people calm, and trusting the country to act this way. But the effect is much better than the free spirit gun bought at a nearby store. Suddenly, he remembered something, and checked his phone again. That's right. The system reminded him that everything can be used. Doesn't that mean wherever there is an anomaly, he should go there? Fang Yi immediately focused on a piece of news. Xincheng University urged students to pay attention to safety and take some protection measures. The news appeared on his phone along with photos of a blazing golden sky. Top news. Ultraviolet intensity at Xincheng University has reached the highest level in nearly 100 years. Other students at the school, reading this mocked, saying, are famous universities really blowing things out of proportion like this? With such high temperatures, everyone would have died long ago. This is fake news. Did they pay to make this viral? Fang Yi looked up at the clear blue sky. Flocks of birds were still flying freely. Then he thought, wait, how can the weather be so different? Xincheng University is only a 15-minute drive away. He immediately checked the ultraviolet index on his phone, which was low. Fang Yi quickly realized something was wrong. He read further in the news. Student reporting would proceed as usual. Please avoid areas with strong ultraviolet rays at the north gate and use other intersections as normal. The current temperature is 74 degrees Celsius. Below the news, many people joined the discussion. A second-year top student commented, where is this ultraviolet light coming from on a cloudy day? It received 1,398 likes. Another person, Judaha, also commented, I think it looks like a photoshopped image. Second year top student, 23. Where does the ultraviolet light come from on a cloudy day? There are 1,398 likes. Another person, Chudaha, also commented, it looks like a photoshopped picture. At first glance, it looked very fake, but it had already received 987 likes. After reading the news, Fang Yi said, well done. He silently thought that in this world, when something unusual happens, most people don't care and just see it as a marketing gimmick. Only he knew the truth. Fang Yi still held his phone in one hand, the other hand tucked into his pants pocket. He stood proudly there, continuing his thoughts. His first strange encounter had arrived. Scene change. Fang Yi had arrived at the north gate of Qincheng University, where everything was in chaos. Then he said, this is the north gate of Qincheng University, the least crowded entrance. He was also sweating from the heat, wearing a sleek beige suit. Then he walked closer and looked around. It was indeed unusual. Fang Yi saw people around running away. They shouted loudly, run! It's about to get scorching hot. Suddenly, he seemed to see something. This was it. Fang Yi slowly sat down, his hand reaching out as if to touch something. His slender fingers brushed against a small, glowing red light. But just seconds later, it immediately emitted a powerful beam of light that seemed to want to engulf his body, catching Fang Yi off guard. At that moment, a notification appeared while he struggled. It detected a strong Yang attribute vibration. Unlocking the Yang attribute data template, Fang Yi was drawn into the vortex of immense power. He immediately screamed in pain as waves of energy infiltrated his body. The light flared up again, illuminating everything nearby. Those nearby exclaimed, oh my god, am I hallucinating? Is that a Super Saiyan Yanixman? Another person argued, clearly, a messenger has appeared. Meanwhile, Fang Yi gritted his teeth. Enduring the pain from the power surge, every cell felt like it was being burned by fierce flames. Fang Yi clutched his head, gasping amid the agony that seemed to tear his body apart. Then he shouted, is it over yet? Why do I feel like I'm about to die? Immediately, a notification popped up. Edit successful. You have acquired the Yang attribute cultivation method. Finally, all the suffering has been rewarded. Daimon Yang breeding technique. At peaceful Qincheng University, a sign at the school gate posted a notice. Welcome new students to register. Welcome freshmen. Inside the campus was the reception area for new students. A long line of students waited their turn. Among them, a few seniors surrounded Chu Qingli and spoke to her warmly. Classmate, do you need help carrying your books and luggage? Chu Qingli confidently stood among the seniors. She was always surrounded by admirers. Someone offered her a suggestion. Classmate, which building are you heading to? Do you know the way? I can take you there. Another person said, classmate, here's our club's recruitment flyer. Take a look. If you're interested, you can leave your contact number. Contrary to the friendly smiles around her, Chu Qingli coldly replied, thanks. No need. At the same time, Chu Qingli turned and saw a couple whispering sweetly. The guy said, luckily, we both got accepted in the same city. Half an hour apart isn't too far. The girl smiled brightly and replied, yes, so we can meet every day now. Chu Qingli was speechless, thinking to herself, love-struck fools. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind her, shaking the space not far away. At that moment, the school's loudspeaker blared, catching the attention of Chu Qingli and everyone else. High temperature warning at the northern garden of the school. Please avoid the north gate. Do not approach. Chu Qingli frowned deeply, seriously thinking, lately, strange things have been happening everywhere. No, I have to check it out. At the north gate, a figure stood tall amid swirling energy. No one else but our protagonist. Fang Yi's entire body was charred black from burning. Waves of heat caused extreme chaos around him. But moments later, Fang Yi opened his eyes. He breathed a deep sigh of relief, as if everything was settled. As his body calmed down, the notification sounded. Diamond Yang breathing technique activated. You can use this technique to cleanse the world. From Fang Yi's perspective, he could see his hands seemed to have changed. He looked at the system board. The cultivation method was written for him. No need to learn. Unlocked with 50 edit points received. Fang Yi pulled the notification closer. He read it again and furrowed his brow, wondering, edit points? What is that supposed to be? But in an instant, he quickly regained composure. Whatever. It's obviously useful. How to use it specifically can wait. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy. The sun was covered by dark clouds rolling in from nowhere. Fang Yi took a deep breath, as if channeling energy to use his new power. In a flash, the sky returned to its original state, clear and bright. Fang Yi moved so fast that those nearby didn't even notice the change. Someone looked at the sky and said, "Did you just feel the sky suddenly darken?" Another said, "I even felt the air get cooler just now." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, look, there are really a lot of people at the north gate." While the students were still confused, a pair of heavy footsteps stomped down. Each step was so powerful it silenced the surrounding space. The heavy stomp belonged to the principal of Jincheng University. Behind him were several guards and a mysterious cloaked figure. The principal immediately spoke. "Why are so many people gathering like this? Didn't we send a message forbidding it? Principal of Tantan University, you all better report immediately. Anyone who doesn't will lose points." Seeing the principal approaching, the group of students quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for him. The cloaked figure beside the principal said, "Please establish a security perimeter and completely block off the north gate area." He immediately agreed to comply. After clearing the dark cloud earlier, Fang Yi received a notification. "You have purified the Class A contaminated area, the north gate of Tantan University." Soon after, a series of other notifications appeared. Contaminated zones and anomalies would be marked by the Ha Kingdom government. The source of spiritual energy recovery had varying levels of danger. This information made him wonder. A contamination zone, and even marked by the Ha Kingdom government. Could it be that someone else was here besides him? While Fang Yi was deep in thought, a loud alarm suddenly caught his attention. "Alert! Alert! The north gate is about to close. Please evacuate immediately." The crowd of students surrounding the principal's entourage looked on curiously. They whispered with furrowed brows. "Are those in uniform the military? What's going on?" At that moment, Fang Yi sensed a figure slowly approaching him. This was bad. The commotion had already attracted people. He quickly decided to sprint forward at full speed. "Let's go." Meanwhile, the mysterious figure's footsteps came steadily closer. The person stopped right in the center where Fang Yi had just caused the disturbance. Dust and smoke still hung thick in the air. Suddenly, the mysterious figure sat down, carefully brushing off the remaining dust on the ground, then brought it to their nose as if analyzing something. After a careful inspection, the person in the cloak, with silver hair and cold silver eyes, said, "This was caused by a person. Could it be that someone who has already come into contact with spiritual energy has appeared?" Behind the cloaked figure, the principal was urgently instructing the students to leave. "Wait, sir. Let me send this to my friend's circle first." Standing nearby, Chu Qingli overheard the mysterious figure's words and was silently surprised. Caused by a person? Spiritual energy? Is this terrifying phenomenon really caused by a person? She recalled the shadowy figure running away earlier, and only then realized something was off. Was that shadow Fang Yi? But immediately, Chu Qingli contradicted herself. She didn't believe it and scoffed. "Don't be naive, Chu Qingli. With his track record, how could he possibly appear in the city?" Time passed until late afternoon, with the sun still blazing at Fang Yi's home. He was lying relaxed on his soft bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows over him. Fang Yi felt like he was burning up, complaining, "What's going on? This heat feels like it's radiating from my body non-stop." Fang Yi recalled trying everything to cool down, like cold showers, turning on the air conditioner, but nothing helped. He thought, gloomily, "At this rate, I won't sleep well tonight." Reflecting on the morning's events, he suddenly sat up with rising anxiety. Wait, after causing such a big scene today, did anyone notice? He quickly grabbed his phone. "I have to check." At that moment, the top trending search was Spiritual Cultivation Association updates new realm rankings. He said puzzled, "What's this?" Thoughts raced through Fang Yi's mind. The Spiritual Cultivation Association was somewhat familiar, like an online guild from his previous life, occasionally releasing cultivation rules. But back then, most people thought it was just a modern cultivation novel. Then Fang Yi suddenly remembered the image of the cloaked figure from this morning. Wait. Could the person he met earlier at Tantan University be the one shown on his phone screen with an open button? He pressed to open the information he had just seen. Inside were details about cultivator realms. First realm, Ghost Domain. Ghost Domain divine skill uses spiritual energy from heaven and earth to forge mortal weapons. Second realm, Spirit creation borrows heavenly and earthly power, unlocking divine blood strength, producing internal spiritual energy. Third realm, Diamond Bloodline. With indestructible diamond spiritual energy, 100 Bone Mastery grants the power to control attributes. Fourth realm, Divine Moon uses immense power to break heavenly and earthly constraints, accumulating faith to create new gods. Fifth realm, Sun-piercing universe. Peak controls birth and death in the star realm, dominating all places. Ultimate realm transcends, cultivating the earth, life and death of all things, holding the cosmos beyond reach. Now spiritual energy recovery has become a common trend to prevent cultivators from losing their way. These realms will be publicly announced. Hopefully, cultivators can compare for themselves. Fang Yi had some doubts. Although the content was somewhat mysterious, the layout was familiar, even with a watermark. Below the article were numerous skeptical comments. Someone said, "Spiritual cultivation? Only someone crazy would write this." Another commented, "Now for views. They dare to do anything." Someone else immediately denied it. "Fake. You can tell at a glance." Others criticized, "It's fine to read novels, but don't treat them as reality. It misleads kids." Fang Yi was suspicious. This announcement should have come from the Ha Kingdom government, right? After reading those comments from netizens, Fang Yi frowned, feeling confused and thinking, "In my previous life, I never heard of this association. As an ordinary person, I couldn't access these things back then. After the disaster completely changed my life, I had even less time to care about it. At that time, I spent all my energy just to survive. So I put my phone aside and thought, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Could this be a signal from the government sent to those who have already been exposed to spiritual energy?" He made up his mind. "Then I'll just follow the instructions and practice the golden yang breathing technique once more." Saying that, Fang Yi immediately closed his eyes and focused all his spirit to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. A strong energy began to seep throughout his body, making him feel a bit pressured, frowning as he endured it. In just a moment, Fang Yi rose higher. Around him were powerful life lights, enveloping his body, helping lift him up. He stopped his cultivation. Fang Yi muttered to himself that the first step was to purify his body into energy, relying on his weaponized body to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A roaring flame of power gradually formed, according to the mental method, controlling the spiritual energy to forge a divine armor. Fang Yi's face stiffened as he controlled each stream of power flowing through every muscle and vein in his body. Then he lifted his head to observe the divine energy. He wondered, could this be? Just then, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have ascended to the 1-star demon realm." The system interface displayed that you can use the editing points earned to forcibly embed the editing data you have obtained into any object. Current editing points, 50. Fang Yi focused on the line showing 50 editing points. He was full of questions. Editing points? I almost forgot about that. What does this mean? The editing data I obtained is actually the golden yang breathing technique, which has a yang attribute, right? He looked at the system panel again, which said, "You can use the editing points earned to forcibly embed the editing data you have obtained into any object." Current editing points, 50. Fang Yi scanned each line of content, then the phrase "forcibly embed into any object." He raised his hand forward, silently wondering, what exactly does any object mean? Immediately, the cup beside him suddenly floated up due to Fang Yi's power. The system then asked, "Do you want to spend editing points to embed the yang attribute into this object? Yes or no?" Witnessing this interesting scene, Fang Yi smiled inwardly with delight. I guessed it right. He began analyzing that forcibly embedding or inserting is a kind of magical enchantment on the object, giving it extraordinary power. If I choose yes, this cup will become a cup with the yang attribute. Then many thoughts came to his mind. What if it's a gun, a sword, or another weapon? Could it become my special weapon? According to the system's idea, I won't just collect data for one attribute. Thinking this, Fang Yi looked up at the shiny sword on his back. He examined the sword carefully for a while, and thought further. A specially designed weapon with extraordinary power will indeed be very important in the future. After calculating everything silently, Fang Yi quickly made a decision. I might as well try it on this first. If it works, I can order a real one. He thought that now, having been reborn to face those mutated monsters, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Then, in the dark night, only the moonlight shone. The bright light from the golden yang breathing technique flashed intensely at Fang Yi's window. It was like challenging the darkness. At the same time, a strange hairy figure slipped past outside Fang Yi's house. The fierce face of a beast with blazing red eyes flashed in the dark night, as if radiating intense killing intent. It seemed that some unlucky man had become its juicy prey. Dark red blood stained the ground under the bright full moon, illuminating the misty night. The tall building where Fang Yi lived stood firm against the dark night sky. Inside his room, moonlight filtered through the window, shining on the bed. Fang Yi, lying on the bed, suddenly felt uneasy, as if hearing some noisy sounds. He startled awake, slowly opening his eyes, frowning in suspicion. Where did that noise come from? So he hurriedly got out of bed, wanting to check around. After thoroughly inspecting, Fang Yi realized the noise wasn't inside the house, so he thought, it's not in the water pipes either. Could it be a neighbor's pet calling for its mate? He perked up his ears to listen carefully. Since he had just entered the demon realm, his hearing was better than ordinary people, so hearing sounds from another house was normal. But after a while of listening, Fang Yi seemed to recognize the sound more clearly. He frowned. Something's not right. Then he tried opening the door, and stepping outside, he immediately discovered a strange rabbit hanging upside down on the high wall. It appeared in the hallway. Suddenly, the strange beast jumped over and pressed its face close to his. Fang Yi was a bit startled. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his fear. This rabbit was a mutated beast affected by mutation. Fang Yi anxiously recalled his past life memories, which still felt distant. Seeing this mutated beast again still made his hair stand on end. At the same time, in the sky above the city center, a helicopter circles as if endlessly searching for something below. On the balcony, the silhouette of a girl stands there. She continuously sends out signals through her communication device. Her name is Su Qingying. The rabbit that swallowed the dark spirit has not been caught yet. The speed of this thing is terrifying. Qingying has a lollipop in her mouth, adjusting the mic while listening intently. After receiving information from the other end, she coldly responds with a very decisive tone. Report immediately if there's any news. After ending the conversation, Qingying immediately jumps off the balcony and rushes downward. As she speeds along, a sudden surge of energy startles her. Though just a fleeting sensation, Qingying instantly confirms it's the aura of that mutant beast. Instantly, she unexpectedly slows down beside the side of a nearby skyscraper. Focusing her entire body, Qingying is determined to catch the dark spirit aura of the target that has fled into a densely populated area 20 miles away, receiving the coordinates and giving full chase. Otherwise, the residents in this area. Upon reaching the stopping point, she lightly bends her knees to gain momentum. Next, Qingying flips swiftly through the air and says, "Everyone, be careful. It swallowed the spirit fruit not long ago, so its mutation and evolution are incomplete. It's very likely to continue evolving and become stronger. So never ever let your guard down." In a nearby company building, a man sips coffee by the window. He accidentally sees Qingying flying back and forth across the rooftops. He witnesses the strange scene, almost unable to believe his eyes, saying, "Oh man, have I been working overtime too much and seeing things?" A colleague beside him immediately reminds, "What are you doing out there? Finished your story yet?" As he turns away in suspicion, the figure continues darting upward under the moonlight. This is the 65th floor. Meanwhile, Fang Yi is still fiercely confronting the mutant rabbit. At this moment, it is charging to attack him. In that instant, his eyes flare as if they could tear apart the terrifying creature. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi becomes extremely agile, dodging its attack. His gaze fixes on the enemy, thinking, after breaking through, the body's transformation is truly significant. I can now clearly see its slow movements. Moreover, his muscles can react and move faster, evading the creature's strikes. At that moment, Fang Yi's palm glows with a magic circle shaped like the sun, radiating powerful energy throughout his body. Looking at the monster before him, Fang Yi recalls the brutal scenes he endured in his past life. But this ferocious mutant beast appeared so early. I remember, compared to the things imagined in my past life, every movement of the rabbit falls within Fang Yi's observation. He thinks silently. It hasn't even fully evolved yet. The dark spirit attribute is currently triggering its power and ferocity. That thought remains deeply imprinted in his mind. He immediately resolves to stop it, to kill it. Otherwise, everyone in this building will become food for that monster. Fang Yi uses force to close in on the beast, his hands gripping thick patches of the mutant's fur. Surprised by the sudden attack, it struggles wildly. Not letting the disgusting thing counterattack, he uses all his strength to drag its body along. Finally, Fang Yi decisively throws it hard against a nearby glass window, after realizing its weak point is the tail. But just seconds later, Fang Yi kneels down, focusing all his strength into his legs. At that moment, he springs up, flying out through the broken glass. His figure moves so fast, it leaves only an afterimage, forming a sharp straight line. Fang Yi grits his teeth, using full speed to charge at the mutant beast hovering above. Then, he channels all his power into his fist, carrying the momentum as if to crush everything. When ready, Fang Yi delivers a powerful punch to the mutant rabbit's body. The aura from the punch is so strong it pierces through the large body. The mutant rabbit's body was intact moments ago, but now there's a large hole in its chest. Yet the creature is not dead, still rushing toward Fang Yi, leaving him shocked. It uses its mouth to absorb the light energy from him. Fang Yi is surprised and says, "It actually dares to absorb my yang attribute energy. The solar power is an overwhelmingly dominant force. This rabbit is definitely digging its own grave." Just as he said, the mutant immediately swells and explodes. In a nearby room, a man unconsciously looks up when he sees the light and hears the explosive sound. He vaguely says, "Did the boss fight?" Then he walks to the window, opens it to check. Why is there nothing? It turns out Fang Yi had already landed on the ground, along with shattered golden fragments. After fighting the mutant rabbit, a speculation flashes through his mind. That thing just now was like a hungry ghost, trying to devour the power in his body. Suddenly, the remaining debris of the mutant falls from the air. Fang Yi silently observes, with eyes full of extreme disgust. Then he doesn't hesitate to crush it underfoot, treat it like a nuisance that needs to be eliminated. Fang Yi sneered, clearly a Dark Knight attribute, yet facing the tyrannical Yang attribute, he's going absolutely crazy. It was truly very hungry. Fang Yi imagined the horrific scene if he hadn't stopped the mutated beast afterward. The mutation of the creature had already begun. If he was still an ordinary person who hadn't awakened, then everyone here today would probably have become a meal for this monster. That thought made Fang Yi's determination burn even brighter. To fight this threat, he still needed to gather more cultivation techniques. After a while, the familiar figure of Su Qingying finally appeared. Then she landed here swiftly and professionally without hesitation. As Su Qingying scanned the surroundings, she suddenly froze, her expression stiff, as if she had just discovered something. She followed her gaze to the remains of the mutated beast on the ground, and looked puzzled. Is it dead? Then she reached toward the leftover pots. Su Qingying immediately reported the situation. Target is deceased. The body is shattered. I will first recover the remaining Dark Knight attribute. But just as she reached out, a flash of energy sparked. Su Qingying instantly pulled back her hand. She touched her hand, which was smoking, even though she hadn't fully made contact yet. This burning aura was really hot. This reminded Su Qingying of the previous incident, inadvertently revealing that she was the cloaked figure at Xinjiang University that time. She thought to herself with great certainty that the attribute was an extremely pure yang energy, exactly like the northern gate of Xinjiang University. This absolutely could not be a coincidence. Thinking this, Su Qingying clenched her fist, her resolve as hard as stone, ready to face tough challenges. She touched her communication device. Then Su Qingying continued reporting through the device. The rabbit headquarters is dead, not killed by me. It was the new cultivator who appeared and struck first, with a high-level attribute. The person on the other end was sitting in front of a large screen. After hearing Su Qingying's words, they responded. You mean the cleansing of the polluted northern gate area of Xinjiang University and the mutated rabbit were both done by the same person? Moreover, although this person's aura only reached the level of a 1-star demon realm, their attribute is extremely pure. It's the same yang attribute as the one at Xinjiang's northern gate. Su Qingying replied quickly. Exactly. While inputting the data, the other party instructed. I confirm there's no record of this person in headquarters files. A pioneer with such talent, the association must seize the opportunity to befriend them. Meanwhile, Su Qingying absorbed the remaining aura from the recent battle into her palm and replied, I agree with that assessment. Then she carefully placed it inside her cloak. Afterward, Su Qingying took out a lollipop, preparing to continue eating. Then listened to the instructions from the other side. Her recent missions should be put on hold for now. The priority is to find the pioneers' whereabouts and record them in the files. The best outcome would be to persuade them to join the Spiritual Cultivation Association. Su Qingying calmly unwrapped the candy. The red lollipop looked deliciously sweet. Then she slowly responded. Understood, but right now I want to have a cup of bubble tea. The image of Fang Yi, who caused 2 recent shocking incidents, flashed in Su Qingying's mind, making her feel suspicious. Who exactly is this mysterious figure? Su Qingying thought about Fang Yi's intense young flame energy. She was certain that, actually, the association isn't wrong. Someone with such power is definitely a master. We must make contact. After a deeply restful sleep, Fang Yi woke up stretching to greet the morning sunlight. Through the window, he felt full of energy. The day's plan started in the morning. The bright sunlight shone on his body. Then Fang Yi put on a pristine white shirt over his 6-pack abs. He cheerfully thought, waking up early is great for my cultivation. Fang Yi meditated right on the bed. He focused all his spirit and began practicing cultivation techniques, feeling the morning light, running the golden yang breathing method. After some time, he quietly opened his eyes. His gaze shone. With dazzling golden light, Fang Yi looked up to observe the divine aura gradually forming. He told himself, after entering the demon realm, every time I run the golden yang breathing method, I can feel the aura created by the technique, like threads wrapping around the divine aura. Watching the fierce movement of spiritual energy, Fang Yi thought, so fast, am I about to break through again? Thinking this, he immediately closed his eyes, concentrating on every stream of energy flowing through his body. Suddenly, Fang Yi sensed some change. He opened his eyes and reached out to touch the divine aura floating before him. Fang Yi tried swinging the aura with basic moves, and silently marveled. Cultivation is like chopping firewood. Nothing but perseverance. Moments later, he firmly grasped the divine aura, with both hands decisively. Fang Yi summoned all his strength to raise the aura high. Then, he slammed the divine aura forcefully onto the ground. At the same time, the system's voice congratulated him. You have leveled up to Demon Realm's 2nd star. Fang Yi's eyes blazed with fiercer fire than ever. He slowly felt vitality and strength surging through his body. The sensation was even stronger. Then, Fang Yi gradually stopped cultivating, focusing his spiritual energy to stabilize his body. Although his advancement speed was fast, it was because the residual energy from his previous 1-star breakthrough hadn't been fully used. Looking at his arm filled with power, he told himself. Next, I must steadily upgrade step by step. Then Fang Yi glanced at the newly arrived shipment box, and didn't forget to think. The only thing is that the anomaly you caused is too conspicuous. It's better to find a quiet place. Scene shifts to the association office, where someone is quietly sipping tea, but gets distracted by the ringing phone. He is the head of the association office. Then the head picks up the phone and discovers that the sun is emitting energy fluctuations. Is it him again? Time passes quickly. At this moment, Fang Yi is sitting by the stream, looking at the system panel. The system panel asks, "Do you want to spend compilation points to infuse the young attribute into this item?" Fang Yi tightens the sword in his hand and decisively shouts, "Yes." He recalls old memories. Previously, he tried using a model as a weapon. Although the compilation was successful, it seems it couldn't withstand the power of the yang attribute. Apparently, not every prop can easily become a weapon. Thinking this, Fang Yi concentrates all his spiritual energy into the sword. This time, he clearly feels the sword shares the same origin as the power inside his body. They merge with fire in a miraculous way. Immediately after, the system announces the compilation was successful. He gets extremely excited and says, "This is a good weapon. Let me test your power." But just a second later, Fang Yi's gaze suddenly freezes, as if he saw something very surprising. He exclaims, "Oh my god." The power from the sword spreads across the vast sky, strong enough to dissipate the dark clouds nearby. Fang Yi quickly realizes the problem, then redirects the sword elsewhere. The sword is still blazing with fire. Fang Yi slashes the stream beside him, with such force that the water surges up like a tsunami. Seeing this scene, he sighs. Luckily it didn't cause a forest fire. However, the space around Fang Yi is still heavily affected, with columns of smoke rising high and the noise still very loud. With such thick smoke, it's definitely been noticed. He has to retreat quickly. Just a few minutes later, after Fang Yi has left, a familiar figure, Su Qingyin, rushes over. Once day 고도, holding a cup of milk tea and angrily shouting, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Su Qingyin arrives at the stream and only sees the remnants left behind the stream boiling like a hot spring. The more she looks, the more regretful she becomes, and continues, "I was just trying to use a discount coupon to buy a milk tea, but I was just a little short." Water anomaly, definitely a water anomaly. She is startled when she arrives. Wait, a hot spring. She looks at the Tanghuang statue and feels heartbroken. What exactly happened to this Buddha statue? Oh god, where do I even get it repaired? Who do I contact to restore it? Su Qingyin clenches her fists in frustration and says unwillingly, "I'm about to get scolded by the aftermath handling department again." Ever since that person appeared, nothing has gone smoothly. Suddenly, she accidentally notices the lingering aura of Fang Yi and freezes for a moment. Feeling the drastic change, Su Qingyin's expression grows more confused and extremely shocked. Wait, no way. She compares it to the power from before and exclaims in surprise, "Last night it was still the lowest level ghost aura. Has it already reached the second star? Not only that, there's also a very strong aura mixed in. Is it a spirit weapon?" This is a term used by immortal cultivators for spirit weapons. As the name suggests, it's about infusing attributes into weapons, helping ordinary weapons unleash extraordinary power. Su Qingyin strokes her chin thoughtfully. But spirit weapons are extremely rare. The association only has 2. Besides, the thunder spirit energy is still incomplete. The technology is limited and not widely spread yet. How could this person have it? She frowns, unable to find a clear answer the more she thinks about it. Feeling down, Su Qingyin takes a sip of milk tea to regain her spirit. Maybe I'm mistaken. Let me clean up this mess first. Starting by acting like the stream's caretaker, Fang Yi has now gone deep into the forest. He picks up the sword in his hand and wonders, thinking about how his weapon now has the yang attribute. But the system didn't specify if he can use only the yang attribute. Fang Yi recalls the words that appeared on the data panel. Everything in this world can become material for this system's compilation. After all, the system previously mentioned he could compile various cultivation methods. So if I get another attribute later, can I infuse it into this weapon? Will it stack with the current attribute? Suddenly, a series of messages from an unknown user pops up on Fang Yi's phone. The person messages, "Hello. Are you also an immortal cultivator? Sorry, I checked your browsing history and saw you're very interested in recent anomalies. You even saved articles by cultivation level. Me and some friends, we're also immortal cultivators. We often train together and are looking for like-minded people." At this moment, Fang Yi realizes he forgot to set privacy settings. The person continues, "There are 3 of us. After the anomaly happened, we stuck together to support each other. The situation now is understood by those who understand. We just hope to find some senior immortal cultivators online to make friends." Fang Yi's unique name, you reply. I just joined the sect too. The other replies, that's great. How far along are you in cultivation? Have you reached the realm yet? That rotten spirit talisman is really tough. But I heard from Fengqing that the top elders in the national team are only at the ghost talisman realm. So we're not that far apart. After reading the message, Feng Yi replies in That's pretty strong. After reading that message, he felt a bit wistful. The official team had already charged, but they were only at the ghost talisman realm? Feng Yi hadn't even had time to collect himself when the other person messaged to invite him along. So let me share another secret with you. A new contaminated zone just appeared. Do you want to form a team and go together? The more people, the safer it is. We'll split the resources evenly. After reading the message, Feng Yi thought to himself, a new contaminated zone? Then he replied, send me the address so I can check it out. The other person immediately sent him a compressed file compiling information about the lava dragon. He quickly downloaded it to his phone and started extracting the file. Once unzipped, the information was clearly visible. The lava dragon contaminated zone was originally an underground river formed by cracks in the geological strata. But after the heaven and earth anomaly, the original water turned into high-temperature lava, making the area's temperature extremely harsh. Feng Yi glanced through all the information and thought silently. It shares the same young attribute as mine. It looks like I'll definitely gain a lot this time. He immediately made a decision and messaged back, I can join the team. Scene shifts to Shinmu area, where an excited voice mixed with curiosity spoke up. Old Lee, when is your friend coming? The group stood before the cave entrance. Old Lee quickly replied, almost here, almost here. Someone else praised. Xiaonya, thanks to the map and materials you prepared, I found this place immediately. This map is really detailed. Hearing this, she modestly said, it's nothing. You all should be thanked for coming with me to explore. Once inside, everyone must support each other. It turned out she was Zhang Xiaonya, a staff member of the Spiritual Cultivation Department of the Cultural Association. She smiled warmly and thought to herself, what a pity. It seems we won't meet any outstanding immortal cultivators with potential this time. She even planned to see if she could introduce someone to the association. Many immortal cultivators don't know that the Spiritual Cultivation Association is actually an agency under the lower kingdom government. Becoming an official employee requires very high standards. Usually, it's nearly impossible to get in. Thinking of this, Xiaonya sighed in frustration. She was able to join only after passing several strict tests. Of course, her family owed quite a few favors. If this trip yields nothing, she'd probably be forced to work overtime again. At that moment, old Lee suddenly shouted loudly, is Feng here? Feng? Feng Yi smiled gently and greeted softly. I'm Feng! Hello everyone. Xiaonya was surprised to see Feng Yi. She turned her head and thought secretly, this person is so young. If she wasn't mistaken, his strength was at the second spirit level of the ghost talisman realm. Strange. Although his aura was strong, he didn't feel oppressive like other experts. On the contrary, he felt warm. Without hesitation, Xiaonya immediately pushed open the heavy gate and called out, now that everyone's here, let's go. Everyone around responded in unison. Entering the pitch-black cave, Feng Yi suggested to Xiaonya, let me go first. He shone his light, and she gently replied, all right. After walking a while, the group began to murmur, Vong, slow down a bit, watch out for loose rocks underfoot. I thought all the water here had turned into lava. Just now, a drop of water fell and startled me. Strange. Doesn't everyone feel it's not as hot inside as expected? Could it be that we haven't reached the center of the contaminated zone yet? If you're tired, just say so. Silence. Everyone's safety is the most important. Feng Yi said nothing and pondered deeply. Although he arrived last, everyone treated him like one of the group, whether because of his approachable personality or a genuine desire to find a trustworthy teammate in these chaotic times. The feeling was sincere. Suddenly, Feng Yi's steps stopped. Before him and the others flowed a blazing red lava stream along the cliff wall. He announced, we've arrived. One person happily shouted, that's real lava. Suddenly, Feng Yi dashed forward, ignoring everyone's protests. Hey, it's dangerous ahead. Don't act recklessly. Moments later, Feng Yi knelt down, lowered himself, and touched the scorching lava with his hand. The group gradually lost their composure, shouting loudly, what are you doing, man? Don't you want to live? Pull him out now. Before anyone could react, the flames flared fiercely, forming a wall of fire separating Xiaonya's group and Feng Yi. Inside the raging fire, the system announced clearly, Heaven and Earth anomaly detected. Conducting internal inflammation analysis. Initiating maximum calculation ability. Compiling data. Not stopping there, the system board displayed. Internal inflammation temperature is high. with explosive attributes, extremely destructive. Fang Yi's sword emitted a dazzling light. Then slowly, as if pulled by some force, it pierced through the wall of fire. He reached for the sword, and at the same time, the system displayed. The Scarlet Flame sword technique requires a sword to unleash its full power. Each slash roared like a fierce flame, the blade covered by a blazing fire layer, creating a wildly flickering flame stream. Fang Yi gripped the sword tightly with his strong hand. Then, his eyes blazed with excitement, his aura full of enthusiasm. At that moment, it perfectly harmonized with the sword path, consuming a bit of energy to infuse the internal inflammation attribute into this sword path. As soon as the command was given, the internal inflammation energy gathered all over his body, making him look like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Meanwhile, Xiaonia's group standing below looked up and said, "Look everyone, he's fine." His weapon was also absorbing the power of magma. In just a short time, Fang Yi's sword transformed completely, glowing with a commanding red flame. They stood there, cheering happily. It seems P has recovered. That earlier incident was probably just a minor accident during cultivation. Now the spiritual energy here has stabilized a lot more. It's time for us to cultivate. Old Lee stood there, spreading his arms wide, his expression full of joy. I can feel it now. The spiritual energy has changed, and I can absorb it smoothly. Mahan, standing beside him, also responded happily. Me too. I can feel it. Now I just need to cultivate a bit more, to officially start on the path of cultivation. Xuena, when mentioned, she could only smile wryly, giving a thumbs up, showing approval as she said, "I'm just here to gather materials. Everyone can cultivate with peace of mind. I'll help around the school." Hearing that, the others kept thanking her. "Thank you, thank you." Time passed slowly in the cave filled with sharp thorns. It seemed no one dared to come here. But suddenly there was noise outside the cave entrance, and light revealed a few unfamiliar figures, catching Xuena's sharp attention. Other cultivators had arrived. The strangers advanced aggressively, and as soon as they appeared, the leader with the poisonous eye quickly shouted provocatively, "Where did these little shrimps come from? Get lost, this is our turf now." Xuena worriedly thought, "This is bad. Those three are all demons from the Jing-4 Stars domain. Stronger enemies we can't beat. Even if everyone combined couldn't win." Looking at one side threatened by Jing, and the others focused on cultivation, Xuena was extremely tense assessing the situation, unable to intervene. She immediately tried to negotiate gently with them. "Sorry. We arrived here first. My friend has already started absorbing spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you can join us." The poisonous eye naturally ignored her explanation and shouted loudly, "Hey, little girl, get out of the demon domain. We're the bosses here. Get lost or else." Hearing the threats, Xuena silently calculated with the premise that spiritual energy was recovering. Right now, following the rule of the strong dominating the weak, the wild growth phase, weak cultivators don't deserve resources to become stronger. But the lower kingdom won't let this go on forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. Fortunately, just as Xuena didn't know how to handle it, Fang Yi suddenly appeared, stepping beside her. He held his blazing red chainfire sword, directly facing the poisonous eye, looking at the tall, burly man who only knew how to bully a little girl. "What's the matter?" Before he could react, Fang Yi immediately took a battle stance, planting his sword into the ground. At that moment, the earth cracked. A rumbling sound startled everyone present. The poisonous eye seemed to sense the approaching danger and shouted for his comrades to retreat, but they couldn't fully avoid the sword's power, and their formation quickly fell into chaos. Old Li and Mahan cultivating nearby were also affected by the force, which shook the entire cave. Both looked at each other in confusion, wondering what was happening. After that strike, Fang Yi pondered the previous scenes of slaughter. It was because too many cultivators worshipped the strong dominating the weak that such an irreparable tragedy occurred. Thinking this, he frowned helplessly at the events unfolding, knowing that mere advice and charging in wouldn't subdue these people. The poisonous eye's face twisted with rage, staring straight at Fang Yi, already holding the sword behind his back. Without making them wait, Fang Yi directly pulled the sword from the ground. He radiated an overwhelming aura, pointing the sword at the poisonous eye and shouted fiercely, terrifying them, "Get lost." Only then did he realize the seriousness of the situation. His face twisted in fear as he stepped back, exclaiming again, "What the hell is this? What kind of monster is this?" Immediately realizing what they faced, they turned and fled. The poisonous eye didn't forget to remind his underlings to run, while Fang Yi calmly sheathed his sword. Old Li's group kept praising, "Big bro, that was awesome. Your sword move just now was so cool." Hearing the continuous compliments, he scratched his head shyly and replied, "It's not that. They were just too much. Everyone's cultivated quite a bit now, huh? Ready to leave?" Xuena quickly explained the situation. The polluted area here seemed to have no spiritual energy left. We should go. But inside, she thought, if that strike really landed, this place would probably be left with only a few charred corpses. She looked at Fang Yi's tall figure, thinking he must be a prodigious cultivator with a high-level attribute, and also possessing top-tier talent. After thinking this, Xuena solemnly made a silent decision to report to the organization, and transfer the case to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office. In the office, a secretary was busy, looking at the computer screen while on the phone. But upon hearing the shocking news, she asked, Xuena, do you mean another high-level attribute cultivator has appeared? Xuena, on the other end, was also surprised, thinking she misheard, and exclaimed, another one? Suddenly, the association leader came over, standing sternly behind the secretary, making her hesitant to continue. So she gave a brief reply. Nothing else. I've taken notes. If there is any progress, please inform me immediately. After saying that, the secretary hurriedly ended the call. As soon as she hung up, she finally dared to show her true feelings. She cheerfully said to the guild leader, Master, could it be that we're finally lucky? 2 high-level immortal cultivators appeared in succession. The guild leader calmly replied while reading the documents. Lucky? None of those with high-level attributes nowadays lack noble status. They are specially valued. Their futures will place them at the center of power. He sighed in frustration, truly in a tough spot. Deep down, he even thought about resigning. Time quickly passed. Early one morning, the sun just rising to illuminate the peaceful sky. At that moment, someone about to yawn, still half asleep, was startled by a loud voice nearby. Look, that guy cosplaying as Brother X is insanely handsome. The sword prop looks incredibly real. Wearing it on his back, he looks totally cool. I want to ask where he works. He heard people everywhere still talking about him. Fang Yi pretended to be cool but stood out too much, drawing attention. He was still a bit awkward, unsure how to respond to the endless compliments. Truly, the ultimate man among men is a supreme ruler. At that moment, a sound from his phone caught Fang Yi's attention. It turned out the notifications were a series of news about the shocking events he had caused. Stories like cultivation novels becoming reality. Dazzling golden light, cold death energy appearing outside a 1,000-year-old stone cave, and even photos capturing a giant dragon flying by. According to an anonymous source, a master who brought pain was cultivating here and had driven them away with a single move. Just skimming through, Fang Yi understood it was all caused by internal inflammation. Such a slip-up, releasing heat up to 2000 degrees Celsius. It's a miracle no new formation was created. You're revealing my traits, not old Li's or Jiang Xiaona's, right? Having absorbed so much young attribute spiritual energy, he felt the power coursing through every cell. It felt like just one more round of the golden yang breathing technique, and he could break through. Fang Yi faced the dazzling sunlight and headed straight toward his target. Forget it, let's quickly get behind the mountain. 5 minutes later, behind Fang Yi's house by the mountain, clouds drifted lazily over the peak, sunlight filtering through the vibrant tree canopy. Here, a figure appeared, planting a stake straight into the fertile ground, unclear if they were digging or fixing something. The gardening expert, Su Qingying, was sweating profusely. She said tiredly, finally done, but moments later, with her sharp intuition, she sensed something unusual and grew suspicious. Su Qingying looked toward the blinding light, marveling at the overwhelming aura. This person was inside the mountain, and not stopping there. The power surged, as if draining all the spiritual energy nearby, leaving Su Qingying stunned. No? Who is that? Could it be that they're about to break through to the 3rd star of the ghost domain? This terrifying transformation forced her into a state of suspicion. Someone at the ghost domain cultivation level causing such a stir? This was beyond the realm of demons. No, she had to quickly check it out. Saying that, she tiptoed away as fast as she could. Recalling past shocking events, Su Qingying guessed it might be that guy. No way? I will definitely catch you. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was sitting in cultivation. A golden radiance enveloping him, lighting up the sky. His hand continuously formed seals so fast it looked like he had many hands. The energy erupted fiercely. The aura surged in waves, terrifying anyone who looked on. Moments later, a battle axe condensed from spiritual energy appeared above Fang Yi's head. Not far away, as Su Qingying approached, she was shocked to see this scene. He was trying to mobilize the divine domain. Unexpectedly, he could control spiritual energy so steadily. Could this person have been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? Painful memories from a previous cultivation attempt flooded her mind. I failed to break through the 3rd star of the ghost domain before, because the pressure from the divine domain pushed me back. She coughed up blood and was bedridden for a week. She really didn't want to remember how even my body failed. Where did this demon come from? Su Qingying looked at the spiritual energy radiating around. The giant axe before her. The abundant spiritual energy. precise control, mobilizing the divine domain. Every bit of spiritual energy seemed refined 1,000 times. Such a person was no longer just a demon, but a godlike existence. Thinking this, she compared Fang Yi to other cultivators. Most high-level cultivators rush recklessly when sensing a breakthrough, but this person was steady step by step. His mindset and courage were extremely mature, like a hidden master. Suddenly, a violent disturbance appeared in the sky. The divine domain shifted to the east. At that moment, Fang Yi slowly opened his eyes after cultivation. A powerful force surged within him, and the aura exploded fiercely in all directions. A voice announced, "Breakthrough to the second star of the ghost domain." Su Qingying's footsteps abruptly stopped. She panted, exhausted, staring at the powerful aura before her. But that unlucky girl only caught a glimpse of Fang Yi's lingering afterimage. No one was there. Su Qingying panted heavily, full of regret. "Not in time again? It's only been 30 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, he has already discovered that I am following him. If this continues, won't I never be able to recruit him?" Suddenly, Su Qingying's eyes widened, as if she had realized something. "Wait." Then, slowly sensing the surrounding space, she quickly concluded that this senior probably hasn't left yet, right? As for Fang Yi, he was standing on a nearby tall tree looking down, suspiciously thinking to himself, "It's her who has been following and investigating for the past few days." Facing this awkward situation, Su Qingying quickly broke the silence with an introduction. "I am the captain of the Huin Squad, a unit under the Spirit Cultivation Association of Ha Kingdom, and also a celestial cultivator. On behalf of the association, I sincerely extend an invitation to cooperate." Facing Fang Yi's cold and sharp gaze, she hurriedly explained her recent behavior. "For the past 2 days, I have been tracking your movements, hoping you would officially join the association. Please don't take this as a bad impression of the association. Also, although our association hasn't been publicly announced yet, all regulations and official documents are complete." After speaking, Su Qingying felt worried. "I hope he doesn't feel offended, or think that I'm bothering him. I have to choose my words carefully, and keep my tone gentle." Fang Yi bluntly asked the core question, "Why?" Taken aback by his straightforwardness, Su Qingying was momentarily unsure how to respond reasonably. Because how should I explain? Should I tell the truth? But someone like him probably isn't easily fooled. What's the point of fake flattery? While Fang Yi was intently listening, Su Qingying immediately gave a satisfactory answer. "Because Ha Kingdom wants to find and unify celestial cultivator, so they can gradually operate more orderly, and also so celestial cultivators have an additional layer of protection. Currently, celestial cultivators develop spontaneously and chaotically. I understand that joining an association might feel like a form of restraint to you, but ultimately, we have to face the spirit energy restoration and unknown enemies together in the future." After hearing this, Fang Yi sat down, tilted his head, propping his chin, and questioned further. "What if I say I don't agree? Right now, I still can't fully trust you." Su Qingying was a bit stunned and paused for a few seconds, but then resolved to earn his trust. She clearly stated, "My name is Su Qingying. Before the spirit energy restoration, I was an athlete." Then, she shyly showed her athlete ID card. "Do you have any impression of me? Here is my documentation. Please trust me." Fang Yi carefully examined the card, pondering. It seemed to ring a bell somewhere in his countless past memories. He finally recalled seeing Su Qingying's image before as the runner-up in the Ha Kingdom long-distance running competition. Indeed, those with superior innate talent are more likely to become celestial cultivators, right? No wonder she runs so fast. But thinking about this, Fang Yi hesitated in his thoughts, because he recalled the brutal events that happened in Ha Kingdom and continued thinking. However, looking at the situation from his past life, Ha Kingdom ultimately failed to fulfill its wish. All humanity was destroyed. I have been reincarnated once and have system support, so surely I will become part of that. But not now. The time is not ripe yet. A few seconds later, Fang Yi responded. "Yes, I do have an impression of you." The small girl's expression finally relaxed a bit. Suddenly, Fang Yi dashed quickly from above toward Su Qingying. "Here's the deal, let me think about it for a moment." In the blink of an eye, he was standing right behind a small bug, but didn't forget to make a request. "But you must keep my whereabouts a secret from them for now." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yi hurriedly considered. Judging by Su Qingying's behavior, currently, the Spirit Cultivation Association wouldn't dare to anger celestial cultivators like me, and he could conveniently use her to serve his own purposes. In response to that request, Su Qingying calmly replied, "I can cooperate with you, but the anomaly you caused when breaking through the cultivation stage has been detected by the association, so I still have to report it. Half true and half false. How about that?" Fang Yi, having achieved his goal, agreed. "Alright, let's do it that way." She seemed to want to say more, but since the young man had left, so she quickly turned around and called out loudly, "Wait." However, as Su Qingyin just turned around, Fang Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only dust clouds swirling on the ground remained. After a while, Su Qingyin walked while helplessly and frustratedly complaining to someone at the association via communication device. I still couldn't catch him. So many times he deliberately avoided me, and I painstakingly handled the traces the elder left behind. I really have bad luck. Alright then. The other then calmly responded. Put these matters aside for now. Actually, I think it's good that you are out on missions now. Suddenly, the other side delivered shocking news. Recently, anomalies have appeared. Su Qingyin couldn't believe it and hesitantly asked again. They have appeared again? Her face darkened as she recalled the fierce and ugly mutated beasts. Those brutal mutant species. I will never forget them. Su Qingyin especially didn't want to recall the horrors of those mutant species. They were either dark and evil or insane and brutal. They relied on the energy in the polluted areas after the spirit energy restoration. Some mutated into deformed beasts that devoured humans, others disguised as disastrous anomalies, continuously killing people, occupying and dividing territories. Their filthy actions would lead to a great catastrophe. Ultimately, it pushed the formation of a new polluted zone. If not eradicated, it will carry the terrifying destructive attribute, continuously invading the human world. Elsewhere, a steady drizzle kept falling, engulfing the entire city. The sky was gloomy, with thick black clouds, lightning cracking as if to tear the sky apart. Under that heavy rain, a lone figure was slowly walking. Loudspeakers continuously broadcast warnings. Red alert for severe thunderstorms. Residents are urged not to go outside unless necessary. Please stay safe. The Jade Emperor scenic area in the city is at high risk of flooding. The area has been sealed off, and everyone is strictly advised not to come. Yet, on forums at this moment, no one seemed to notice the abnormality and only joked around. It's been decades since anyone saw a thunderstorm this fierce. Which powerful cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Fang Yi frowned coldly, indifferent. His footsteps never ceased because only he noticed a strange point. The thunder attribute was intense, both majestic and wild, but the center of the thunderstorm was right there. Fang Yi quickened his pace, stepping up the stairs to get a clearer sense. Finally, he stopped before a towering mountain and locked onto his next target. Fang Yi didn't hesitate another second. The next moment, he immediately sped forward. Then he dashed full force toward the mountain's base. As he approached, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Ahead, a polluted zone was detected near Jade Emperor Peak. Hearing this, Fang Yi stopped to carefully observe around. The scene ahead seemed to match the system's information. Jade Emperor Peak stands 1,545 meters tall, covering 25,000 hectares, one of the city's key scenic spots. Pollution level unknown. Fang Yi ignored the alert and slowly ventured deeper inside. Suddenly, he felt an ominous sign. He looked up. At that exact moment, an extremely powerful lightning bolt struck directly at him. Simultaneously, members of the association were watching the projection screen showing the mountain where Fang Yi had just arrived. They analyzed this strange phenomenon together. According to spiritual energy density measurements, the danger level of Jade Emperor Peak was rising. The peak was almost immediately sealed off and designated as a new polluted zone. The chairman was seriously reviewing the documents in his hands. He said this happened suddenly and was extremely serious. Originally, I had sent Su Qingyin on another mission, but now, I must urgently recall her. After speaking, he invited someone to stand and speak. Su Qingyin, please speak. She hurriedly stood up holding a stack of papers. Moments later, she began to share her opinion, in front of many others at the meeting. Currently, Jade Emperor Peak is inaccessible, and the thunder attribute spiritual energy is trending toward an explosion. We temporarily assess this area at pollution level A. Recalling the mountain saturated with thunder spiritual energy, Su Qingyin seriously reported, based on the current situation, within 1 hour, Jade Emperor Peak could be upgraded to level S, requiring immediate activation of emergency protocols. However, according to all the records of the cultivators, no one in our area has the capability to approach this zone, including myself. At this point, everyone in the meeting, including the chairman, frowned deeply, because they all understood how grave the situation was. As she continued her report, even a third-tier cultivator of the Demon Mansion faces a 100% fatality probability. After hearing the report, a mature man in military uniform immediately frowned, ordering sternly. Then start sitting off from the base of Jade Emperor Peak. Assign people to patrol 24/7 to prevent anyone from climbing the mountain. After careful consideration, the chairman seriously nodded in agreement. He responded with approval. Cut off the thread at its root. Completely seal the mountain. The newly formed polluted zone's spiritual energy is erupting fiercely. Absolutely forbid anyone from approaching until the spiritual energy density decreases. Then continue the survey. Meanwhile, Fierce lightning bolts continued striking the ground atop Jade Emperor Peak. Yet Fang Yi managed to dodge all the strikes unharmed, but silently thought, luckily, I have the golden yang breathing technique to protect my body. The challenges ahead are daunting, but they won't weaken Fang Yi's resolve. He boldly advanced through the dense rain of lightning, relentlessly attacking him. Because deep inside, he thought, this still isn't enough. To extract the purest thunder attribute, I must enter the thunderstorm center, which is Jade Emperor Peak. Fang Yi analyzed the current situation based on memories from his past life. During the spiritual energy recovery period, humans not only benefit little, but risk being pushed to the bottom of the food chain if they remain stagnant. Not to mention the changes in the natural climate. Even small creatures like rabbits or mice could threaten humans. The more he thought, the sharper his gaze became. The future will bring horrors beyond even mutated beasts, to the point that cultivators can be easily defeated. Although I have now mastered the Golden Yang breathing technique and the Scarlet Fire Blade technique, representing the Yang attribute and internal flame attribute, respectively, but clearly it was still far from perfect. Fang Yi's mind kept working to calculate the most suitable move. Earlier, I had spent compilation points to explore both of these attributes in the Azure Hull Blade. The Yang attribute helps increase the sword's defense and endurance. Meanwhile, the Chainfire sword truly boosts destructive power in attacks. But relying too much on the weapon will expose many vulnerabilities. Only when I am truly strong can I control those fierce and cunning creatures and then gain the advantage. Of course, if I want to get stronger, Fang Yi can't miss this rare opportunity. The raging thunder power here is a perfect chance for me to train and strengthen myself once again. Fang Yi rushed through each wave of fierce lightning aimed straight at him. To keep getting stronger, you have to seize opportunities amid the chaos of heaven and earth. More and more powerful lightning bolts were striking down, but they couldn't stop Fang Yi's determination. Otherwise, there's no choice but to wait to die in these heavenly battles. This time, he decided to use his fire sword as a shield, but the force was so strong it caused some pain in his arm. That tough snake-like body was using all its strength to withstand the next waves of lightning, but it was so powerful that he almost dropped the sword in his hand. Ouch! The resistance is too strong. Facing these fierce lightning strikes, Fang Yi gritted his teeth and endured. Ouch! Then even more violent bolts slammed down as if trying to tear his flesh and bones into tiny pieces. He screamed in pain. The pain was clearly visible on Fang Yi's face, forcing him to brace himself against the ground with his chain-fire sword to stand firm. Fang Yi leaned on the sword to brace himself against that power. This extreme thunder attribute is essentially the brutal power of divine punishment. Of course, with his intelligence, he had long realized the true intention of the thunderstorm. It kept applying pressure and rage, because he dared to step into its forbidden zone, trying to force him to kneel before it. The sky continued to emit strong thunder energy, making Fang Yi increasingly uneasy. But how could he make it submit and become his power? He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and thought carefully. The system had reminded him to directly contact the original spiritual force. Fang Yi used all his strength to cast a spell, the full-power Golden Yang breathing technique. Immediately after, a massive lightning bolt shot down as if trying to crush him. At this moment, Fang Yi didn't hesitate and decisively swung his chainfire sword in a slash. His body had already suffered many injuries, but his eyes were still full of determination not to give up. 5 sources of thunderfire power collided, shockwaves spread out, shaking the surroundings. He had to hold on until reaching the peak ahead, then risk everything to survive. Fang Yi struggled to push forward toward the thunderstorm. The clash between them was intense, neither side giving way. The thunderstorm's spiritual energy was truly overwhelming and dense. Just breathing it made his muscles numb. It wanted him dead, but his eyes grew even more resolute as he fought back with all his might. The thunderstorm lit up the entire dark night sky, causing a significant shockwave. At this moment, the familiar mechanical voice of the system sounded from Fang Yi's side, detecting the extreme thunder attribute and analyzing it. Meanwhile, residents in the nearby city were continuously discussing. Someone exclaimed in awe, "I've never seen lightning this massive in my life." Another questioned, "Is a great deity from a higher realm undergoing a tribulation? Why do I feel like I see a figure in the sky?" Others worried, "What if this strikes the city center? What then? Could it actually hit my house?" Meanwhile, Fang Yi was lying in the center of the thunderstorm, boldly absorbing its abundant power. The familiar system voice rang out again. "You have received the divine thunder 100 refinements guiding thunder. I refined the flesh, turning flesh into godhood, gaining 50 compilation points." Thunder energy swirled around his body, gradually absorbed into Fang Yi. The thunderstorm attribute is a powerful advanced attribute specialized in attack. Unlike the Yang attribute, the thunderstorm attribute can temper the body, turning flesh into thunder. Both offense and defense are supreme. It's said that ancient cultivators with abundant spiritual energy and celestial techniques would lead thunder into their bodies. Enduring long term, their bodies became like mountains, immortal and indestructible. Fang Yi was satisfied feeling his body undergoing a strong transformation and thought, "Thunderstorm is both my spear and my shield." My whole body is filled with abundant thunder energy. He realized another potential of the thunderstorm attribute, because he sensed its power was not just destruction and annihilation but also purification and rebirth. I can feel it sharpening and strengthening my tendons and meridians during training, and it doesn't cause any pain at all. Suddenly, the system gave an assessment and asked Fang Yi, "This is pure thunderstorm judgment, punishing all evil, capable of causing 300 critical damage. Do you want to consume compilation points?" He stepped closer to the chainfire sword lying on the ground. "So should I infuse it into the sword's path?" Fang Yi slowly approached the sword, looking at the thunderstorm power inside his body, and comparing. Although infusing the thunderstorm attribute would make it sturdier, it would break the purity of the yang attribute. He squinted, weighing the damage for a long time. Besides, if too many attributes are infused, this sword might not withstand it. But immediately, Fang Yi came up with a bold idea and ordered the system, "Got it, infuse it into the right hand." The system displayed a selection panel. "Do you want to infuse the thunder attribute into this item?" He smiled, and without hesitation chose yes. As soon as Fang Yi finished speaking, he felt the power surging through his right arm. Time passed quickly. The next day, at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain under the lingering drizzle, Su Qingying accompanied Han Li to inspect the surroundings. "Major Han, the situation isn't as we predicted. The pollution level at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain has dropped from its peak to a mild contamination level within 3 hours. However, a significant amount of electrical charge still lingers in the air." Major Han Li quickly used a probing spell and drew an accurate conclusion. Someone who had been here was an immortal practitioner. Hearing this, she was extremely surprised and asked, "What? An immortal practitioner? Are they still alive?" But when she tried to probe herself, she fell into deep thought. "I can't sense their attribute, or the time they left. Maybe it's been too long. Plus, last night's storm washed away all traces." Han Li quickly explained to her. "They probably left safely around 8 o'clock last night." Su Qingying, unable to explain why, questioned, "Why is that?" Han Li simply analyzed the situation. "The anomaly started around 6 o'clock last night. We sealed off the mountain base at 7. They must have ascended before then. Otherwise, we would have detected them." He pulled his military cap down to shield his sharp eyes. "The peak lightning storm on Jade Emperor Mountain was at 7 o'clock. Didn't you also use the association's device to predict it? By dawn, the pollution level at Jade Emperor Mountain would reach grade S. But after 8 hours, the violent spiritual energy concentration has dropped." Han Li looked at the remaining lightning streaks and continued, "Also, I sense this person probably has a thunder electric attribute, which is why they could harness this lightning power. This anomaly is a huge opportunity for them." With a serious expression, he analyzed further. "So, I speculate this person is not only alive, but the anomaly has changed because of them. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental." Yet, Han Li kept calculating in his mind. Did this person stumble upon this opportunity by chance, or actively engage with this natural phenomenon faster than us? Silence enveloped the two. Han Li felt there was nothing more to gain, so he turned and left. People like this are the most dangerous. We don't know which side they're on. If they harm society, the disaster will be as bad as the anomaly. We must find them quickly. Elsewhere, Fang Yi was resting when she suddenly sneezed, unsure if it was from last night's rain, or because she had just been mentioned. Back to the present, Han Li descended to the mountain base, where the military was waiting, sternly ordering, "Next. By any means necessary. We must find this person quickly. Temporarily, we'll call them." He paused for a moment, imagining the mysterious figure's form, then decided to name them Tyrant. At the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain, rain continued to pour, darkening the sky with gloom. On the other side of the mountain, Han Li was focused in discussion with the association leader, hoping and praying the association could soon recruit Tyrant. "We will also block the news and quickly start an investigation." The leader promptly responded. "Of course. However, we have a senior immortal practitioner trying to make contact." He called out Su Qingying, "Little Su," to report to Major Han. Upon hearing her name, the petite face showed surprise, but quickly replied, "Yes." Su Qingying immediately turned, standing at attention in military posture, trying to stay calm to report to Han Li. "Here's the situation. The immortal practitioner, who purified the grade A anomaly at the north gate of Xinjiang University earlier, but inside, she was extremely unsettled. This is bad, really bad, absolutely must not reveal this." Despite inner turmoil, Su Qingying maintained a calm expression. She continued, "Recently, I've been trying to get close to him, but unfortunately, his movements are very mysterious. I found the body of a mutated rabbit he had eliminated. If I'm not mistaken, he has the Young Flame attribute. I will try to approach him and clarify how he purified the north gate of Xinjiang University." As soon as she finished, she silently cried inside. Ancestors. I've done my best. Half-truths are the most believable. Saying nothing only brings trouble. Han Li stroked his chin, pondering the information he just received. Young flame attribute, huh? Then he pulled his cap down and bowed slightly, signaling he was about to leave. I understand, little Su. You've worked hard. We need talented young people like you. Those who keep moving forward and carry on the legacy, like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Su Qingying immediately raised her hand and saluted formally. Major Han, you flatter me. This is my duty, and I will definitely keep trying. Then Han Li turned to the leader to finalize the plan they had started earlier. We'll also release some smoke screens about natural disasters. That will do for now. Honestly, I don't fully agree with you guys trusting the spiritual energy info online. It's too easy for bad actors to exploit. Hearing this, the leader could only force a smile. That, huh? Silence. Behind them, Su Qingying quietly rejoiced that it was finally over. At the same time, at Fang Yi's house, the rain was still pouring, but his room remained brightly lit. Inside, the jacket he wore this morning was enveloped in a fire attribute spiritual energy aura. It glowed, causing the raindrops still clinging to it to evaporate continuously. The golden yang breathing technique. Fang Yi looked satisfied as the jacket dried in moments and smiled happily. Then he put the jacket back on and felt a clear change after adding the thunder attribute. Fang Yi tried raising his sturdy right arm to unleash lightning power. The right arm seemed to have been physically transformed by the lightning attribute, becoming the toughest part of his entire body. With greatly increased strength, Fang Yi watched the continuous streams of electricity pouring from his right hand while analyzing and testing this ability. His body now seemed to sense it was approaching another limit point to level up again. But what surprised him most was that the originally fierce lightning wrath attribute had become as gentle as a kitten after being implanted, allowing him to control it skillfully. Fang Yi's stable state now was completely opposite to how he felt before. When unlocking the yang attribute and using the golden yang breathing technique for the first time, the pain was something he didn't want to recall. The power of lightning wrath in Fang Yi's hand radiated even more intensely. His tone a bit hesitant, probably because after being absorbed by him, it wouldn't weaken. Right? The system reminded him that this lightning attribute also had a critical damage increase of 300% against abnormal evil beast species, making him eager to try it out immediately. While lost in thought, suddenly, the phone behind him emitted a notification sound. Fang Yi turned curiously, picked up the phone to check, wondering what was happening now. After this event, he immediately set all news and forums to special alerts for close monitoring. On the phone screen appeared shocking news with a blazing red border. The world was currently in chaos, so to maximize civilian safety, the Ha Kingdom General Assembly would issue danger warnings as soon as possible. Although he knew it wasn't good news, a burning desire ignited inside him. However, these warnings contained opportunities, and for a pioneer like me, that was an irresistible temptation. Even if I had to risk my life, I must go there once to try my luck. At that moment, Fang Yi suddenly spotted another notable news. The headline read that an explosion had occurred at a chemical plant. Once Sachi, Mamba. They Sachi Ye, Namos Sachi. On Sachi Ye. The specific content stated no casualties had been reported yet. The explosion caused pollution in the city. The cause of the explosion was currently under investigation. The explosion happened right at shift change, so there were no casualties. Citizens were urged not to panic and to ensure their own safety. After reading this, Fang Yi grew suspicious. A pollution explosion of this scale made it hard not to suspect something shady behind it. After reading the comments, Fang Yi fell into deep thought. Why did this sinister, evil scent feel so familiar? Suddenly memories of a brutal abnormal beast flooded his mind, the terrifying evil creature from his past life. The fierce appearance and cruel actions of the bamboo night beasts had been Fang Yi's nightmare in his previous life. He had fled from that abnormal beast, especially haunted by their terrifying gaze when they found prey, and even their sounds sent chills down one's spine. Then Fang Yi realized, could it be them? He immediately recalled the abnormal traits of bamboo night. Those creatures especially like to appear during the darkest, gloomiest moments. Initially just ordinary flora and fauna. After mutation they gained intelligence and became wildly powerful. Their observation, capture skills, and lightning-fast killing abilities were all enhanced to an extremely bizarre level. Fang Yi then made a decision. This was 100 times more dangerous than the previous mutated rabbit, so tonight he must set out to stop them from continuing to survive and evolve. His eyes sharpened as he activated the lightning system power in his hand, saying, "It's time to test my 300% critical damage boost." Meanwhile, rain still poured down in the city, making the atmosphere even gloomier. The bustling city streets were now deserted, but when the traffic light turned green, something suddenly dashed by. It turned out to be members of the headquarters on a mission. The sabotage squad was tracking the abnormal entity with file number 7. Bamboo Knight had temporarily lost track of his target. It was now known that Bamboo Knight's abilities included blending with and hiding in darkness. One sabotage team member was communicating with headquarters, reporting that, when near, Bamboo Knight emitted faint hissing sounds, had a taste for human flesh, and requested urgent support to update the file. They watched as the weather darkened, and lightning began striking more fiercely. With this weather, it was sure to start hunting soon. Under this tense situation, the sabotage team leader immediately ordered, "We absolutely cannot let this happen." After receiving the report, headquarters quickly input the data. The updated file for number 7, Bamboo Knight, had been sent out. The office atmosphere was increasingly urgent, everyone busy. Along with that, came reports and requests for encirclement and elimination actions raised to priority B. They were expected to be handled within the next 12 hours. They continuously sent reminders to those directly confronting the threat. "Sabotage team, please continue the pursuit mission. Ensuring your safety must be the top priority." Hearing this, the team leader responded without hesitation. He was constantly calculating the complex situation. 12 hours wasn't fast, but it was the greatest support headquarters could provide. The Ha Kingdom was vast, with abnormalities and resurrections happening everywhere, and headquarters was powerless to control it all. Suddenly, a different symbol appeared on the screen, distinct from the sabotage team's emblem, catching the attention of those at headquarters. "Wait a minute. The area everyone is approaching currently has personnel from our Spirit Cultivation Association stationed there." When the image of Su Qingying appeared, that person immediately reported, "Squad leader Su Qingying is currently on a mission observing the cultivators. We can send a message to have her temporarily assist everyone." The squad leader seemed very pleased. "All right, thank you very much. Please have her come quickly to assist. I've heard about her impressive combat achievements." Upon hearing this, Su Qingying was quite shocked. "When did I become that famous?" Following the direction of the sound, the sabotage team members looked up within their sight. That figure had appeared right in front of them without them noticing. She coldly questioned, "So it's you guys? Calling me in for overtime?" The sabotage team leader quickly explained, "Su Qingying, this time we're dealing with an anomaly. Judaha is a man-eater. This isn't just about overtime or not." Her tone remained quite cold. "Is this how you ask for help?" Then Su Qingying decisively turned to leave. It seems the sabotage team, with their strength, doesn't really need overtime support, huh? Then squad leader Su requests to opt out. Xiaoqing, a team member, teased, "Hey boss, you're so brave. What if someone actually gets eaten?" Su Qingying showed indifference and said, "Then that's their problem. As if our mission isn't dangerous at all." Just then, the sabotage team leader's voice rang out. "Please wait." He immediately spoke in a softer tone than before. "Sorry, I was a bit impatient earlier. I hope you can still assist in investigating its whereabouts. Everyone knows how dangerous Sudaha is. Without your search and tracking abilities, not only would we be eaten, but the entire city's population would surely be wiped out." After a heartfelt and sincere plea from the sabotage team, the 3 members of Su Qingying's group were finally persuaded and joined in. Then someone in the team, using cultivator power, detected something unusual, and immediately reported a discovery nearby. As soon as the words ended, the whole group unleashed their power, transforming into a gust of wind and charging straight toward the direction indicated by their teammate. At the same time, the beast being hunted was Judaha from file number 7. Preferring darkness and damp places, it especially liked eating humans. As the mission leader, he ordered the sabotage team to begin action. The group responded in unison, but they didn't expect their movements had already been noticed by Judaha. It immediately left its old hiding spot and fled quickly, prompting the pursuers to shout a warning. "Target has spotted us." The sabotage team quickly deployed their formation. The chase was fierce. Someone's legs almost smoked from friction against the road. A team member who blocked Judaha's path shouted loudly, "East." 3 others appeared immediately on the other sides and behind Judaha. They also said simultaneously, "West, South, North." After forming their formation, the 4 reported a full encirclement. Just then, a figure in the team prepared to strike down the monster fiercely. Long slender fingers closed, gathering spiritual energy into a sharp blade. "Go now." A powerful strike slashed directly at Judaha, catching it off guard. It let out a terrified scream. The creature seemed to realize it couldn't fight the sabotage team with ordinary strength, so it retreated cautiously. At that moment, the skin on its shoulder suddenly cracked open, revealing a terrifying porous flesh layer. Moments later, a pair of large wings sprouted from the crack. Judaha seemed empowered and let out a deafening roar. Su Qingying almost immediately understood what Judaha planned next. She quickly warned her teammates, "Watch out for the sonic wave, dodge immediately." But before anyone could react, Judaha's massive spiritual sonic wave swept over them all. No one managed to dodge. The squad leader hurriedly retreated, and a team member, worried, asked him, "Are you alright, squad leader?" He clutched his badly injured arm, not responding but gritted his teeth in thought. Indeed, Judaha was very strong. If we hadn't retreated in time, we'd probably be torn apart by now. Such destructive power combined with terrifying darkness attributes. If it stayed in the city area, It would surely cause a disaster. Zhu Daha ignored the human counterattack. His throat suddenly swelled, as if about to spew something. Moments later, Zhu Daha released a large cloud of poisonous smoke, covering the entire city. The ground beneath it suddenly corroded, forming a large pit. Seeing this, Su Qingying immediately realized Zhu Daha's intention. It was trying to dig through the earth to escape. Her team member Xiao Qing hurriedly grabbed Su Qingying's hand and pulled her away. Squad leader Su. This is a darkness attribute with corrosive properties. It can instantly destroy the structure of anything it touches. We don't have the advanced counter attribute to deal with it, Xiao Qing explained further. Although it could corrode the ground, it couldn't immediately create an escape tunnel to crawl out, so don't break the sabotage team's formation. Our main task is to gather timely information and adjust tactics. Everyone be careful. At this moment, a member of the sabotage team was trembling, as if facing something terrifying. It turned out he had locked eyes with the beast, Zhu Daha. Its eyes glowed red with murderous intent. While he was still stunned, Bamboo Knight charged in, ramming him so hard he was thrown high into the air. Then it ran fast, trying to escape the hunting crowd. Seeing the beast was about to lose its trail, the sabotage team captain ordered, "Don't let it get away. Chase it." Thus, the terrifying chase happened once again. The difference this time was, Bamboo Knight had wings to boost its speed. Meanwhile, Su Qingying's squad stood high up, silently observing and assessing the situation. Wait, the concentration of abnormal spiritual energy here seemed to suddenly spike. So she ordered the two waiting outside, "I'll follow them inside." They responded. Next, the whole group gathered at another spot. Su Qingying curiously asked, "Is this inside the abandoned factory? Let me check the spiritual energy concentration here first." She immediately took out the spiritual energy meter. The sabotage team captain, puzzled, asked, "Is this the new support device developed by the Research Council?" Su Qingying enthusiastically introduced. "Yes, the meter shows that the threshold of abnormal spiritual energy a squad can handle is 50. And Bamboo Knight's abnormal concentration just now was 48. Suddenly, the meter displayed a blazing red warning. And she panicked. Wait a moment, the threshold has already exceeded 80, and is still rising rapidly. There might be more than one abnormality here. Although they realized something was off, none of them knew that strange eyes were staring at them from right behind. The sliding door suddenly slammed shut, making a shocking sound that startled everyone. Su Qingying and the captain immediately turned to prepare for retreat. "This is bad. There really is another abnormality. Bamboo Knight must have deliberately lured us into a trap. Retreat quickly. We can't stay here long." She quickly activated her power to break the iron door that had just closed. "Let's head toward the exit. If it tries to block us, it won't be able to hide the traces. With a few of us, we can definitely work together to reopen this big door." But no matter how fast they reacted, the black serpent appeared behind them at lightning speed. Whatever trick it used, Su Qingying was violently thrown back in intense pain within seconds. "My eyes are failing. My senses and body are being invaded by poison." Yet, she tried to sit up. "Is everyone okay?" The silence was chilling. No one answered, as if she was alone in this abandoned factory. But they must still be nearby, just as she couldn't sense them, and they couldn't respond to her. Su Qingying's complexion worsened, with heavy breathing. Recalling, Bamboo Knight had led them into the factory, which was actually the territory of another abnormality. Just now, she vaguely sensed something, possibly a giant python. Even though she was in a life-or-death situation, her mindset remained sharp while analyzing. Unlike Bamboo Knight's dark attribute, this black bone is poisonous. We were poisoned the moment we stepped into this bone curtain. In the end, Su Qingying could only feel helpless here. This poison can paralyze our senses and accelerate spiritual energy depletion. If we use spiritual energy to attack, it will only exhaust us faster. And finally, with spiritual power nearly drained and no protective energy, soon we'll become soulless corpses. She could barely resist the poison anymore and collapsed onto the cold ground. What kind of abnormality is this? It has combat intelligence and such overwhelming power, making us spin like we're dizzy. Is this how it ends? Su Qingying lay there, seeing light filtering through cracks, her small body seeming to surrender to fate. Her desperate eyes slowly closed, unclear if from the glare or exhaustion. But suddenly, in the vast sky, a figure appeared amid the dazzling light, whether human, bird, or angel. At this moment, Su Qingying's gaze had become vacant and slowly shut. Whether she saw it or not, the one who appeared was Fang Yi. The one who was excited to test the new power earlier. Regardless of how many floors high, landing successfully was normal for him. Even though the black serpent was right behind, Fang Yi remained calm enough to comment. "So it's an abnormality, with a dark attribute." Seeing this arrogant, fearless human, the black serpent opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow its tasty prey. But Fang Yi was much stronger now, so dodging that attack was extremely easy. While Fang Yi spun to evade the black serpent, Suddenly Bamboo Knight appeared out of nowhere beside him. Bamboo Knight bit hard into his muscular arm, and he immediately understood. So that's it. There are two abnormalities here. Each sharp fang of Bamboo Knight sunk deep into Fang Yi's flesh, but he still smiled mysteriously. One lures the prey, the other harvests it. Pretty clever. No wonder the spiritual energy here is unusually dense. Then he glanced at Bamboo Knight, gnawing on his arm, and said, "Really like biting people, huh?" Saying that, Fang Yi instantly unleashed a powerful lightning spiritual force, then enjoyed the taste of thunder. Bamboo Knight turned to dust in an instant, and of course, he didn't forget the black serpent beside him, delivering a fiery chain slash straight to its belly, stunning it completely. Two streams of thunder fire power surged fiercely. At this moment, Fang Yi looked like a deity who had just descended to the mortal world. He stared straight at the black serpent and said, "It's your turn. Are you afraid of fire?" That light strike from Fang Yi still wasn't enough to take it down, and it only made the black serpent even more frenzied. However, it attacked wildly on instinct, so it couldn't trouble the agile body of a cultivator like him. Then he immediately leaned back to dodge the attack spectacularly. Right after, Fang Yi gathered all his strength into the scarlet flame, preparing for the next decisive strike. "Look here." Only then did the black serpent realize the danger approaching. Before it could react, Fang Yi swung a powerful slash that hit the serpent squarely. That attack tore the black serpent in two. Its deep blue blood splattered everywhere before neatly dripping to the ground. But moments later, Fang Yi noticed something unusual. Just as expected, the black serpent's blue blood acted like glue, slowly pulling its severed body parts back together. In no time, the black serpent had fully recovered. It was clearly still hiding a trick. Suddenly, the entire black serpent was covered with streaks of lightning running from its head down its long body. The serpent howled in pain. Seeing this, Fang Yi smirked with disdain. Despite the fierce electric shock, he remained calm, letting his thoughts flow. Luckily, he sensed that the dark aura of this giant snake was even denser than Bamboo Knight's. The earlier battle replayed in Fang Yi's mind. When he used the path blade at the moment of unleashing his internal flame power, he controlled the power to retract the internal flame, using the blade as a conduit to channel the raging electric power in his hand into the serpent's body. As he thought this, he watched the black serpent burn a being with dark power. Bamboo Knight was eerie and terrifying, but relatively weak and bloodthirsty. Only one or two humans could be harmed, far from evolution. But this snake seemed like everything was settled, yet suddenly Fang Yi felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Looking down, he immediately saw snake scales. After examining the wound, he didn't forget to remark a few words. "It's definitely a mutant, even smarter, and its venomous cells are hard to defend against." Though injured, Fang Yi stayed extremely calm, using his power to heal the wound, while recalling the toxin's paralyzing effect that silently kills, without anyone noticing. Within moments, the wound on his shoulder began to heal, though he still felt a sharp pain, probably thanks to the continuous circulation of the golden yang breathing technique in his body. Fang Yi's brows furrowed deeper as he analyzed carefully. The yang flame attribute can dissolve toxins. The golden yang breathing technique protects and heals, and the raging electric power purifies. He realized their abilities. When reacting to toxin invasion, these could also cause noticeable pain, warning him of attacks from enemies. He glanced at the unlucky others, thinking that even with some protective power, they will likely be beyond saving. Reflecting on how this snake silently grew so large, besides at least having a power like the 3 stars demon veil, it surely also used surprise hunting tactics like this. Remembering that beast, Fang Yi felt unease. Combined with Bamboo Knight, it was truly a perfect method to trap elite cultivators. It must have devoured many already. Probably many cultivators hadn't even managed to unite with the government yet. He looked at the black serpent, now burned to the bone, and no matter how cruel and vicious it was, it could only dissolve into dust unwillingly. The flames before him blazed stronger, and Fang Yi felt satisfied. This fire was very pure. This fire was very pure. But indeed, the triple critical electric power was still more outstanding. His sense of combat skill was now quite good among cultivators, wasn't it? After some thought, Fang Yi finally stopped, lost in thought before the flickering flames. It was unclear what he planned, but his steps gradually drew closer to the burning fire. He reached out his hand to touch the flames, when suddenly coughing echoed repeatedly. He immediately realized someone else was there. Among the nearby wreckage was Su Qingying. Just waking from the shock, and thanks to the light from the ceiling, Fang Yi clearly saw that familiar face. Is that her? Someone from that guild, named Chu something? Su Qingying and the other team members lying nearby were still unconscious. Fang Yi stepped forward. "Hey, no need to pretend anymore," he teased. "Your fake death act was pretty bad." Su Qingying blushed shyly, covering her face, thinking, "Oh my god, no way, was that really him just now?" She was a bit embarrassed, but didn't forget to explain clearly. I was awakened by the scent, not faking. Fang Yi didn't pay much attention, but evaluated. She had decent strength. Her teammates had exhausted their spiritual energy and lost consciousness. But she still retained some protective aura. If she hadn't kept her will, she wouldn't have smelled the stench of blood and burning. Su Qingying shyly covered her face and replied, "Thanks for the compliment." She looked around at the two dead mutant beasts and thought, I really held on to some protective spiritual energy, which he already noticed, but I have no idea how he defeated Bamboo Knight, and also that huge snake. Seeing Su Qingying's eyes still tightly shut, Fang Yi reassured her. You don't have to always keep your eyes closed. Just be honest, and don't reveal my identity. Fang Yi's steady tone left Su Qingying momentarily stunned, and this time his attitude was much friendlier than before. He ignored any reaction, and just went ahead, saying, It's getting late. Since you and your colleagues are no longer in mortal danger, I'll be leaving now. Hearing this, Su Qingying instantly panicked and stopped pretending to be calm. Hey, wait. Before she could say more, Fang Yi quickly interrupted. No need. It's hard to talk with so many people around. Please handle things here. Then he left through the hole in the ceiling. Though he appeared calm, only then did Fang Yi dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, she didn't see him just try to touch and absorb the shadow attribute. Recalling that moment, the discomfort and chill were truly repulsive. Fang Yi began analyzing the reason. Perhaps the shadow's spiritual power was dispersed by himself, combined with the body's instinctive resistance, so it failed. The system also gave no response. Oh well, he'd analyze it again at home. Meanwhile, Su Qingying was left behind, filled with regret. She hadn't even clearly seen his face, and it seemed she still couldn't fully let down her guard against the association. She didn't dwell on it and went to find the remaining teammates. She slapped the demolition team captain hard. Wake up, it's over. The captain was jolted awake by the heavy slaps, the small handprint still visible on his face. He jumped up and shouted, before understanding the situation. We've been ambushed. After regrouping, Su Qingying's team stared blankly at the Black Serpent's corpse, which still held a trace of Fang Yi's power. Looking at the Black Serpent's skeletal remains, the demolition team captain couldn't believe his eyes and immediately asked, What's going on? Where did this pure young attribute energy come from? Su Qingying calmly gave a brief explanation, but didn't mention Fang Yi as promised. As you see, a celestial cultivator came to help us. Based on what happened to me, she guessed that the mission target was me. My original task was to identify a celestial cultivator with a high-level pure attribute, this young attribute. At this point, Su Qingying recalled Fang Yi with some suspicion. So what about him? The demolition team listened intently as she continued. I haven't finished yet. His identity remains a mystery. Actually, he was monitoring me too. He knew what I was doing, but this time he protected us instead. One demolition team member, hearing this, felt excited and curious, rather than afraid about this person's identity. Defeating Judaha alone and that giant snake who knew there was such a powerful existence? Once the situation was clear, the demolition team captain activated his power and changed the subject. Speaking of which, where's Judaha's body? We should clean up the scene first and hand over the remaining materials to the association. His energy orb moved close to the Black Serpent, sucking up the black aura around it, gradually revealing the complete skeleton. But while cleaning up, the captain suddenly stepped on something, and a surge of power ran through his leg. He immediately took a few fearful steps back. What kind of violent energy is that? Captain Zhang, you said he was young attribute, right? It turned out the captain stepped on Judaha's remaining flesh. He suspiciously added, but this residual electric charge is way too strong. Su Qingying saw the strong electric charge still affecting the corpse and was surprised. Is this Judaha's remaining body? The purity of that attribute is really strong, and it's a high-level attribute. The captain sat down to examine carefully and hypothesized. Could it be that two high-level celestial cultivators appeared here? One killed the Black Serpent, another killed Judaha. Then they left together. Hearing this, Su Qingying silently denied it. No, that's not it. What should I say? Actually, only one person appeared here. Everyone stood silently. No one dared to confirm the truth, because only Su Qingying understood. It's hard to believe, but one person can carry two types of high-level pure attributes simultaneously. Having just one would already make someone a supreme genius. A celestial cultivator with dual high-level attributes, this is truly a one-of-a-kind existence. Su Qingying looked at the still glowing bones of the Black Serpent Yang Flame cultivator, then shifted her gaze to Judaha's body, the Thunderstorm Tyrant. Fang Yi now possessed a power beyond reach, beyond all worldly illusions. She silently emphasized, what kind of freak is this? At that moment, two cars arrived outside the factory to support them. Su Qingying silently admired. Luckily, I arranged for teammates to wait outside the factory. If I stayed inside too long, I'd immediately report to the association. Luckily may kasara minsa ko. Yase. Namo ne yasara minsa. The association assessed the situation and sent an investigation team to the scene. Initially, they were to clean up the bodies for us, fortunately not for their original purpose. While she was dazed, two girls suddenly popped up, one on the left and one on the right, rushing to hug her legs. "Oh no," one shouted, "Boss, thank God you're still alive. I thought we lost our captain." The other wasn't far behind. "If you had died, I wouldn't know what to do." Both cried bitterly. It turned out these two were members of Su Qinying's squad. Meanwhile, association staff had arrived and were focused on studying the situation on their screens. But now the main goal has shifted to scanning for residual spiritual energy, analyzing traces, and reconstructing the entire battle. The entire investigation team of the association is actively conducting the scanning work. Then they will compile the results and report back to the association. Through meticulous investigation, a member of the association arrived and reported. The two captains, based on the analysis of traces left at the scene, both the habit of striking and the method of killing indicate the person who ended the lives of these two mutants. Hearing the staff's presentation, the sabotage team captain was stunned. While Su Qinying had predicted this beforehand, it seemed she already knew something, so she did not react hastily to the staff's next words. "It is almost 99% the same person." Hearing this, the sabotage team captain said thoughtfully, "It really is a high-level attribute cultivator. Before, I thought we were mistaken." "That makes sense. Just one of these mutants alone would be enough to wipe out our entire team." A member of the sabotage team standing nearby, having heard the preliminary investigation report, agreed but looked stunned. Indeed, this expert handled them in a blink of an eye. Both are at the demon realm level, yet the difference is so vast. Opposite to the confusion of the two, Su Qinying remained very calm. She was transmitting news and needed to report to her superiors. "The target I am monitoring has just appeared. Data has been updated. I need to report to my superiors." Through the hole in the factory ceiling left by Fang Yi, a faint mystical moonlight could be seen. The calm voice of the young girl continued. "The surveillance results are as such. Both the Tyrant and the North Gate of Tantan University are targets I am monitoring." On the other side, the association president was enjoying a hot cup of coffee while listening to news transmitted from Su Qinying. "I understand the situation now. Little Su, your mission is temporarily suspended." He carefully explained the specific reasons for requesting the pause. "The other party saved you and also eliminated the mutants, protecting this area. That shows this person has no hostility toward the association and is not our enemy." Su Qinying listened to his explanation. "After all, my opinion and old hands differ." The president emphasized his view for her safety and to leave a good impression on that tyrant. "For now, do not contact him anymore." She seriously complied with her superior's order and also voiced her suspicions. "But I have a theory related to what happened behind the mountain when the tyrant was about to ascend." What she intended to say made him curious. "What is it?" Su Qinying slowly expressed her doubts. "I once sensed an extremely strong aura in the area where he operates. At that time, I suspected he had a spirit beast, but still thought it unlikely." Pausing briefly, "But if it's confirmed, he is a high-level attribute cultivator. Then even mentioning this spirit beast would surprise someone like you, President." Who asked again. "He has a spirit beast?" Since this is only suspicion without solid evidence, he was somewhat skeptical. "Impossible. No matter how outstanding the talent, one cannot possess a spirit beast without any resources or support. Moreover, the investigation team found no traces of a third type of energy belonging to a spirit beast at the scene." Regarding this, she did not refute the analysis, but shared her own discovery. "When I made contact, the spiritual energy of the spirit beast I sensed had a young attribute." At this moment, he suddenly understood. "So that's it. If the spirit beast's attribute originally stems from the young attribute of the cultivator himself, the image of Fang Yi is becoming increasingly impressive in their minds. If he is a grand cultivator at the spirit creation realm, then theoretically he can do that himself." Su Qinying was stunned, and her shock deepened when the president mentioned the new rank, Spirit Creation Realm. In the current world, cultivators who reach the Spirit Creation Realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, fewer than 10 people. He continued to comment on Fang Yi with a confident tone. "But if this person truly possesses spiritual energy of a third attribute, it will change the entire current situation and shake the entire cultivator world." Suddenly feeling cold, a cold sweat ran down both cheeks, because according to research, spiritual energies of different attributes repel each other inside the body, making coexistence very difficult. Currently, no cultivator in the world can possess 3 types of spiritual energy simultaneously. While they were talking about Fang Yi, he was enjoying the cool water, unaware that the president was speaking frankly about his abilities. If he really has a spirit beast, then the fact we haven't detected a third attribute isn't necessarily bad. We just hope such a powerful cultivator won't become humanity's enemy. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had just finished bathing and pushed open the door, his mind full of thoughts. Less than a year remained until the official restoration of spiritual energy. However, now the heavens and earth have shifted, anomalies continuously appear everywhere, and mutants have begun to act fiercely. Instead of using a hairdryer, he used his cultivation technique to dry his hair in an instant. And sure enough, his hair was dry in less than a moment. Passion showed clearly on his face. Many cultivators like him had voluntarily embarked on the path of cultivation. Reflecting on this, the image of the One Eye group from his memories appeared. After unlocking the connection point between the body and the spiritual world, he could sense the changes in heaven and earth more keenly than ordinary people. Like the group discovered in the underground river earlier, he let himself drift amidst thousands of thoughts, even when just cultivating on his own. Not yet officially recognized by her kingdom as a celestial practitioner, most of them had already reached the first star level of the Ghost Mansion realm. Moving to the outer room, he grabbed his coat. However, that long wandering train of thought continued. Currently, her kingdom was showing goodwill toward wild celestial practitioners like himself. This also indicated that now, both officially recognized celestial practitioners and free celestial practitioners were in a relatively stable exploratory phase. His thoughts suddenly shifted to the sabotage team captain and Chu Qingli. The mutants were still under government control, and no major conflicts had occurred among the celestial practitioners. Fang Yi changed his coat while still pondering. However, even though the Spiritual Cultivation Association had been established, the government had no intention of publicly announcing this organization. Thinking about the gloomy cityscape outside, with warning signs everywhere, and hearing people everywhere discussing the unease and unpredictable mutations happening around, the Spiritual Cultivation Association showed that the government was trying both to protect humanity and to issue early warnings about potential dangers. Yet, with his sharp understanding, he realized the problem lay exactly there. In front of him was the building engulfed in thick black smoke, seemingly about to collapse. He could feel that the government lacked the confidence to usher in a comprehensive cultivation era. The population was too large. Once all information was made public, the first thing to happen would be a breakdown of order. Internal chaos would escalate into large-scale disorder and casualties. He stood calmly below, watching the towering blaze. Judging by the current situation, the recognized celestial practitioners were still not strong enough to maintain stability amid the upheaval. Internal strife and external invasion happening simultaneously only accelerated the collapse of the current situation. Through this line of analysis, Fang Yi gradually drew a conclusion. Therefore, the government's moderate approach was not wrong, because human hearts were more terrifying than demons or gods. What worried him was that the rate of mutant development seemed to have exceeded his expectations. According to the system information he had just viewed, he began to contemplate that the creature he encountered today was a typical example of mutation caused by infection with the dark attribute. After touching the black bone, he realized it actually belonged to a sub-branch of darkness. It was the shadow attribute, the nemesis of celestial practitioners. The system's information panel was displayed on the screen. Shadow attribute, a sub-branch of darkness, nemesis of celestial practitioners, currently unable to be collected. Beginning a more thorough reflection, these mutants possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary beasts. They not only liked to feed on humans, but the bodies of celestial practitioners were considered a great delicacy. They even knew how to cooperate to trap and eliminate celestial practitioners. The image of the black serpent exterminated today was a mutation infected by the dark attribute. The battle then seemed to replay in his mind. Although they certainly could not compare to the dark attribute mutants he had encountered before. Even one could destroy a whole nation, or even a continent. Suddenly fearing a tragic event, if he hadn't followed through today, that small team, and even the person who wanted to recruit him might have died. Fang Yi sighed inwardly. Just a sub-branch attribute was already so gloomy and terrifying. The dark attribute was truly a huge threat. However, he analyzed himself. If it couldn't be absorbed temporarily, didn't that mean once he met the system's conditions, he could absorb it? The dark attribute had such a strong ability to counter humans. If it could become his power, nothing would be better. It might even be the key factor to turn the tide. Then he reviewed the powers he already possessed. Currently, he had the golden yang breathing method with the yang attribute, the divine thunder refinement with the thunder attribute, and the scarlet fire blade of the internal inflammation attribute. A sub-branch of the yang attribute was not only a high-level attribute. More importantly, he had the appropriate cultivation method. Not stopping there, he summarized that it was fully compatible with himself. Combined with his third star strength in the Ghost Mansion realm, few celestial practitioners would be his match. Fang Yi's eyes gradually turned yellow with a serious expression, lightning crackling as he turned around, filled with ambition, but he thought that still wasn't enough. Suddenly, his phone rang, pulling him out of his thoughts and back to reality. The phone screen showed an incoming call from a woman. The name on the screen surprised Fang Yi. He wondered why the call was so sudden. Then he answered. On the other end was a middle-aged woman's voice asking, "Xiao Yi, have you been well lately?" After the greeting, she went straight to the point. "Your cousin will be coming to study with you for a while." I'm worried about her staying alone in a hotel. Can she stay with you for a few days? Mentioning the person who planned to stay at his place for a few days surprised him, and he asked for confirmation. Your cousin? Fang Yi rummaged through his memories to recall what his cousin looked like, but unfortunately couldn't remember. The only impression he had was that she was a slender girl, with long hair and thick glasses, always carrying several books. That image gradually appeared in his mind. His only impression of her was that she was a bookworm who loved studying. I almost forgot what I looked like, but it wasn't a big deal. I was just staying over for a few days, so I agreed with her right away. Yes, then just have her come over here. There's still a vacant room. When will she arrive? Hearing that someone on the other end intended to pick up the girl, I couldn't help but worry about the hassle and politely said, No need. No need. She can come on her own if you send her the address. At the same time, someone was typing very skillfully on the keyboard, searching for something online. The clicking sounds echoed throughout the room. Outside, the phone conversation could be heard. Tell her to bring some local specialties for the kid, okay? Fang Yi immediately replied, Thank you. Then she won't be polite about it. Lin Yi's mother carefully reminded about the arrival time. My cousin will probably arrive tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to trouble you. Seeing her being polite, he said, No trouble at all. Miss, I have some things to do. I'll hang up first. The girl was wearing a bear outfit. The one typing on the computer earlier was Lin Yi, Fang Yi's cousin. Lin Yi was searching for something on the screen. Suddenly information popped up. It turned out she was informing the Spirit Recovery Martial Path group that she was about to move in with her cousin. Spirit Recovery. Martial Path 7. I will arrive this afternoon. Feng Haku wondered if the 81-year-old DM Le would meet her in person, or if she'd go straight to the place. Neither. Staying at the cousin's house required some preparation. Feng Haku was scammed out of 5 dimes doing an online romance with his cousin. At that moment, as Lin Yi moved the mouse to close the screen, her mother was also ending the call outside. She said a few more words before Fang Yi hung up. Then just focus on your own matters. Remember to visit me next time. Lin Yi didn't seem interested in the conversation outside, and was absorbed in the information she found online. What's this small news about? The town famous online changed its name to Death Town, and 3 people died, making the girl ponder deeply. For news like this, she wasn't scared at all. Yanghuo Town, huh? Suddenly, her mother entered and opened the door, startling Lin Yi. Have you finished packing your luggage? Her mother asked gently. Lin Yi calmly turned off the phone and replied, Done. But honestly, I don't want to bother my cousin. The hotel is pretty decent too, her mother immediately opposed. No. Staying at your cousin's house is safer than being out. I trust your cousin. Seeing her daughter preparing to stay at someone else's house, she couldn't help but give some advice. Once you're at someone's house, don't cause any trouble. Help out as much as you can, okay? Lin Yi pushed her away. Don't worry, I know. Finally she managed to get her mother out. Standing behind the door, Lin Yi looked like she was hiding many secrets. She passed through each door, one by one. Her sharp gaze was clear on her face, and adjusting her glasses with her hand made her look even more mysterious. Compared to strange phenomena, what her cousin said wasn't as scary. Time flew by quickly. It was time for Lin Yi to move into her cousin's house. The sun was setting in the west. It was now afternoon in the bustling, crowded city. The girl was pulling her suitcase step by step toward the apartment complex where Fang Yi lived. On her phone screen, the map app notified her that she had arrived. Lin Yi looked up at the building. It was very different from how it looked at home, and from Fang Yi's impression. Actually, she was an extremely pretty girl. This is the place, right? While Lin Yi was still admiring the building and searching for Fang Yi, he was also waiting to pick her up. Seeing someone who looked familiar, but not quite sure, he called out to ask, Oh, cousin, is that you, Lin Yi? Fang Yi seemed completely surprised that the girl in front of him was his cousin and looked a bit dazed. The beautiful girl was a little hurt that her cousin didn't recognize her. After recognizing his relative, he invited her inside. Fang Yi brought out some cakes and orange juice to offer her. In the awkward atmosphere, from not seeing each other for a long time, he asked a few questions to ease the tension. So you're here to join the summer camp, right? Lin Yi whispered back. Yes. The conversation ended there. Not knowing what else to ask, he just told her to call if she needed anything. Lin Yi politely replied, Yes, thank you, cousin. With no more topics to discuss, he decided to hand over the key. Here's a spare key. I'll go to my room first, and then guide you later. Your room is right across. Lin Yi quickly took it. Yes. Sorry to trouble you these days. Sitting on the sofa, she silently watched Fang Yi's back as he went to his room, thinking, It seems my cousin is easy to get along with, and doesn't interfere too much in my affairs. At that time, Fang Yi was secretly glancing over, wondering if he was just imagining it, or if she was hiding something. When Lin Yi sat on the sofa earlier, I really sensed a strange spiritual energy, faintly flickering. Could it be that she has also become a martial path practitioner? A thought suddenly popped into my head. So she came here saying it was to join the summer camp. Could it be because of that? At this moment, Lin Yi was composing a message to report the detailed situation to everyone in the chat group. The screen displayed messages from the group chat. Fusfung Haku. The cousin seems good. Looks like he won't interfere with my activities. When do we act? The beautiful 81-year-old woman replied. Don't rush. Let's act discreetly. This area has been chaotic lately. Many zones are polluted but always contested by martial path practitioners. Got scammed out of $5 in an online romance. I heard about that too. Last time it happened in the underground river. 2 teams met. And the result was a super strong master. Said to have a sword strike that shone like sunlight, forcing the opponent to retreat. The beautiful 81-year-old woman asked. A sword strike that shines like sunlight? Really? Then it must definitely be a young attribute Betitem. Is the immortal cultivator's attribute high? Then Lin Wei thought for a moment and decided, well, since it's the first time, it's best not to practice cultivation yet. What if my cousin finds out? It would be hard to explain. At first, Fang Yi thought living together wouldn't be a problem. Just mind your own business. But problems started 3 days later. No one expected that because of the gender difference. Living with my cousin would bring quite a few troubles to my cultivation progress. The heavenly breath regulation was constantly interrupted. The practice of the golden yang breathing technique could also be seen by others. This made him a bit confused. Would practicing so openly in the morning get him discovered? Why hadn't I noticed the golden yang breathing technique was so conspicuous before? But the scariest part was that he had always lived alone. And now there was a girl in the house. Lin Wei knew she was a guest, so she took good care of him. 3 meals a day. The girl carried a huge bowl of soup and said, Cousin, dinner is ready. Tonight we have tomato beef stew with cucumber salad, and corn rib soup too. So Fang Yi felt a bit embarrassed, and took the initiative to wash the dishes with Lin Wei. Alright, you're too polite. Let me wash the dishes. Of course. Lin Wei refused. No worries. I'll stay here. These chores are my responsibility. He thought she was overly polite and thorough, almost obsessively clean and compulsive. While picking up a piece of meat with chopsticks, Fang Yi thought that he actually had his own calculations. The two sat eating but were still somewhat awkward, silent without talking. Not stopping her from doing this was to let her truly lower her guard around him. Maybe he wanted to know about her suspicions regarding spiritual energy from the first day she came. Only then could he uncover her secret. Just then, the phone rang. The ringtone was quite loud in the silent space. It cut through the quiet atmosphere, startling both of them. Fang Yi calmed down and observed Lin Yi's still panicked expression. What's wrong? Is it a friend coming to see you? Then he stood up to give her more space to talk on the phone. You two talk. I'll head back to my room. Lin Wei wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but he had already stood and left, leaving her with a thoughtful look staring at the phone in her hand. After a while, Lin Yui went to her room and spoke on the phone with someone, her voice betraying excitement. A great change in heaven and earth will happen again tomorrow. When? 3 in the afternoon? Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. She kept affirming to the person on the other end. Alright, then let's meet at the Yanghuo town gate. No meeting, no return. Not knowing Fang Yi had overheard the entire conversation by using his technique to fly to the balcony window outside. Yanghuo town is a famous town on the outskirts, right? About an hour's drive. While still thinking about Yanghuo town, a faint pale blue smoke appeared in the room. By now, he was certain of one thing. Indeed, my cousin is also an immortal cultivator in the period of spiritual energy restoration. Fang Yi sneaked a look inside and saw Lin Yi sitting in meditation to focus her power, silently admiring his luck. Luckily, with Lin Yi's current strength, she probably couldn't detect Fang Yi. Carefully continuing to observe her cultivation, he quietly admired, but she was still a high school student who had reached the 2nd star of the Ghost Mansion realm and was showing signs of ascending stars. Could it be that her extraordinary talent made her personality a bit strange? Thinking about the lies she told her aunt, then his cousin coming to the summer camp was just a cover, and the great change in heaven and earth was the real deal. Making a guess, she must have known about the great change in heaven and earth from somewhere, so she made up a reason to come here. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Every great change was both an opportunity and a chance to obtain a kind of magic to strengthen himself. Fang Yi gradually couldn't contain his curiosity, wondering what attribute would appear. This time in Yanghuo town, he finally decided whoever got there first would claim it, and hurried off ahead. Whatever, if you hear it, it's yours. Suddenly, Lin Wei seemed to sense something strange. Strange indeed. Looking out the window where Fang Yi had been listening to her conversation with a friend, she suddenly felt, maybe it was a hallucination, but it seemed like someone was watching her. Early the next morning, when the sun was high, Light spread everywhere in Yanghua town. In front of the town gate, people bustled by. The sky was clear. Birds flew and chirped all around. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Wu Mao appeared and curiously asked Lin why. "You've been at your cousin's house these past few days? How is it? Is he handsome?" She was the one with a memorable name, scammed out of $5 in the Immortal Cultivator group chat. To this question, the girl seriously answered, comparing Fang Yi to some famous handsome guy online, then gave her own evaluation. He's pretty good. Looks are just average. Average looks, famous handsome guy. But not the type of famous handsome guy I like. Hearing that, she sighed disappointedly, a bit let down. Suddenly, a mocking laugh sounded nearby. "Haha. That was number 81. She interrupted coldly. "Don't forget that Y once rated herself as an average person among millions. The beautiful woman with the nickname number 81 was hers in the chat group." Before Wu Mao could reply, a young man from afar hurriedly cut in. "Alright. Everyone is here. So let's get to the main point. This young man is the uncle." Lin Yi looked around at everyone, and suddenly felt like someone was missing. "Minus Susty. Husty. Yeah. Kobo mo. Yeah. That's right. Isn't that person not coming this time either?" The uncle immediately knew who she was asking about. "It's still the 6 of us this time. She's not coming." The 81st woman wasn't surprised by this situation either, and turned back to say, "She's always been mysterious like that. We're used to it. Let's go." Everyone below him spoke, and I didn't realize that a pair of eyes was watching the 6 of them from afar as they discussed. "So that person is Fang Yi. You arrived early to evaluate your cousin's teammates. It seems Lin Yi's team has enough strength to act discreetly, judging each person. The weakest is still at the stable stage of the 2nd level demon talisman. And the man who just spoke has even reached the 3rd level noble talisman realm. From what they said, there's also a strong member in the team who's often absent." Instead of rushing after those people, he calmly stayed seated in the tavern with a pensive expression. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, causing him to pause, his eyes showing an unreadable expression. Meanwhile, on the mountain of this famous town, the scene suddenly shifted to a giant vine hanging down from the sky. Like the beanstalk in fairy tales or the magic beanstalk, this huge vine appeared randomly around the Yanghua town area. The timing of its appearance was irregular. This was different from the information that previous immortal cultivators had known. Beyond everyone's understanding and perception, it was clearly a great celestial and terrestrial anomaly. But it was neither related to weather phenomena, nor the collapse and restructuring of the Earth's surface. It was a strange object appearing out of nowhere, drifting everywhere, causing no damage, and emitting no thunder, lightning, or blazing sunlight like rare phenomena. It just silently moved and flickered. The group of 6 had now moved up the mountain. Thick fog surrounded them. As they walked, they suddenly stopped. Number 81 couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, is that it?" She and everyone else stared intently at the scene before them. It was hard to believe without seeing it with their own eyes. Lin Yi sensed something was wrong. If they continued deeper into the mountain, she suggested negotiating. "Wait, let's not go any further." Lin Yi wanted to know why they had to stop since they had already come this far. Why? But she didn't answer. Instead, she just stared silently, almost fearfully, at the huge vine. Her body trembled. Her face darkened. Only when she truly saw it, did she feel something was off. Her whole body chilled. After a moment, Yi slowly spoke about the rumors that had been circulating for days. "Has everyone seen the rumors on the internal forum?" The more she spoke, the more scared she became. A flash of terror suddenly crossed her mind. She slowly recounted. "Actually, I have a friend on that team. When the vine appeared before, they tried to approach it. They were all immortal cultivators, much stronger than me, with high realms." She imagined her friend and the team going deeper into the mountain near the giant vine. They went from living flesh and blood to disappearing, leaving only dry skeletons behind. But after reaching here, they all vanished. The more she spoke, the more agitated Yi became. Completely broken. "I feel like we'll end up the same way." Unable to control herself, she uttered ominous words. "No place to rest in death." The atmosphere around the 6 of them seemed to darken with her unlucky words. Yi's mental state was unstable now, her mind foggy, unable to stay calm, her eyes showing extreme confusion. At first, I thought I could easily accept the risks of immortal cultivation, either victory or death. But seeing this, I instinctively felt fear. Speaking in trembling tones, my intuition told me this was a high-level celestial anomaly, a powerful, unprecedented, and completely new anomaly. She was no longer sober enough to control her words. Tears were about to fall. Biting her lip in frustration, "I'm not ready to bury everyone here yet," she resolutely said. "I want to retreat." Seeing this situation, the 81st woman didn't know what else to say. Lin Yi slowly comforted her. "Yeah, You're right. Actually, we all feel it too. The girl's face was extremely tense. This wooden vine carried a wild energy. I don't know how to describe it. It's like sinking into the flow of time. Everything perishes. Life energy is drained. Based on these analyses, that's why we feel so uneasy and strongly disturbed. As if it wants to devour our lives. Lin Yi held Yi's trembling hands, making her startle. But her face showed fierce determination, emphasizing the meaning of their decision to come here. This is the path of immortal cultivation through martial arts. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had followed into the mountain and stood above, observing everything. The aura of death was gloomy and uncomfortable, having seen many celestial phenomena, aside from anomalies with yin attributes. This wind here was the most disturbing. Then he felt a bit of silent admiration for the 6 who decided to come here. They chose to cultivate here. Truly brave and commendable. Fang Yi stared at the huge vine before him. There were bloodstains on the trunk, weapons left by previous fighters, and someone unfortunate was trapped on that vine forever. Clearly, this plant symbolized abundant life, but brought a gloomy feeling. Then he suspected that this huge vine wasn't really alive. It resembled a dead creature disguised as a lifeless being. Then came a bunch of nonsense from Wu Lao, and everyone seemed amused. Seeing this, Lin Yi took the initiative to boost morale, and decided to climb a small cliff, encouraging and motivating the team members. We don't have time to overthink. The danger will hit us right here. The girl carefully reminded everyone, stay within sight, don't wander too far. All members agreed. Lin Yi silently reflected on the plan she had just proposed, and quietly praised herself for being so wise. That way, it would probably be a bit safer. She chose a large tree with sturdy, long branches as a seat, leaving no free time, and immediately began cultivating. Fang Yi increasingly respected his cousin. Not bad at all, she was cautious, sensing the power to cultivate at a distance neither too close nor too far. He admired her ability and decisiveness, truly worthy of being an outstanding student. She calculated the position to maximize benefits, neither rushing nor retreating. The next moment, Lin Yi's energy suddenly underwent an unexpected change. That scene surprised Fang Yi. Was she about to ascend to the star level? So fast, already reaching the 3rd star threshold. His high regard for her was indeed justified. This cousin truly had extraordinary talent. Everyone immediately gathered to watch. The 3rd star demon realm was continuously praised by all. Number 81 said, Yi is amazing. Wu Lao blurted out. She actually didn't expect that the vines, sensing Lin Yi's spiritual energy, had started to move first. Uncle Ning sensed something and turned to look at the vines. He was alarmed, hurriedly warning everyone to prepare. Not good. The vines are charging toward us. Everyone panicked because they were far away, but simultaneously got ready. What? How did they spot us from so far? In an instant, 2 unlucky people were tightly entangled and captured by the vines. Ear-piercing screams rang out. Help me! Wu Lao, already terrified, quickly panicked and fled. Run fast. If you don't run, you'll definitely die here. The formation completely collapsed, dragging the atmosphere into chaos. He caused too much noise while breaking through. Absolutely must not let the vines wrap around you. Once entangled, the wild energy will instantly coil tightly around our bodies. And we will dissolve in an instant. The vines rushed at Lin Yi, desperately trying to break her cultivation barrier to capture her, seeing Wu Lao quickly retreat like a turtle withdrawing its head, only wanting to protect himself. Number 81 stopped him. No. We can't leave yet. He's going to get into trouble. She probably wouldn't even have time to run now, let alone care if others got hurt, and shouted in refusal. What do you want me to do? Use spiritual energy to protect her? She chose to cultivate here herself, indifferent to the scenery. Is she trying to risk my life to become stronger? Knowing she was already scared, she didn't know how to reason with her. Number 81 could only advise her to calm down. Even Uncle Ning wanted to leave, so he stepped in with a few words. Life and death are fate. Wealth is from heaven. If we don't leave now, we'll all be buried with her. You're too young. Don't let emotions control you. We just happened to meet on the road. As soon as he finished his moralizing, he was slapped hard, his face twisted to one side. Number 81 felt these people were really heartless, angrily shouted. Then get lost. I will never abandon my teammates. Fang Yi watched the situation of these 3 from above, and thought of his cousin. Maybe she still didn't know her predicament. Then he looked over at Lin Yi, still cultivating inside the barrier. The vines increased in number and wrapped tighter more fiercely. After all, she was still just a student. The power of these vines was terrifying. He silently calculated. Fang Yi didn't know if his current strength could save Lin Yi and felt worried. But time was probably running out. Others might not worry, but he couldn't abandon his little cousin. Someone else might leave her behind, but he couldn't. I promised her I would take good care of her. A promise can't be broken. Number 81's current situation was not optimistic. No matter how strong the will, The vines were numerous and powerful. They attacked from 4 directions, forcing her to fiercely resist. Nearby, someone was tightly wrapped by vines, unable to move. Strong but limited in strength and alone. The heartless ones had already fled. If defense was sloppy, those hateful vines would grab their legs, wrapping so tightly they couldn't fight back. She could only cry out in pain. At this moment, a vine branch broke through Lin Yi's cultivation barrier. Just at this critical moment, Fang Yi arrived to help his cousin. In his hand was a bright golden sword. With a decisive move, he prepared to slash down. Number 81 saw Lin Yi in grave danger. Tightly wrapped by vines, unable to do anything but scream in despair. Her screams were heard even by Wu Lao, who had fled. Sensing something was wrong, she trembled and looked back, thinking it was the end. Lin Yi would die, when suddenly a beam of light rushed in, slashing once, cutting through the writhing vines. In the thick dust, a figure gently landed from above. Who else could it be but Fang Yi? She appeared like a divine figure before the astonished eyes of Wu Lao and the elder. The vines retreated, stopping their attack. Only a cluster of leftover vines remained. Still refusing to give up the attack, he charged forward. But before he could dazzle anyone, he was shattered by the spiritual energy surrounding Fang Yi. The golden yang aura on his body shone so brightly that those around couldn't look directly at it. Uncle thought to himself, is this also an immortal practitioner? Number 81 quickly covered his eyes from the blinding light. Did he recognize what that light was? It was the yang attribute of the curse limit. That made sense. Only such a high-level attribute would dare to be so reckless. Pushing back the wild vines, Uncle couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Based on what?
Huh? He claimed to have an extremely high talent, reaching the 3rd rank of the demon realm in a very short time. Across the entire country, the number of immortal cultivators progressing that fast could be counted on one hand. The jealousy in the elder uncle's heart had reached its peak. Setting aside that mysterious demon beast, Lin Yi's talent was only on par with his. But the sword in Fang Yi's hand was still radiating a brilliant light. The elder uncle could only look up longingly at the one standing at the pinnacle. If among the immortal cultivators there were people like that, then what did his group even count as? Unwilling to accept this conclusion, were they just background stars to highlight the bright moon? He thought Fang Yi had crushed him, but then changed his mind. No, he had crushed the entire group. The immortal cultivators, he truly couldn't understand what they were. At that moment, the system notification detected the extreme wood attribute, automatically recording and continuing to log. Notification. Recording successful. Fang Yi quickly sensed this new skill, continuous proliferation, able to immediately absorb all growth and vitality around. Rapidly recovering wounds. He thought his wood attribute cultivation method was too strong. As long as there was life around, it was like a perpetual motion machine, self-charging energy. The system notification was extracting attributes. A continuous stream of alerts appeared, extracting the wilderness attribute. Wilderness attribute could instantly stir up wild energy, corroding all life force nearby. At this moment, Fang Yi was feeling the attribute running throughout his body. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. He now possessed a wood attribute cultivation method, and his strength had increased significantly. Standing tall with the sword in hand thrust into the ground, it was no surprise that this vine could only grow in such treacherous terrain. Fang Yi stared and calculated. If it grew elsewhere, the life force within several dozen miles would be drained by it. Thinking about the consequences, if this vine didn't grow here but somewhere else, it would be fatal. This wilderness attribute was truly overpowering, forcibly seizing the life force of others. Lost in thought, suddenly a voice rang in his ear, cutting through his reverie. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life." The voice belonged to woman number 81. She looked quite pitiful, covered in wounds, exhausted from fighting the vines alone. "Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, we definitely would have died." She expressed her gratitude to the righteous hero. "What can we do to repay you?" Actually, he was just helping a stranger because he was keeping a promise to care for his younger sister, so he waved his hand and left. "No need. See you later." Originally, the information here was overheard secretly, so he knew not to act like a hero after benefiting. Fang Yi thought to himself, it was because he had followed their news that he could come here, and at the same time gain the life force and wilderness attributes. Honestly, he was the one who benefited. Seeing the danger had passed, the elder uncle and Wu Mao returned. Fang Yi looked at these ungrateful people, recalling the earlier conflict, and decided, as for the earlier quarrel, he should pay more attention to his cousin's movements in the future. Under the gaze of those three, he lightly stomped and leapt into the air, still thinking about what had just happened, about how those so-called teammates chose to act in danger. When people face danger, their true nature is most easily revealed. A fragmented team is unsafe when a major crisis strikes. Wu Mao Yang watched the departing figure. He walked so fast. "What do we do now?" the elder uncle sneered, regretting not saving her earlier. Without giving her a chance to retort, Wu Mao quickly assigned tasks. Now that the threat is gone and Lin Yi has reached the 3rd rank, our best choice is to try to stay in this team. At this moment, Lin Yi, inside the cultivation barrier, was opening her eyes. After awakening, the girl jumped down toward the 3, shouting, "Yi is awake!" The elder uncle tried to choose his words carefully, trying to hide his unheroic act of abandoning teammates, thinking if she was rational enough, she wouldn't let them exploit her feelings. Instead of focusing on these matters, it was better to think about that mysterious person. As expected, Lin Yi quickly noticed the 2 corpses lying on the ground. Though brave and talented, she was still just a girl and couldn't help but panic seeing the bodies. What happened? She hesitated, looking at the 2 corpses. Even though they had been inside the cultivation barrier earlier, stepping outside and sensing the atmosphere, Lin Yi understood something big had happened. She involuntarily frowned at the strong yang attribute residual energy. Even from this distance, she could feel its overwhelming blazing heat. After asking for a long time, no one answered, and no one wanted to recount what had happened earlier. Seeing this, the elder uncle suggested, "Let me tell you what happened instead of letting others tell you about abandoning teammates in danger." It seemed he wanted to redeem a little guilt by telling the story first. Here's what happened. Although Lin Yi reached the 3rd rank today, the trip to Zhenyang Fire yielded no gains. On top of that, 2 teammates who went with her died. If it weren't for the mysterious person the elder uncle mentioned who came to the rescue, the girl herself might have died. Lin Yi carried a heavy heart as she walked home, lost in thought about that mysterious person, wondering if someone could really be that strong. Remembering the elder uncle's annoying face, the description of the mysterious person kept circling in her mind, making them seem like a monster. Recounting that fierce battle moment, the vine we tried so hard to cut through couldn't be severed, yet he struck it once, forcing it to retreat. I feared just telling it wouldn't be convincing enough, not enough to visualize. The elder even swiftly led people to see it firsthand. See that? Now that vine has actually retreated all the way up into the sky, curling up, not daring to come near us at all. When we reached the front door, his words still echoed in the little girl's ears. This is the overwhelming power of that person. Even though he had left, the vine remained obedient like a chicken, completely losing the screaming appearance it had just before. Lin Yi had just opened the door and stepped inside when Fang Yi was already sitting and waiting. He also asked, "Back already?" Before she could answer, another question was asked. "You don't look so good." Lin Yi scratched his face, awkwardly making up an excuse. "Just a little tired from school." Even though he knew she was lying, Fang Yi didn't want to expose her. So he changed the subject to food. "You did well. Go rest. I'll order takeout tonight." The girl politely replied, "Yes." Turning back to her cozy little nest, Lin Yi leaned against the door, sighing in exhaustion. The breakthrough took too much mental energy. Every time he controlled spiritual power to activate divine judgment, he had to concentrate intensely. Compared to that, it was truly more tiring than staying up all night for a whole month. He reached for his phone, laid back on the bed to rest. Lin Yi continued to think vaguely. Luckily, she was no longer an ordinary person, so staying up for a few days wouldn't hurt her. She was giving it her all. But this cultivation was the destiny of an immortal practitioner, and the world had begun to change drastically. The wandering thoughts stretched longer and longer. Lin Yi thought that the life of a normal person like her cousin was impossible for her. While Lin Yi was resting in her room, Fang Yi was preparing to go somewhere. Lin Yi was reading a message when she suddenly startled. It was a message from Jia Lan. In the message, Jia Lan said, "If there are any traces of that powerful expert, please inform me." This stirred Lin Yi's heart because it was the first time Jia Lan spoke in this group. Jia Lan only said a brief sentence. "If there are any traces of that powerful expert, please inform me." But Lin Yi responded with a question, addressing Yi Feng Ha-Q. "All right, Jia Lan, I have a question. Does anyone think the person who saved us could be the one who was once famous in the Dark River Dragon before? If it really is that great master, then why did he save us?" The public opinion clung tightly to Fang Yi, bombarding him with questions. Hot news, hot news. The supreme Yang attribute deity has reappeared, that sword strike like a rainbow piercing the sun. The daylight was completely swallowed by the vast white light. Some said they had seen in the Dark River, Dragon's polluted area, that light accompanied by an explosion of flames. They were forced to leave the cave. Everyone was buzzing with rumors, but the main character mentioned paid no attention at all. At this time, Fang Yi was still leisurely riding his iron warhorse. Though strolling, he was not relaxed. In his mind, Fang Yi was still planning. All right, now Lin Yi would probably lower her guard around me, and going outside she wouldn't suspect I was following her. Pedaling under the bright moonlight mixed with cool air, he still thought he could find a way to acquire the wild attribute. The wild attribute is closer to things related to plants. Having the ultimate decay attribute is naturally good, but it also gave Fang Yi quite a headache. But anyway, this is a sinister attribute by nature, corrosive, and putting it on myself might cause a bad reaction. Thinking about the raging attribute already inside him, he feared they wouldn't harmonize and might even conflict with the raging attribute he possessed. Fang Yi decided to try anyway, so the best way was to have something similar to that strange demonic plant. The vine hanging down from the sky sensed the dense revival spiritual energy, and because it chose to evolve itself, it developed the wild power attribute, as if it found its own path. He happily pedaled faster, telling himself, I know where to go now. With a goal for his decision, Fang Yi sped up on the empty road. After a while, he arrived at the city's forest park. Arriving at the park full of beautiful flowers and grass, he strolled leisurely, muttering, I need to choose a plant that can resonate with my spiritual energy to the fullest, while also showing a sense of intimacy. To try his luck, Fang Yi picked a suitable spot and closed his eyes. He comfortably spread his arms, releasing the spiritual energy from his body. Streams of green energy surrounded him and radiated out. The green energy flew everywhere, spreading to every branch and blade of grass. The plants responded, stirring something inside Fang Yi. Is this the reaction of plants to spiritual energy? He felt the reaction was still low? Very intense. But still not enough. I need stronger. Then he moved, controlling the spiritual power in his hands, still continuously saying, I need it stronger. Suddenly, something appeared that made Fang Yi slightly stunned. A cute flower appeared, gently swaying in the wind. Fang Yi silently asked, Is it this one? Then he quickly approached the little flower and reached out his index finger to touch it. It immediately curled its 6 petals around his finger and sucked. When the little flower was full, it spread its 6 petals in satisfaction and let out a long sigh. Fang Yi smiled at this small flower. Very spiritual. Watching it rub back and forth to assess, this wildflower was clearly a plant, but when it encountered spiritual energy, it was like a little greedy puppy. After sucking up the spiritual energy, it even rubbed against his finger. In response, Fang Yi gently stroked the little flower as if petting a cute puppy. Then you made the decision to choose it. Among the entire forest, only me reacted strongest to my spiritual energy, perfectly suited to be assigned the wild attribute. So let's pick me. Are you ready? After the shy little flower nodded, a massive spiritual force was attached to it. The system asked for confirmation if you want to assign the wild attribute to this object. Fang Yi didn't hesitate and said yes. From Fang Yi's position, he gathered the spiritual energy. Feeling it grow large enough, Fang Yi then launched straight into the air. After that process, he couldn't hide the astonishment on his face, raising his eyebrows as he looked directly at the little flower. It was no longer just a simple 6-petaled white flower. It had undergone a dramatic transformation. The little flower not only increased its number of petals, but the petals grew larger and the leaf color deepened. The little flower kept absorbing the spiritual energy around it. At the same time, it emitted a strange blue glow, with sturdy roots deeply embedded in the soil to continue drawing more spiritual energy. Fang Yi glanced at the barren space around. Inwardly, he marveled at the terrifying power of the wild attribute, like the hand of a demon. Fang Yi continued analyzing the situation. In just 3 seconds, the little flower had nearly drained the entire forest circle around the city. It was insanely powerful. It kept spreading wildly. When it felt satisfied, the little flower shrank back to its original size. After careful calculation, Fang Yi uprooted the little flower. He felt it was better to take the flower away, because if left alone, it would attract the association's people to visit. At the same time, Fang Yi recalled the scene when he first entered the park. The scenery was somewhat gloomy, and many cameras were installed. He assessed this park as being in the city center. The Spiritual Energy Association would definitely pay attention to this place. Because of the spiritual energy recovery, these plants were dangerous, and after entering the garden, he thought uprooting the little flower would stop it from absorbing spiritual energy. But unexpectedly, it was so greedy, even uprooted, it still wouldn't stop. Fang Yi was surprised by the little flower's ability. He wondered, it still hasn't stopped absorbing? How can it survive so easily? He touched a petal and said, truly miraculous. Even uprooted, its spiritual nature hasn't diminished. Fang Yi suspected, before you chose it, it was just a normal wildflower. Could it be that after assigning the attribute, this plant started evolving as if unlocking some evolutionary chains? Suddenly, the nearby system sensor flashed red with a warning. The little flower startled. Fang Yi also glanced at the alert sound. Warning. Abnormal value exceeded threshold. Warning exceeded threshold. Panic filled him. Oh no, the surveillance system activated? Thinking quickly, Fang Yi hurriedly took the little flower and left fast. Meanwhile, in the spiritual plant research department, the entire lab turned red. The machinery kept alerting abnormal values exceeding limits. Warning exceeded threshold. All researchers crowded around the computers noisily. One specialist asked, abnormal values are spiking. What's going on? Someone ordered everyone to wear wristbands and immediately enter the park, isolate the park and forbid outsiders from entering. When they reached the park, inside was just a bare void, as if a forest fire had just occurred. The research team looked at their wristwatches turning red. It continuously displayed a warning with the number 30. They couldn't understand what had just happened to turn this area into such a state. They exclaimed, terrifying. Previously, the north gate of Qingcheng University fluctuated only between 8 and 10, but the Dark River Flame Dragon was 25. Another person agreed. Exactly. Abnormal spiritual energy concentration exceeding 10 means military takeover. This park initially didn't even reach 10. Along with complaints, they used devices to plant in the ground to measure spiritual energy levels. As expected, the measuring device also turned red at high alert. The researchers looked at the readings with confusion. Strange. Everyone look. Humidity, surface moisture, temperature, everything was normal. Solar radiation was fine too. But the plants here seemed as if their life force had been drained in seconds. A young researcher suddenly stepped forward, genuinely wanting to understand the situation thoroughly. He spoke to those around. I wonder what kind of spiritual energy attribute caused this. I think we need to move a bit further ahead. That's where the center really is. At that moment, another researcher urgently shouted, "Don't go any closer." With a very serious expression, he firmly told the less experienced researchers, "Absolutely do not touch it. This is the wild attribute." Heeding the warning, the young specialist asked suspiciously, "The wild attribute?" He quickly reminded them, "Do you know those vines hanging in the air?" The two young researchers quickly understood what he meant. "You mean those devil-like vines, classified as grade A mutation?" The senior researcher seriously emphasized, "Yes, because they are extremely dangerous, they are classified as grade A." He explained why that plant was classified as a grade A mutation. It's because it's ferocious, causing many predecessors to be torn apart. Ultimately, it's because it possesses the wild attribute, a powerful trait that can drain the life force of surrounding creatures, while seizing everything for itself. The young researcher felt lucky after hearing this. The young researcher felt lucky after hearing that if he hadn't been careful earlier, he would have walked straight into death. He didn't forget to thank the person who had warned him. "Sir, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have fallen asleep the moment I stepped in?" The man nodded in agreement. The awakened plants with savage attributes created a deadly zone around them, where anyone entering would be swallowed whole by life-draining forces. He couldn't help but recall a typical case involving this savage attribute. Then he continued, "I once read about another plant with savage attributes in Ha country. It's the forbidden ancient tree located in Shang City. The rotten ancient tree polluted the forest, turning it into a forbidden zone." Just as his worry peaked, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder, startling him. The person said, "I've already heard the situation." The researcher immediately turned around and recognized the voice. It was Major Han. Not only were there researchers here now, but also military personnel. As a military major, Han Li's demeanor was extremely disciplined. He immediately gave orders. "All researchers present, quickly change into protective gear. Follow us into the contaminated area." Then a line of subordinate soldiers stood neatly in formation, holding protective suits and gas masks. The researchers' faces couldn't hide their tension, but they had no choice but to comply. They quickly equipped their protective gear and advanced deeper into the dangerous zone. Everyone consciously followed in line, using flashlights to inspect and report the situation. One person constantly reported no source of the savage energy found. Another responded, "Wasn't it said that only that vine can move everywhere? Could the savage aura be decreasing? We just entered and stopped for 5 minutes, but the concentration has dropped to 25. While the researchers worked, Han Li also wanted to observe alongside the inspections. He proposed to them, "Let us probe a bit." Su Qingying understood and responded. So Han Li and Su Qingying began their action, placing their hands on the ground and releasing spiritual energy. Their energies ran parallel. Quickly, both energies stopped at a suspicious spot. Su Qingying exclaimed in alarm, "Wait, this is the other side." Han Li added, "The source has already been dug up." The researcher was so flustered he stammered, "Dug up?" Even Han Li couldn't believe it and said, "How could this be?" He lowered his voice to examine. If someone really managed to dig up the source from the savage forbidden zone, then that person's identity deserved serious consideration. He took out a device to inspect. Su Qingying timely reminded, "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there's no residual spiritual energy from that great power at the scene." Yet Han Li kept staring at the device in his hand and replied to her, "Based on big data filtering and analysis, we found this person's records. Their movements match the locations of the two anomalies." After speaking, Han Li showed her the device. The screen displayed information about a man. Su Qingying glanced and immediately recognized who it was. She muttered, "Fang Yi?" Before she could say more, Han Li quickly made a decision. Han Li would transfer all his files to you. This person is very likely the one you've met before. The rest will be handled by the association. She was momentarily stunned, seemingly pondering something before agreeing. I understand. 2 hours later, Fang Yi returned home with Xiaohua. He had chosen a small pot as its home. At this moment, Fang Yi was cheerful and lively, touching the obedient little white flower and saying, "Haha, first time growing a flower. How could I not even have a flower pot? You just talked to Xiaohua. This is the little home you chose yourself. No more clinging to my hand." This guy, even with savage attributes, would keep training non-stop and was basically a powerful ally nurtured by Fang Yi. Looking at the cute little pot, he pondered that savage attributes were quite special, helpful in battle, and even had many surprising effects, right? He personally approved of choosing Xiaohua, and it looked just right without standing out. If Lin Yi happened to see it, it would be hard for her to suspect anything. Fang Yi concluded, in battle, a normal appearance was the best disguise. Seeing Xiaohua listening attentively, Fang Yi gently stroked the petals and gave instructions. In real combat, strength is only part of it. What matters more is who has more tricks up their sleeve. Suddenly, a phone rang, and the screen showed the caller as the old neighbor Wang. Fang Yi stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Old Wang? Then he recalled the familiar name. Isn't this your childhood best friend? The one who went to the military for 3 years without contact? Memories from the past flooded back. School days. Fang Yi and Wang Liang were bosom brothers. Old Wang's full name was Wang Liang, Fang Yi's neighbor, and they were desk mates from elementary through middle school. They should have continued as desk mates in high school, but Wang Liang patted him on the back and said, "I want to join the army." Remembering those carefree days, Fang Yi answered the call a bit slowly and said, "Hey kid, you're back?" The voice on the other end responded immediately. That's right. Because he remembered those carefree days, Fang Yi picked up the phone a bit slowly. Jialan immediately spoke up. "Hey kid, you're back already?" The voice on the other end echoed back. "That's right. Want to grab a drink? Let's meet at the usual spot." Vung Luang's urgent invitation caught Fang Yi off guard, and he suddenly asked, "Why?" Vung Luang scratched his head and smiled broadly, hinting mysteriously, "That's right, I have an important secret to tell you. Don't faint after you hear it." After saying that, Vung Luang quickly hung up and set his phone down on the table. Unexpectedly, their conversation was being monitored by 2 others, Su Qingying and a woman named Jia Lan. They had overheard the entire dialogue. Vung Luang immediately switched to a serious tone and reporting to the chief officer, "I followed your instructions, but I request assurance if Fang Yi isn't the person we're looking for. Can his safety be guaranteed?" The female chief calmly tapped her finger on the table, thinking for a while, then sternly warned, "Focus on your mission. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he's not the one, just treat him as a friend and offer some advice." Fang Yi and his close friend Vung Luang were celebrating together. They clinked glasses, and Vung Luang enthusiastically finished his beer. Meanwhile, Fang Yi observed his friend's appearance and demeanor. He smiled inwardly, thinking that Vung Luang must have had a tough time in the military. That silly name, Vung Luang, had grown up a lot. He asked Fang Yi, "These past 3 years have been full of emotions for me. Life in the military. How about you?" Fang Yi replied cheerfully, "Not bad. Getting into college isn't too shabby." "Oh." Fang Yi smiled quietly, thinking to himself that in his previous life, he never had the chance to see Vung Luang again. In times of chaos, news was scarce. The bloody images of war were deeply etched in Fang Yi's mind. He felt a pang being a soldier. It was very likely Vung Luang had died at some unknown moment. In an unknown battle, could this time change the fate of his old friend? Vung Luang seriously asked Fang Yi, "I want to ask if you've encountered anything strange lately, like in movies, zombies, or monsters?" Fang Yi was confused. Man, but if you think about it, it makes sense. In the military, hearing news about spiritual energy recovery isn't unusual. Are these questions of yours some kind of test? Fang Yi pretended to be innocent, not understanding Vung Luang's meaning. He asked back, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Vung Luang put his hand on his forehead, sweating slightly, looking tense. He replied to Fang Yi, "It's good if there's nothing. Actually, I came today to tell you something. Not to comfort you, but to warn you. In the near future, maybe a few months or even a year from now, the degrees and assets we value now will become worthless scraps of paper. Everything will be rearranged from scratch." Fang Yi started to suspect, his mind filled with questions. Ordinary soldiers would definitely be ordered to keep secrets, sign binding agreements, and not reveal anything about the awakening of spiritual energy. The binding agreement ensuring secrecy among soldiers flashed through Fang Yi's mind. So in fact, he had been placed on a list of suspects and was being monitored. Vung Luang, as Fang Yi's childhood friend, was sent to probe him. Seeing Fang Yi silent for a while, Vung Luang reassured him, "Don't worry. Whatever I told you today, as long as you don't reveal a thing, you'll be fine." Fang Yi's mind was racing, but since he was pretending to be naive and uncooperative, Vung Luang still kindly reminded him to be careful with any changes, even if it meant breaking rules. Suddenly, Vung Lung's phone beeped. Vung Lung. Urgent assembly at the target location in 10 minutes. Vung Lung quickly answered clearly. Got it. Fang Yi, sitting across, kept watching his close friend. Hearing about the urgent mission, Vung Lung hurried off. He apologized to Fang Yi. Sorry, brother, urgent mission. No other choice. You better head back first. I can't see you off. Fang Yi thought this mission was related to spiritual energy recovery. So he intended to join and immediately made a request. Is this about spiritual energy recovery? Let me come with you. Vung Lung turned to look at Fang Yi, his expression puzzled. Fang Yi put his hand on Vung Lung's shoulder and eagerly continued. Take me with you. You came to see me this time, so you must have orders from above, right? He was very surprised. Why you? Before he could react, Fang Yi added, Don't worry. Though I'm not sure what your superiors told you, I know you won't harm me. Fang Yi's expression was serious, and he was even more curious about the military's top priority related to the changes in the world. Fang Yi wondered, but since the Spiritual Energy Association handled abnormalities, what exactly was the military responsible for now? Just right. He also wanted to investigate the truth. So Fang Yi went along with Vung Lung. The two childhood friends headed toward the military's 19th Spiritual Energy Restricted Zone. At the 19th Restricted Zone, a few soldiers stood guard at the gate, the air thick with a hazy smoke. Fang Yi observed as he walked, whispering, The spiritual energy here is really dense. At this concentration level, it's even beyond the pollution zone, isn't it? He approached the soldiers standing there to call roll. Vung Lung gathered the group at the wide entrance, successfully verifying entry. Inside, something was glowing. Fang Yi and Wu Lao had just stepped in when they saw smoke billowing everywhere. Both stopped to observe. Many soldiers were tying ropes, trying to restrain a dog. It was a giant dog that looked fierce and out of control. Fang Yi asked in surprise, Is this a fusion attribute? A girl turned to answer him. That's right. The abnormal fusion between the dark and flame attributes made this dog especially ferocious and brutal. Many soldiers had already been seriously injured. It turned out this girl was none other than Chu Qingli, the military officer guarding the 3-star demon mansion. She sternly called Wu Lao. He quickly clenched his fist over his chest and responded loudly, Yes. Chu Qingli immediately scolded him. You brought unrelated people into the restricted area without permission. Wu Lao explained. It's not him. Chu Qingli glared and ordered Wu Lao, Forget it. Things are urgent. You're the only one missing. Hurry over here and set up the combat formation. Understood. After yelling at Wu Lao, Chu Qingli glanced at Fang Yi. Is he really Fang Yi? He doesn't seem special. The spiritual energy around him is only slightly stirred. Could he not be the one? But now was not the time to think too much. Chu Qingli coldly said to Fang Yi, Since you're Wu Lao's friend, I won't say much. This place is a restricted zone, and once inside, you're on your own for life or death. Everything you see must be kept secret. He replied, I understand. Chu Qingli turned to the battle and shouted a command. Zhang Tian, Lin Yi. Zhang Tian and Lin Yi immediately sprang into action, using light-footed movement to leap high and unleash their power. The intensity of the rope's constriction grew fiercer. From afar, Chu Qingli fired shots at the demonic hellhound. The demon dog howled wildly after being hit. The battle was fierce, but the dog refused to back down. It emitted a more ferocious aura, its eyes blazing red, mouth wide open revealing sharp fangs. The soldiers panicked, the degree of its mutation worsening. The demon dog struck out. It raised its claws toward Lin Yi, aiming to crush him. The other soldiers shouted in fear, Lin Yi, watch out! At that moment, Chu Qingli's overwhelming bullet energy flew in to block the demon dog's attack. Chu Qingli warned her subordinates, Don't be careless. Keep your distance. We must take it down before it fully evolves. The team of soldiers responded in unison. Fang Yi continued observing the full-scale battle. He analyzed. A well-trained squad, teammates trusting each other, disciplined and coordinated, each indispensable. Combined, they could unleash power far beyond individual capability. Suddenly, Fang Yi sensed something was wrong. He broke into a sweat and shouted loudly, Run! You're no match for it! The demon dog unleashed a fierce dark aura again, releasing a deadly purple energy. Chu Qingli ordered the soldiers to heighten alertness, increasing the mutation level of the restricted zone. No one was allowed to retreat. The young men were terrified but obeyed without question. The demon dog evolved into a final stage dark god form, its eyes now 10 times larger and glowing red. It looked toward Wu Lao. Chu Qingli shouted, Attention! The hellhound has fully fused with the dark attribute and completely mutated. The dark god dog glared at Wu Lao. He stood frozen, knowing what was coming. This was probably the end. Chu Qingli yelled, Wu Lao. Fang Yi's eyes filled with killing intent, worried for his newly reunited best friend, who hadn't even finished their last drinking bet. Disaster struck. The demon dog slammed its paw down toward Wu Lao. He jumped up to dodge barely. Chu Qingli alerted the higher-ups. All units listen. Restricted Zone 019, Hellhound Mutation Level C has fully mutated and evolved. It is now upgraded to Level B. The battle plan has been updated. Fang Yi was approaching from behind. Wu Lao staggered back, coughing up blood. Fang Yi turned to look at him. He stepped forward to support Wu Lao and asked about his condition. "Are you okay?" Wu Lao forced a smile and replied, "My arm cracked from the intense dark aura. It's nothing, just the spiritual energy and collar aggravating it, then it backfired." Wu Lao tried to sound proud. "Don't worry. All soldiers in Restricted Zone 19 are like this." Fang Yi coldly looked at Wu Lao and said nothing more. Chu Qingli slammed the butt of her gun on the ground and ordered clearly, "Everyone, no matter what tactics or methods you use, even if it costs our lives, absolutely do not let the Level B mutation escape the restricted zone." The giant dog, confident in its attack, suddenly faced Fang Yi's fierce charge. Chu Qingli turned in surprise. "What are you trying to do?" He coldly said nothing and unleashed his move like a god. The electric aura surrounding him grew more intense. Fang Yi charged with killing intent, blue lightning crackling around his body. He asked coldly, "Very arrogant, huh?" Fang Yi headed straight for the demon dog, his hands gathering thunder energy. The monster prepared to counterattack. The demon dog struck, but Fang Yi quickly used light-footed movement to leap high and avoid the blow. "Then let this thunder god train you." As he spoke, he executed a phantom thunder claw strike from above onto the mad dog's head. The electric energy exploded like a heavenly thunderbolt, the demon dog writhing in pain as if struck by divine lightning. The electricity radiating from the thunder claw attack shook the area. Even the strong soldiers couldn't withstand the aftershock from Fang Yi's attack. Witnessing the overwhelming power, Zhang Tian couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Am I seeing this right? This is a Level B mutation that even Chief Officer Chu Qingli can't handle alone." Wu Lao anxiously reported to Chu Qingli, "Could it be that my brother, he really is a girl?" Seriously answering, "None of us were mistaken. He is definitely a tyrant." Jialan said this while observing Fang Yi. At this moment, the monster in the form of a dog had been completely defeated by Fang Yi. Fang Yi coldly looked at the torn, vicious dog lying there, breathing oxygen, and said, "Still not completely dead? Then I have no choice but to do this. Chief Officer, Old King, both of you step back quickly." Jialan was still standing with the military team, looking extremely shocked. Jialan thought to herself, "We need everyone to form a coordinated formation, ready to sacrifice to deal with this great anomaly. Can he really do this alone? What kind of power is this?" Jialan's eyes were tense. She was deeply impressed by Fang Yi's ability. "I have to admit, this is the ultimate lightning attribute. Even in the current Ha Kingdom, it's in existence at the highest level. If we wait until the spiritual energy fully recovers..." Fang Yi was coldly raising 2 fingers to gather lightning electricity, not even opening his eyes to look at the opponent or defend. The lightning from Fang Yi's fingers gradually rose to the sky. Jialan was amazed, wondering how terrifyingly he would evolve. In the sky, a mysterious spiral appeared, a supreme cosmic lightning bolt pouring down. Jialan stood watching, her limbs trembling. He turned and stepped behind Fang Yi. The lightning bolt just now struck down and completely burned the poor dog. He was so cool, truly worthy of the title tyrant. Fang Yi's aura was radiant, the very essence of a king, carrying everything alone. That's the story. Li Nog stood with a stiff neck. He raised his hand to rub his neck and sighed. "Oh damn, watching this made my neck cold, and my head all dizzy." Zhang Tian was the same. He stood watching, trembling, stammering. "Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times scarier than the shadow attribute that envelops the sky? I can endure corrosion, but I can't stand being struck by lightning." Fang Yi walked over to Wang Liang, giving his drinking buddy a thumbs up. "Old King, it's over. You can happily come over. This kid scared me to death." When he arrived, Wang Liang didn't hesitate to give his drinking buddy a loving punch on the head. "Not bad for my big brother." Fang Yi smiled and said, "Repaying hatred with gratitude, huh? I hit the dog, you hit me," Wang Liang honestly said. "Sorry, actually I knew you might be an immortal practitioner. The military order like a mountain pulled you into this." Fang Yi laughed and replied, "What's that? Haven't seen you for 3 years and you act like a stranger to me? I'm not a stranger to you either." Suddenly, Jialan also stepped up to Fang Yi. He turned to look at Jialan and extended his hand, showing his intention to shake hands with Fang Yi. "Thank you for your help," Fang Yi smiled. "Even if you shake hands with Jialan, it's a warm welcome." "No problem, just consider that I did it to save my friend." Jialan patted his chest and introduced himself, forgetting to say, "I'm Jialan, responsible for guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved Forbidden Zone 019, so I hope you can leave your contact info. I need to report honestly." Fang Yi happily agreed. "No problem." Wang Liang stood watching, thinking about how it felt to see the chief officer salute his childhood friend. Jialan glanced meaningfully. "Fang Yi, Your strength is even greater than many immortal practitioners, specially invited by the military. So, I really want to invite you to join the Ha Kingdom military. But an invitation from a chief officer just guarding a forbidden zone like me might not be qualified enough. Jia Lan seemed to hold Fang Yi in high regard. What was even more astonishing was that his realm was probably the third star of the Ghost Realm, but he had already reached, or rather surpassed, the level of a grandmaster of the spiritual creation realm. Fang Yi asked curiously, "Chief Jia Lan, do you mean you feel unworthy to invite me?" Jia Lan admitted, "Yes. I think there's nothing to deny or be ashamed of. This time we also followed orders from above, wanting to learn about you, not intending to drag you into this anomaly event. I think they will personally come to invite you." Fang Yi laughed heartily and said, "Not at all. Actually, I respect you all very much. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I had never witnessed soldiers fighting with my own eyes before. What did you say just now?" It stirred some feelings in me. Though I said that, inside Fang Yi probably cursed to his next life. "Jia Lan, thank you." Fang Yi placed his hand on his chest, sending heartfelt words. "So later, if there's any trouble, you can call me to help just like you all helped us. Ordinary people in peacetime obviously have one prerequisite. Do not interfere with my personal cultivation, and do not restrict me." Jia Lan stood watching in awe. Seeing there was nothing more to do, Fang Yi said goodbye to everyone. "It's getting late. I should take my leave." Jia Lan also said goodbye. "All right, Wang Liang and I still have to deal with the mutated dog's corpse. We'll send someone to take you back now." Fang Yi put both hands in his pockets and walked away under the gaze of many fans. Now I understand the role of the military. Fang Yi pictured the military area, troop deployment, and the military's role, stationed in dangerous areas with dense spiritual energy, partly so soldiers could cultivate in places rich in spiritual energy, ensuring the military's combat strength. On the other hand, they also created a boundary warning line, separating ordinary people from anomalies. Jia Lan said to Wang Liang, "Wang Liang, this friend of yours can no longer be described as simple. What happened today is just a very small part of his power. However, that was enough to show that we couldn't keep up with a celestial cultivator who could quickly reach this level. It indicates he possesses unprecedented senses. In him, chi flow, courage, and ability missing any one of the three is unacceptable." As Jia Lan spoke, he imagined Fang Yi standing above countless people. Zhang Tian also snorted softly. "Chief Officer, if that's the case, can we really not improve his treatment any further? If you feel it's inappropriate to recruit him, then let me, his close little friend, go instead." Unexpectedly, Jia Lan turned and pressed Zhang Tian's head down, scolding him. "All right, kid, come with me to clean up the scene." He resignedly agreed. After the outstanding display, Fang Yi returned to continue cultivating his divine qi. Although this trip revealed his identity, he still hadn't shown any power beyond his lightning attribute. Fang Yi sat in meditation, the aura around him radiating great might. He thought to himself, and judging by their attitude, this might not necessarily be bad. He recalled the moment the soldiers marveled at his lightning aura. Fang Yi didn't think the lightning attribute he held was so rare, and many coveted it because it easily counters the cruel darkness attribute. At least now I know this lightning attribute is extremely rare, almost unique, and it suppresses the dark attribute, making it something the army desperately desires. Fang Yi sighed. "Now I understand that those who know me want to recruit me. They won't threaten or suppress me. Instead, they'll give me a voice, the fastest path to strength, and the most advanced information channels. Also, I now clearly understand the functional distinction between the army and the Spirit Chi Association." He pictured two typical people from these different organizations he had encountered. The army is like the silent guardian, the sword in the shadows, the nation's steadfast shield, striving to ensure the current peaceful life of its citizens. The government, on one hand, uses restricted zones to protect civilians, and on the other, emits signals indicating Spirit Chi is about to recover. Two fronts advancing together, and Fang Yi thought about the city's rhythm of life. The city is under concentrated protection. The government uses restricted zones to shield civilians while sending out signals that Spirit Chi is about to restore. These dual efforts buy civilians more time, so they aren't immediately overwhelmed by anomalies that would destroy their homes from the start. Wandering afar, golden energy sources gathered in Fang Yi's abdomen. Fang Yi clasped his hands to catch the energy orb forming before his chest. Indeed, the restricted zone was filled with Spirit Chi. Taming wild power hadn't made me feel close to breaking through, but just spending a moment in the restricted zone made me feel Spirit Chi flooding my body. Fang Yi's body glowed brightly, lightning clusters crackling fiercely around him. This was a sign of an imminent breakthrough. At that moment, Lin Yi, Fang Yi's cousin, was walking down the street carrying a bag. Perhaps she was coming to find him. She wondered if her cousin had returned yet. If not, she could test whether, My cooking skills have improved? Lin Yiyi suddenly gasped as she looked toward Fang Yi, who was channeling a surging wave of energy. Sensing something unusual, Lin Yiyi had a premonition of impending danger. She widened her eyes, clearly seeing a terrifying aura. Was this the wave of energy caused by advancing to the ghost realm? No, that's not right. This terrifying aura, the sky itself, was connecting with this monstrous energy, Lin Yiyi thought. Could someone be about to break through to the creation spirit realm? The aura began to move and transform. A golden lightning cluster. Lin Yiyi panicked. It's moving! Wait, this isn't the ghost realm. This immense power was lightning clusters linked together, forming a hand pointing straight up to the sky. Lin Yiyi was confused. A creation spirit realm cultivator? That powerful? Right beside me? She stood in awe, sweating profusely, then turned toward the army area, where warning devices were emitting a low alarm. Warning, warning. Abnormal index has reached 99. Abnormal index has reached 99. The Spirit Force magnetic field fluctuation was located about 5 kilometers southeast of the city. All the soldiers were anxious. Han Li gave orders. What's going on? Everyone, urgently move into the target area. Su Qingying thought anxiously. Such a powerful anomaly. Why hadn't it been detected until now? This index is enough to destroy an entire city. At the target area, soldiers observing the model saw a strange lightning cluster in the city center. They exchanged thoughts. Has a creation spirit realm cultivator just appeared? In other words, this place is about to face a catastrophic disaster, or maybe both are true. Han Li was very worried. He wanted to gather all resources immediately to respond, ordering headquarters to send reinforcements, excluding large-scale destructive weapons, but all advanced equipment and resources. A soldier rushed in to report to Major Han Li. Major Han announced the alarm had been lifted. The anomaly was eliminated. It was a 10th-level celestial cultivator. Fang Yi stopped channeling qi and exhaled in relief, having reached the creation spirit realm first star. He rubbed his head and neck, feeling no fatigue or obstacles. This game was too easy. I didn't expect the breakthrough to be so smooth. Besides feeling lighter, there didn't seem to be much difference. Fang Yi checked his phone and saw a message from Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian, Wang Liang, the hero from Liangshan, sent a picture of the university sports ground. The hero from Liangshan sent a shocking message. A massive fire broke out at Tantan University's sports ground for unknown reasons. Hey guys, check this out quickly. Internal sources have confirmed this is an anomaly originating from the pollution area. Moreover, this is already the second time, Fang Yi replied, referring to the previous abnormal high-temperature incident at the North Gate. This time, it turned into a fire on the school grounds. What? The hero from Liangshan messaged again. So you already know about this. I heard that a celestial cultivator once purified the polluted area of Tantan University, but somehow the anomaly has reappeared. Don't tell me you think I told you this, he replied. I understand. I'll go find your leader right away. This hero from Liangshan. The hero warned, brother, I have to remind you, your power is too great. Even my superiors say it's uncontrollable. I can't protect you anymore. From now on, be extremely careful when you go out. Fang Yi paused for about 2 seconds to think. Fang Yi thought, Wang Liang is right. This is also why I've always been cautious around the military and the Spiritual Energy Association. Being too flashy doesn't always bring good things. That's also why I always keep the strength of the Yang Flame attribute and the Red Fire Dao technique in reserve. Fang Yi messaged Wang Liang back. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I still have my trump card. At that moment, Lin Yiyi also arrived. The girl said, I'm back. Lin Yiyi brought food. Have you eaten yet, Fang Yi? She asked her cousin. Have you eaten? I brought food for you, Fang Yi coldly replied, still gripping his phone tightly like today's youth. Just leave it there. I'll eat later. Lin Yiyi looked at her cousin Fang Yi with disappointment. The two of them, Lin Yiyi's cousin, glanced at Fang Yi, still addicted to scrolling social media, her mind full of dissatisfaction. My cousin is a good person, no bad habits at all. The only problem is laziness, just likes to lie around at home, doesn't even bother going to college, every day just clings to his phone, although later it won't matter whether he studies or not. But cultivators like us are busy running everywhere, searching for heavenly opportunities, and have to pretend to hide our identities from ordinary people. Yet my cousin's life is so carefree and worry-free. Fang Yi held his phone, one hand tired, switched to holding it with both hands to enjoy it fully. Lin Yiyi stood watching, bored. The more she thought, the more annoyed she got. Lin Yiyi flopped onto the bed, lounging, but still very worried about Fang Yi. In the same area, a venerable cultivator even created a terrifying spiritual realm. The cultivators have noticed this disturbance. It will surely spread soon. Forget it. By then I'll protect my cousin. Consider it a repayment for letting me stay here. Thought he was playing video games, but it turns out Fang Yi was watching a house fire. No, actually some attribute. A flame. He thought first it was high temperature. This time it's a fire. Could it be the yang attribute? From the image, the flames spread very fast and fiercely. In the footage, the fire was already engulfing everything there. Fang Yi was curious to investigate and wanted to invite a newly met friend along for company. The video was too short, abruptly stopped. It looked even more serious than the situation at the North Gate before. Not sure what difference the yang attribute will make this time. If I want to go myself, I have to contact her first. The next day, Tan University. At the university gate, soldiers stood guard, and several content creators swarmed around filming. I heard the university caught fire. Is that true? Any casualties? Why is there no news about such a big incident? The issue concerned student safety and flammable materials on campus. At that moment, two people approached. It turned out they were none other than Ke Lam and Fang Yi. The soldiers waved them through the gate. The curious crowd asked, "Who are these two? They look so impressive." The annoyed crowd complained, "We're kept outside. Why did they get in right away?" Fang Yi and Ke Lam looked inside. Both looked extremely cool. Ke Lam looked at the flames and said, "It's burning this badly. Is this the heavenly fire?" Fang Yi heard the unfamiliar term and asked, "Heavenly fire?" She replied, "It's the government's name for it." The forest was burning fiercely. Helicopters hovered overhead. Ke Lam explained, "There was no warning. The fire erupted suddenly, impossible to extinguish. All you can do is wait for it to consume everything at once. Isn't that fitting?" Ke Lam said to Fang Yi, "I'm going to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come along?" He replied, "You go, I'll stay here." She said, "All right, be careful. We'll meet again later." Fang Yi stayed behind, looking thoughtful. He began to feel the ground with his hands. The burnt land was cold. Could it be there's no trace of heavenly fire spiritual energy left? Then, of course, it can't be collected. Looks like I thought too simply. Suddenly, someone called Fang Yi's name in a familiar voice. "Fang Yi?" Fang Yi turned around. "Who is it?" Unexpectedly, it was his ex-girlfriend. He called out her name, Chu Qingli. Chu Qingli recognized him as someone she once loved. She asked if it was really him. "Why are you here?" Qingli's friend heard her call the name, shocked. "Fang Yi? Is that the ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only got into community college?" Chu Qingli nodded. "Yeah. I thought Fang Yi was still hung up, so he came looking for Chu Qingli, but Chu Qingli's friend teased him." She quickly laughed. "Buddy, I know you might still have some lingering feelings for Qingli, but the reality is crystal clear now. Just let it go." Fang Yi acted indifferent. Lingering feelings? Her? Did the other students nearby also mock Fang Yi? Isn't that Chu Qingli? Why is there a guy with her? No idea. Probably just some poor suitor trying to woo the school beauty Chu. Never seen him before. Not from our school, right? What's with the school security? Didn't they say they increased surveillance? How can outsiders just walk in like that? I hate these freeloaders. Chu Qingli's friend stepped forward to scold Fang Yi. "Chu Qingli is the school's queen bee now. I advise you to think twice. Do you know how many outstanding guys are chasing after Qingli? You don't stand a chance. Just turn back. This isn't a place for you. Oh, and by the way, the school is on lockdown. How did you even get in? If you don't explain, I'll call the cops." Chu Qingli was still playing hard to get, thinking Fang Yi came because he missed her. Didn't he say before that breaking up wouldn't cause regrets? So why come here now? Actions don't match words. Then Jia Lan came back and called Fang Yi over, asking, "Fang Yi, is this your friend?" Fang Yi didn't want to dwell on the past, so he just mumbled an answer. High school classmates aren't necessarily close friends. She stared at Chu Qingli as she answered him. So they were just classmates. Jia Lan smiled confidently with a radiant aura. Chu Qingli and her friends saw Jia Lan's impressive demeanor and were equally intimidated. Such a strong presence. Who is this woman? How does she know Fang Yi? Jia Lan spoke to Fang Yi. "I just talked with the principal. The fire incidents are more serious than we thought. It's hard to explain everything right now. The principal will take us to the initial outbreak point. Since your status here is as a military advisor invited by the army, you have to come along." Fang Yi agreed without issue. Everyone dispersed while the gymnasium was cordoned off. No one allowed near. A mysterious man appeared, walking with a long cane toward the school. Chu Qingli immediately recognized him as the principal. The principal approached the crowd, looking very dignified and professional. Chu Qingli was surprised. The principal was usually so busy no one ever saw him. Rumor had it even the vice principal rarely met him, and some said no one had ever seen him smile. Was he here because of this woman and Fang Yi? Chu Qingli's friend sneered, saying, "The principal shows up? Is he here to catch these two intruders?" Meanwhile, Chu Qingli thought this was more complicated than it seemed. The principal stepped in front of Fang Yi and Jia Lan. He shook Fang Yi's hand warmly. "Hello, you must be the Fang advisor the army captain introduced, right? Lately, I've been overwhelmed by the strange incidents at school. Worried students might get hurt in the fires. It's great that you can come help." The principal even bowed slightly, pleading with Fang Yi. "We need your help with the gym situation." Security formed a line to push the crowd back. Everyone unrelated had to step away. No more crowding. "Back up. Everyone back up." The crowd grew uneasy. Did I see that right? The elderly principal treating that young guy like that? He must have some special status to get into our school like that. Look at his demeanor and how he's treated. Chu Qingli stood frozen, surprised her ex was so fierce now. The crowd shifted opinions. Who said he was just a suitor or Chu Qingli's ex? How could that be? Even if you chase someone backwards, it doesn't mean you'll win them over. Chu Qingli was stunned. Everyone praised Fang Yi endlessly. Chu Qingli felt embarrassed, not realizing it sooner. Throughout it all, this young man never even glanced at Chu Qingli, the school beauty of the North Campus at Qingcheng University. The principal led Fang Yi and Jialan into the scene, accompanied by military guards protecting the school. As they walked, he narrated the events. After the golden light at the north gate of the academy faded, I thought the situation was almost over. Then a few nights ago, the stadium suddenly caught fire, and even the fire trucks couldn't put it out. Luckily, no students were there at night, and we managed to lock down the scene in time. The principal continued recounting what happened at the stadium. The fire blazed fiercely, but then the second and third stadiums caught fire too. One stadium fire we could explain, but the continuous strange phenomena I saw, flames falling from the sky, a red fire hovering mysteriously in mid-air for no clear reason. The principal, Jia Lan, and Fang Yi stopped to observe. He said luckily the fires at the other stadiums were extinguished, except this one. Fang Yi smelled the strong scent of smoke. Fang Yi looked up at the burning basketball hoop and asked the principal if this was the fire's origin. He confirmed it was, saying only this fire couldn't be put out. Jialan's abnormal spiritual energy detector suddenly alarmed, showing the number 11. Fang Yi turned to look and asked, "What is this?" Jialan explained. "You can think of it as a basic device for detecting abnormal spiritual energy. The threshold is too high. The area must be sealed off from ordinary people. The lives of ordinary people are extremely fragile. An anomaly of 1 in 10 for them means a disaster almost impossible to escape." The spiritual power reading on the detector suddenly surged to 60. Chu Qingli was startled. That high? Chu Qingli panicked. This is bad. The threshold is too high. If left unchecked, not only Qingcheng University but the entire city could be affected. We must immediately deploy 3 generals from the 3 Stars Demon Division and 7 generals from the 2 Stars Demon Division to form a defensive formation. They must be the ones with the purest spiritual power and the most stable realms. Without further ado, Fang Yi flew over the barrier. The principal called after Advisor Fang. A sign forbidding entry was posted on the fence. Fang Yi was unflinching, rushing straight toward the fire. The spiritual power reading on the detector continued to rise to 110. Chu Qingli was extremely worried. It's rising again? This threshold of 110 could already be classified as an S-rank anomaly. He's gone inside. What next? Chu Qingli feared as Fang Yi plunged headfirst into danger. How dare he risk going in alone? Even the strongest warlord in the restricted zone now? Among the crowd, Fang Yi's figure gradually appeared. He stood proudly. Fang Yi stepped forward. Last time, the Yang attribute helped me resist lightning. This celestial fire should naturally be stoppable too. But while protecting myself, I can't touch the primal flames. Nor can I activate my cultivation technique's power. Fang Yi approached the core of the fire. The primal flame manifested as a monster resembling a fire dragon with eyes and fangs. He calculated this and had to get as close as possible to the primal flame. Then the fire monster opened its mouth wide and lunged. Its fiery fangs were sharp and hot enough to melt any living thing on contact. Meanwhile, Fang Yi just extended his hand. A slight aura of energy radiated around him. Fang Yi shouted, "Golden Yang protection!" The monster was rushing toward him. The shockwave from Fang Yi's hand blocked the monster, but it still tried to charge him. Sparks from the fire dragon flew toward Fang Yi. He maintained his defensive stance. One hand can do it all. Detected extremely strong celestial fire attribute fluctuation. Fang Yi laughed heartily. As expected of celestial fire. Capricious and more powerful than the wild strength of death, but I will definitely absorb you. Activating ultimate calculation ability, compilation successful. Fang Yi grinned. You have acquired the cultivation technique attribute Dragon Celestial Fire Sealing Art, 9 Dragon Celestial Fire to eliminate evil and demons, sealing all evil spirits. Fang Yi raised his hand to the sky. The fire dragon coiled around him and then flew up. The cultivation technique you compiled is unlocked without needing to learn. The fire dragon split into many heads and lunged at Fang Yi in a strange state. Extracting attributes, it had acquired the celestial fire attribute. Fang Yi closed his eyes and chanted, then clasped his hands and shouted, 9 Dragons Celestial Fire Sealing Art. Suddenly, red chains sprouted behind Fang Yi, wrapping around the dragon's neck. Chu Qingli, watching, realized this was a sealing aura. I've seen high-level immortal cultivators in the military seal restricted zones before. Their technique differs from Fang Yi's, but the sealing aura is very similar. Fang Yi ordered the chains to coil tightly around the monster. The chains wrapped tightly around the monster, successfully sealing it. After successfully restraining the fire dragon, Fang Yi held it firmly in his hands. He once released it toward the basketball hoop. Fang Yi told the principal, "I will temporarily seal the celestial fire here. Do not lift the stadium's seal for now. No repairs, and no one is allowed near. This way, at least the celestial fire won't continue to spread." The principal happily said, "Rest assured, the stadium won't be unsealed. After all, the school has more than one stadium." Chu Qingli stood silently observing. Fang Yi said that Qingbei is truly generous. There are 7 or 8 stadiums. The principal smiled and replied, "Advisor, you're quite funny if you have needs." Chu Qingli suddenly interrupted. "Principal, I have some matters to discuss with Advisor Fang." The principal scratched his head and replied, no problem, please come." Fang Yi asked confusedly, "What's going on?" Chu Qingli told Fang Yi, "You're really hiding it well." Fang Yi still pretended to be modest. "Just normal. This celestial fire is very powerful, quite hard to deal with." Chu Qingli got straight to the point. "Stop pretending to be dumb. You know I'm talking about you hiding your talent and realm." Chu Qingli continued, "Well, it's normal for an immortal cultivator to have secrets, especially those as strong as you." Fang Yi, "Although I don't have the right to ask you to do anything, I hope you listen to what I'm about to say." At that time, the streets were devastated. The crucial moment of a great transformation in heaven and earth. The Xia Kingdom desperately needs top-tier talents like you. Let me put it this way. When spiritual energy fully recovers, then you will be equivalent to the current nuclear power of the people. Chu Qingli thought of the forces eyeing Fang Yi's talent. She warned, "So whether it's military restricted zones or spiritual energy associations, they all compete fiercely to get you, even not ruling out the possibility that high-level forces from other countries will come to recruit you, offering generous conditions." Chu Qingli mentioned wanting to recruit Fang Yi. "Of course, I won't deny I have my own considerations. If you can join the military, for our restricted zone, it would be like gaining a friend, an additional path. So I suggest you start thinking now, so when the time comes, you won't hesitate anymore." Fang Yi asked again, "I'm really curious about something. Why do you and Wang Liang both not want to pull me into your restricted zone, even feeling I'm unworthy?" Jia Lan talked about those ruling the restricted military zone. Naturally, because of that legendary restricted zone, they are so formidable it borders on twisted, so I thought you'd be more interested in them. Fang Yi showed interest. "How strong are they?" Jia Lan analyzed. "Of course they're strong, but I haven't met them much. I heard they've been very busy lately. The top military forces of Xia Kingdom have been so busy recently that officers in other military zones have caught wind of it." After saying that, Jia Lan reminded Fang Yi about the principal inviting us to a meal. "Enough talk, let's go." The principal said he wanted to invite us to eat at the Qingcheng University cafeteria. It seems they are also facing some serious troubles. Jia Lan pictured a city at war with many immortal cultivators fighting. This indicates some extremely terrifying abnormalities have appeared. Their power far exceeds that of current immortal cultivators. Fang Yi listened and grew concerned. Hearing Jia Lan's tone, these immortal cultivators definitely have spirit-creating realms like us, maybe even stronger. The day of spiritual energy restoration is truly near. It feels like our preparations are still insufficient. Fang Yi began calculating strategies, looking for ways to utilize the fire attribute. How should I maximize the heavenly fire attribute I just gathered at the stadium? Heavenly fire spreads chaotically, burning everything indiscriminately. Wherever it passes, nothing remains, like an endless wild flame, perfect for dealing with those endlessly multiplying abnormalities over a wide area. Fang Yi had a bright idea. "Got it. Doesn't this fit 100% with my red fire sword technique? Adding the demon attribute is like embroidery on brocade, the more, the better." He imagined the ultimate form of Vipro, fully utilizing the attributes he possessed. Behind the mountain, Fang Yi appeared. This is Fang Yi, holding a sword, entering the remote forest behind the mountain. He saw a sign saying, "This mountain is dangerous, please do not climb." Fang Yi wondered why no abnormalities appeared on the mountain, yet it was sealed off. However, military news probably hasn't arrived that fast. Knowing I would train and test behind the mountain, only the Spirit Energy Association would know my habits. Fang Yi pictured Su Qingying holding the sign. He wondered if this land was given to me for testing. If so, then respect is less important than obedience. Suddenly, Fang Yi sensed a strange aura. Wait, are there also rogue mutants sneaking behind this mountain? This aura was exactly like the one encountered at the factory before, but less dense. On a branch behind Fang Yi, something strange was there. It turned out to be a strange creature resembling a monkey, swinging and watching him. Fang Yi raised his weapon, saying it had consciousness, considering the enemy's strength to decide whether to attack. If so, let's take a closer look. Heavenly Fire, also called Supreme Flame, has a strong light attribute, specialized in exterminating evil. Do you want to attach the Heavenly Fire attribute to the sword slash? Choose yes or no. Fang Yi ran 2 fingers along the sword and said, "Yes." Flames engulfed his weapon. Heavenly fire blazed, eternal and unextinguishable. A fire sword was formed. This immortal heavenly fire combined with my red fire sword technique, what effect will it ultimately create? He glanced back at the strange monkey. The monkey opened its mouth in shock. Fang Yi coldly swung the red fire sword down, creating a dragon-shaped fiery sword aura flying forward. He said, "I'll use you to test the sword." The monkey was hit and cried out harshly. Fang Yi was pleased. Good. The energy of this flame is higher than the original red fire sword technique by 1 time. No, even 2 times. Moreover, this energy has no effect on me. Suddenly, he felt a chilling cold at his fingertips. Then let's chase that rogue mutant and see what happens. Also in that forest, a streamer was live broadcasting. "Everyone, I'm really not a fraud. Do you understand what it's like to be super lucky since childhood?" A lively girl was live streaming. She said, "Although this is my first day streaming, the content just finds me." User 123456 commented, "Fishing? Urban legend spicy comment. Stop bragging. If you're capable, go straight to the north gate of Chingcheng University and record that high temperature. I'll give a safe. Other stuff is boring." Professional 5,000-year fake buster commented, "Is the upstairs using 2G? The hottest thing now is heavenly fire at Chingcheng University Stadium. All videos have been taken down. Definitely not fake. Looks scary. If the streamer can capture heavenly fire, I'll plant banana trees and eat less." Suddenly, the monkey appeared from nowhere, pinned the streamer down, and her phone fell, cracked but still recording her. The phone continued, live streaming the evil monkey choking the streamer. Urban legend spicy commented, "What's wrong with her? Did she meet a ghost?" 5,000-year fake buster commented, "Damn, this acting is getting too sudden, fake effects." No, she's being choked, lying helpless, tears streaming. That monkey is still choking the poor streamer. Suddenly, Fang Yi's fire aura flew toward the monkey. The monkey fled. The live stream chat was lively. "Oh wow, what is this?" Fire Dragon Peak, top-tier effects, 13,540 viewers. Many were watching the fire aura hit the monster monkey. The streamer asked him and hurriedly grabbed the phone to record this moment. Fire Dragon Peak, the ultimate effect, 13,540 viewers. Many people were watching the live stream of the fiery attack hitting the monkey monster. The streamer asked him, and the streamer hurriedly grabbed the phone to capture this moment. The fire crackled and roared. "I've got the footage. Someone is standing in the flames." The photo captured Fang Yi inside the fire. She shouted, "It must be a celestial being. A celestial being is saving people." Fang Yi's image quickly spread across social media. A sword of heavenly fire slashes through the sky, a celestial being descending to save the world. The heavenly fire is nothing to fear. The mysterious man wielding a heavenly fire sword, a king reigning over the flames, creating a bed of fire. 1,359 views, 6,254 heat points topping the charts. And so, Jialan's friend using a computer caught this news. She told Jialan, "You better check it out. That celestial being really exists. Heavenly fire is real too." Jialan crossed her arms, uninterested. Don't believe that stuff. Online things are all staged with effects. But glancing at it, Jialan was surprised because the figure in the photo looked exactly like her ex, Fang Yi. This is her friend. What do you think? What I'm saying is true. It's crazy. Jialan believed this video was definitely fake, all special effects. No way. This absolutely isn't him, just a similar silhouette. If it really was him, he would have been burned to ashes by now. If it's true, could he be taking this chance to get revenge on me? Damn it, I will never bow down. Turning to number 81, who was also watching the news, she said to Lin Yi, "Does this person look familiar? He looks just like the celestial practitioner who saved us from the vines earlier." The girl replied, "I think so too. Also, I recently heard a great deity broke through to the spiritual realm near my home. Could these two be the same person?" Xiao Na was also watching, turning to old Li. "Do you think he's Fang? He seems much stronger now." He was surprised. "Wow, that sword stance is exactly the same. We really did latch onto a big shot before." Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, a meeting was underway. The city's crisis was approaching, but our celestial practitioners were not strong enough to respond. The chairman said to Su Qingying, "I heard the military had a deep exchange with Fang Yi. Xiao Su, you present it. I believe he will help us." Jialan spoke about Fang Yi, who had leveled up to the spiritual realm in a short time. What kind of monster is this? Even the abnormal beings tremble when they see him. Moreover, how many advanced attributes does he have exactly? Han Li was analyzing computer data, 3 or more. With such strong potential, our power is like a joke. Recruiting him is the only way. Jialan said, "You mean the higher-ups have decided to go themselves?" Han Li replied, "It's decided, but it seems the top brass aren't ready to lower their status to contact Fang Yi. After all, the top celestial practitioners used to be in the military." Han Li offered full support, facilitating Fang Yi's development, seeing what he lacked, new weapons and equipment being researched, and information about suitable training locations. All these could be given to him. Also, this live video and previously posted videos must be handled. Su Qingying was worried. All the spiritual energy of the Xia Kingdom was focused on him now. Jia Lan smiled quietly. This kid really makes people look forward to what he'll do next. At the Jilan hospital, she was talking to her teacher who was unconscious. Teacher, it seems Xia Kingdom has new hope. Someone this capable has appeared. The chance for you to wake up has increased a bit. The next day, at Fang Yi's home, Fang Yi was eating breakfast while thinking about what happened yesterday. Yesterday's rumors were wild. Who would have thought a nobody would sneak into the mountain to live stream? To gain fame, they really took a big risk. He ate a piece of bread, thinking, but now the video is nowhere to be found online. The live stream room was locked, probably handled by the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. Fang Yi suddenly realized his cousin hadn't come home. Wait, Lin Yi hadn't come home all night, nor had she messaged him. What's going on? Even if she was on a mission. Fang Yi picked up the phone to call Lin Yi. Why do I feel something's wrong? She wouldn't be so unreliable, right? Hello, the number you dialed is currently out of service. Fang Yi was worried. This isn't good. I have to find her. In the forest, Lin Yi was stuck there with number 81. Number 81. How long have we been trapped here? Can you roughly calculate? About 10 hours. Can't remember exactly. Sorry for dragging you into this. Number 81 said. At first, I thought it was just a normal ghost image. Number 81 was injured. Lin Yi said, all right, stop apologizing. After all, it's because I'm not strong enough. Remember to always stay alert and conserve your strength. Lin Yi thought of the celestial practitioner whose superpowers she had witnessed. If only I could be like that great power. Suddenly, a monster attacked them from behind. Lin Yi noticed the attack and countered. Careful. Lin Yi released energy that blew off part of the monster. Number 81 saw the monster had many skulls. Were these people trapped and dead here? Lin Yi explained. Now they had become abnormal zombies. It's toying with us, trying to assimilate us too. Number 81 helplessly said, our attacks have no effect on these black bones, and our spiritual energy is depleting fast. Plus, we have no idea where that abnormal is. Number 81 realized the enemy's plan they were being slowly drained of energy. It's like it's waiting for us to completely drain our spiritual energy, truly treating us like prey to wear down. Here, it seems unbeatable. She was sweating with fear. Number 81 suddenly shouted, ouch! Both looked up to see a red eye staring at them from the sky. This strange entity gradually split, dividing into many monsters charging forward. Number 81 swung his hand, sending a gust of air to push the monsters away. Get lost, you damn things, Lin Y warned. That thing is starting to lose patience. Don't slip up. The girl sensed something preparing to attack from behind. Lin Y was surrounded by monsters. Was she about to die? Countless dark arms reached out to grab her. She helplessly let go, waiting for death. I no longer heard number 81's voice. It made sense. We had all been swallowed by darkness. In her final moments, Lin Y felt guilty for being reckless. Sorry, I shouldn't have acted on my own and been so overconfident, thinking that just the two of us could complete this mission. That's right, the path of cultivation is full of dangers. I once thought I might disappear in some unknown corner someday. Lin Y reached out, clutching the fragile thread of life slipping away. But what would the world become then? What role would the immortal cultivators hiding underground play now? The majestic waves after spiritual energy restored, perhaps I would never see them again. She closed her eyes, but tears kept flowing. Suddenly, a miracle happened. A blue lightning aura appeared. It was Fang Yi arriving, glowing with thunderlight. Fang Yi smiled. Almost too late. Lin Yi called out to her cousin. Fang Yi shattered the monster's body. Lightning bolts erupted, shaking the sky. The girl kept shouting, it's really my cousin. He saved me. Yet, he wasn't an ordinary person, and number 81 was lying unconscious on the ground. Lin Y noticed another monster attacking Fang Yi. Watch out, the abnormal's core is behind on the right. Fang Yi ignited a flame. Perfect timing. Let me see what heavenly fire can do against dark attributes. He wielded the scarlet flame blade, wearing a confident smile. Scarlet flame blade technique. Fang Yi slashed the monster, burning away the darkness. By then, number 81 had been revived by Lin Y. Yi, are we about to die? She panicked, seeing all the fire. What is this? What kind of sea of fire is this? Are we going to hell with the abnormal? Lin Y laughed to calm her. Stay calm, look carefully, we're still alive. Number 81 was still dazed. We're alive. Wait, it was Fang Yi stepping forward to talk to the two girls. It's over, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. The two girls and number 81 recognized Fang Yi as their old benefactor. Is it really you? Back in Yanghuo town, the place with the deadly vines, you saved us. Fang Yi scratched his neck. Was I that easy to recognize? Lin Yi was shocked and asked again. Wait, You mean the fire attribute powerhouse who saved us before is your cousin? Number 81 laughed. Oh my god, the super boss is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was pretty normal? Fang Yi scratched his head and laughed. Number 81 grabbed Lin Yai's shoulder, happily explaining, this is the benefactor who wiped out the entire wilderness with a single slash, causing the great uncle of the 3-star demon realm to collapse his defenses, and even caught Jialan's attention. Lin Wai couldn't believe it. Her cousin was that high-level fire attribute powerhouse, but just now, her cousin clearly used pure thunder attributes to eliminate the black-boned abnormal. A super genius dual attribute cultivator with thunder and fire aura far beyond my ability. Suddenly, she recalled the immortal cultivator's training near home. Wait, could the great god who broke through to the creation spirit realm in our sub-district be my cousin? Seeing the two girls analyze endlessly, Fang Yi just admitted it to end the discussion. All right, it's me. I also have something to ask you two. You know that this dark attribute abnormal can't be handled like normal abnormals, right? Why did only you two come? Where are your teammates? Number 81 explained. Ah, Wu Mao seems seriously ill. He always hid it from his family during missions, and now he's detained, so he obviously can't come. Great Uncle seems to have a tougher mission, and the others aren't always together. Lin Wai also admitted fault. Yeah, this time I underestimated the enemy, thinking that after breaking through to the 3-star demon realm, there'd be no problem. Fang Yi looked at this ragtag team and sighed, thinking these teammates all had their own thoughts. Looks like this team won't last much longer. Then you all can leave. I absolutely won't abandon my teammates. Number 81 had been upset with his teammates before, but now he stood up to protect their honor in front of outsiders. Truly a man who values loyalty. And since my cousin is smart, he probably sensed it early on. Fang Yi suggested to Lin Wai, actually, if you and your friend already know my identity and I trust you both, why don't we form a team? But this must stay secret. Number 81 was very pleased hearing this. Really, boss? That's great. Great, my lips are sealed. Oh, I really benefited from him, Lin Wai finally realized. Yes, a strong immortal cultivator like her cousin must have recognized her as one too and quietly protected her. She was touched on this lonely path of cultivation. Having a trustworthy relative wholeheartedly helping and accompanying her was such a blessing. Lin Wai smiled at her cousin Fang Yi, holding up 2 fingers and said, All right, thank you, cousin. Tonight I'll fry you up 2 eggs. Suddenly, Lin Yai's phone buzzed. She opened it and saw a message. Jialan had just issued a new mission. Jialan announced a mission in the Extreme Yin land, advancing into the Extreme Yin region, with task artifacts related to the dark attribute. The girl opened it and saw a message. Sister Jialan had just issued a new mission. Jialan announced a mission for the Extreme Yin land, advancing into the Extreme Yin territory, with the mission's magical artifact related to the dark attribute. Think carefully before signing up. Fang Yi pondered. Could it be part of the dark system? Do you know about this cursed land? Lin Yi recounted. Well, the cursed land lies on the border within the dark system, strictly forbidden by Ha Nation. Because inside the dark system is extremely powerful, operatives avoid this area and take detours during missions. It's an image of a dark land reserved for darkness. Moreover, most of the current abnormalities in the city have emerged from that area. The authorities have never thoroughly explored this forbidden zone. Rumor has it that serious accidents have occurred inside. Fang Yi asked Lin Yi to inquire carefully about the specific tasks to be done. Is that so? Then we have to give it a try. Ask about the exact mission details. Did she reply? But number 81 said no. Old Jialan is very mysterious, never saying more than a few words. Fang Yi sensed something unusual. The cursed land is within the forbidden zone strictly managed by Ha Nation, and many casualties have happened there. Yet Jialan can still assign missions related to the cursed land to the operatives. She's not some reckless troublemaker daring to defy the government. Her identity must be unusual. Or perhaps she is a high-ranking official in the military or council. I lean more toward the latter. Number 81, Jialan. I want to sign up. What exactly do we have to do? The chat box between Lin Yi and Jialan appeared. Jialan. This mission is to collect rotten flowers. A quick reminder, the rewards this time are more abundant than usual. But all dangers in the cursed land belong to the dark system. Among them, the level of abnormality danger is higher than anything encountered before. Therefore, everyone must form a team before registering. Number 81. Surprised that Jialan changed her texting style. Oh my god, what's going on? Why is Jialan answering so thoroughly? Jialan, this mission might involve S-rank abnormalities. The mortality rate is very high. Everyone should think carefully before acting. If there are strong and trustworthy operatives to form a team, then registering later is not too late. Jialan is walking inside the base, so just wait and see if that person agrees. Fang Yi laughed after reading the message. Huh? If there are strong and trustworthy operatives, that's way too straightforward. The only thing missing is, I know you. I know operatives like you will be interested. You'll dare to come, Fang Yi told Lin Yi and the others. Looks like this is aimed at him. The cursed land, with its gloomy image. Fang Yi was excited. Interesting indeed. This cursed land. I really want to take a trip there. Suddenly, a letter from Jiang Lu to Jialan appeared. This hidden mission is S rank, with a very high mortality rate. Everyone should think carefully before acting. If there are strong and trustworthy operatives to form a team, registering later is not too late. Old Jialan, our team has 3 people. Elsewhere, a secretary spoke up. Jialan, their squad is on this side. She calmly walked on. It's okay. If he is an operative worthy of Ha Nation's trust, he will come. The secretary's worry showed on her face, but if he doesn't come, won't this batch of operatives be? Jialan still calmly said, if he doesn't come, it means fate hasn't arrived yet. Holding a flower, her voice was slightly cold. Do you think the rotten flower collection mission is deliberately sending strong operatives to their deaths? The secretary hesitated to explain. Jialan, before we could finish, Jialan cut in. Undertaking a deadly mission like picking rotten flowers, its core purpose is completely opposite to its appearance. Jialan continued. This is the inevitable path to accumulate power for Ha Nation. Only by collecting rotten flowers can we save more operatives. Whether they are the core force of Ha Nation's future or the top frontline fighters, their fate after falling is uncertain. After speaking, she and her group stood before the sickbed. Jialan held her master's hand. Determined, no matter what, we must collect more rotten flowers. Seeing him lying on the sickbed, not knowing when he would wake, she looked on with deep sorrow. Master, as the only operative of Ha Nation to reach the Diamond Realm, you must be healed and awakened with rotten flowers. The existence of a Diamond Realm powerhouse after spiritual energy recovers is as valuable as today's nuclear weapons. That is our greatest support in negotiations with other nations before and after spiritual energy recovery. Therefore, even if it costs a few Gia lands, a few squads, or even more operatives, it is all worth it. But the secretary suddenly spoke with worry. The mission is important, but your health is just as important. Jialan couldn't hold back her emotions and said, My health is important? Then she shouted angrily, Yes, it really is important, because my life is carried back by my teammates. Suddenly realizing she had spoken out of turn, her face twitched with regret. A soft sigh escaped. Jialan's voice grew heavy. Sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you all. The secretary immediately panicked. Jialan, it's my fault. Has your headache relapsed? Jialan looked up, her gaze distant, her voice tired and low. It's okay. It's not time for medicine yet. I just want to stop. It's all in the past now. Suddenly, images of the past flashed through Jialan's mind, dust swirling, explosions echoing in the night. A severely wounded soldier screamed, Sword-wielding squad, please retreat immediately. Nearby, someone, blood spreading on the ground from wounds, struggled to crawl toward Jialan. The trembling voice betting on the dark zone truly is an astonishing place. Jialan, the mission to pick the rotten flowers, only you can handle it. For the master, for the Xia kingdom, for everyone. Jialan clenched her fist tightly, tears streaming down. She screamed in despair, No, I won't go, Captain. His voice choked amid the rain and smoke. Then a blue light flared up, transferring from the captain to Jialan. This is our attribute. Hopefully you can make use of it. You must survive and return. Jialan couldn't hold back her own agony. They transferred spiritual energy to me. She looked at her hands and kept thinking, but she didn't know if being tainted by blood or failing to pick all the flowers would render the rotten flowers useless. Scene shifts to another place. About 45 minutes later, number 81 tiredly complained, still having to travel several more miles. Suddenly her mind raced and she suggested, Hey, listen, Big Boss Yi, everyone is strong already. Can we fly a bit? Lin Yi turned to answer, saying that when spiritual energy is not abundant enough for the human body to fly freely, even the immortal cultivators can't do it. At this moment, Fang Yi cast a distant gaze. Ahead was the extreme dark zone, right? Then all 3 headed forward. Fang Yi was deep in thought, covered by the dark attribute. Despite layers of barriers, they could still sense that unpleasant smell. Even with layers of obstacles blocking, they could still feel that disgusting odor. Number 81 hurriedly hugged herself, her face betraying fear. This terrible stench was 100 times scarier than the abnormal creatures we faced last night, not just 1,000 times. Lin Yi was also full of worry, but tried to reassure and stay calm. It's here already. Then Fang Yi spoke. Not bad. Look ahead. Surprisingly, quite a few immortal cultivators have come here too. Lin Yi examined the area and said, That's right. I think it's not just because of the so-called generous rewards, but also like what number 81 and I experienced. The dark attribute is very hard to deal with, bloodthirsty and hostile to humans. But now, in the city, there have been multiple unusual riots caused by the dark attribute. The image of bloodthirsty monsters appearing scares anyone who thinks about it. Fang Yi agreed with Lin Yi. That's right. I have faced abnormal dark attribute creatures head-on. Then he told of battles with them. One was a mutated rabbit, but instead of a wild rabbit, it resembled a large rodent more. As he spoke, Fang Yi's face darkened. There was also a large snake lurking in the factory at night. They had higher intelligence than the mutated rabbit just mentioned. They could cooperate to set traps that nearly wiped out the Spiritual Energy Association's members. Most importantly, as Lin Yi said, these abnormalities are extremely cunning. They seem to deliberately avoid the city border army's defenses. Fang Yi fell silent when mentioning the actual situation. Although he didn't know how they did it, abnormalities have been appearing more frequently in the city. It has reached a point where it's almost impossible to stop them. The monsters destroying the city appeared vividly in his mind. Finally, Fang Yi told everyone, so we definitely have to make this trip. The three then proceeded forward. Su Qingying was shocked and didn't know what was happening, then panicked and screamed at the presence of many people around. What the hell? He's here too? And he brought a girl along. Little Qing next to her reminded, Big boss, big boss. Then Su Qingying clasped her hands, praying, Amitabha Buddha, great Buddha, please don't discover me. Don't discover me. Things didn't go as she wished. Fang Yi had noticed her. That other one is Captain Chu, right? Su Qingying turned around upon hearing her name, pretending not to know. Oh, it's you? You came to the extreme dark zone too? That's great. Fang Yi's information had long been synchronized with the army. Number 81 pointed at Su Qingying and questioned, Big shot. Who is this girl? Could she be Jia Lan's sister-in-law? Lin Yi panicked. Huh? Cousin? Su Qingying blushed and denied. Oh my god, huge misunderstanding. Fang Yi happily introduced, of course not. She's a helper for him, Captain Chu of the Spiritual Energy Association. Hearing this, her expression was emotionless as she said, Why do I feel even more annoyed? Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind, a bunch of kids bragging shamelessly. Old Dung and his gang confidently stepped forward. He said clearly, These immortal cultivators nowadays, the younger ones come after the older. No manners at all. If they don't greet elders, fine, but arguing loudly without regard to the place is unacceptable. This old man hopes that later in the extreme dark zone, you all can trust each other like that. Number 81's face was full of anger, loudly shouting, Look, my temper's flaring up again. Do you know who these people are? Fang Yi signaled number 81 to stop immediately. Still, number 81 stepped forward and mocked, Uncle, mind your own business. Later, who knows who will get scared to death. Old Deng was about to reply, but his gaze shifted elsewhere. He happily said, The car's here, let's go see. The door on the vehicle suddenly opened. The crowd buzzed as they recognized Jia Lan. Everyone was sure, it's really her. Jia Lan coldly stepped forward. Passing by the crowd, Fang Yi and number 81 praised. What exactly is her identity? Truly impressive. Fang Yi stood beside and added, Maybe she's the one opening the door for us. Jia Lan only shot a sharp glance back. She approached the gate ahead, then raised a strange stone in her hand. Without hesitation, Jia Lan used all her strength to open it. A powerful voice came from inside. You have arrived enough. The gate opened. Jia Lan reminded everyone before entering, Everyone can go in now, but especially to remind that the rotten flowers collected must be completely intact, absolutely no human bloodstains. If anyone does not meet the requirements, they cannot claim the reward. If everyone understands and there are no issues, you may start entering. Old Dung showed dissatisfaction after hearing Jia Lan's request. That girl, she refuses to go herself, but forces us to risk our lives instead, and there's no compensation after death. What kind of attitude is this? A member of the sabotage team whispered to Old Deng, worry clearly visible on his face. Old Dung, calm down. If we die, we can only be reported missing. If the government compensates your family a large sum without reason, wouldn't that prove they killed us? Old Deng did not respond. He was helpless at the words of the man beside him. After his remarks, Su Qingying also realized that the middle-aged man was probably like Fang Yi, a level 1 spirit creation. Among the silent people, there seemed to be some experts, but they had likely suppressed their spiritual aura, making judgment difficult. She continued, The others are also immortal walkers with solid cultivation at the 2-star and 3-star Ghost Realm levels. The strength of each team is roughly equal. Hearing Su Qingying's analysis, Fang Yi agreed with what she said. It seemed the mission was quite difficult. Unexpectedly, they found many elite immortal walker teams like this. He thought silently, was that person earlier also spirit creation? Fang Yi felt his spiritual energy level wasn't particularly high. At this moment, the secretary was reporting to Jia Lan. Sister Lan has completed the character statistics. In this extreme darkness area, there are 37 people at 2-star Ghost Realm, 12 at 3-star Ghost Realm, and 3 at 1-star Spirit Creation. The difficulty level of anomalies in this mission ranges from Grade B to Grade S. After hearing the Secretary's report, Jialan seemed satisfied. She instructed those who arrived first to the monitoring equipment. The preparations had all been completed, so they could rest assured. At this time, after everyone stepped through the gate, a chilling scene appeared before their eyes. A land with no signs of life, the sky densely covered with clouds, the ground cracked, stained with mud and ruins. Bare, withered trees, and a gloomy landscape lay ahead. Everyone stepped deeper inside. Fang Yi then turned to remind everyone, "Stay close. The darkness attribute here will dominate vision. If we don't stick together and act as one, we will soon get lost. It's very easy to lose direction here." Meanwhile, number 81 collapsed. Seeing the desolate and gloomy scene made her unable to endure, and she vomited repeatedly. "Ugh, sorry, I feel so nauseous. I can't hold it in." Seeing this, Su Qingying quickly helped number 81 up and comforted her. "It's okay. This is the smell of decaying corpses mixed with brain fluids. You're not the only one feeling nauseous. This is very normal." Su Qingying turned toward the men over there and forced a smile. "Look, the group ahead is at a similar level. They're vomiting too." Indeed, the darkness attribute naturally suppresses immortal walkers. She could explain it as a kind of pollution. Perhaps the anomaly existence in extreme darkness was extremely active. At this moment, Fang Yi was thinking, maybe the anomaly everyone knew was grade B. Similar to the ghost realm level of immortal walkers, the damage range caused can be controlled. Grade A anomalies are similar to spirit creation, violent spiritual energy, or common gathering places, like this extreme darkness area. Grade S anomalies are on par with or even above Diamond Realm, almost catastrophic level. However, it must be emphasized that darkness attribute anomalies in extreme darkness will be enhanced. An anomaly originally graded B here can be upgraded at least one level. At this moment, Lin Yi was surprised hearing Su Qingying's comfort earlier. "Is that so? This is the first time I've heard that. I understand now. What about Captain So? Are you all okay?" Number 81 also spoke up. "Yeah, you girls aren't affected by the pollution?" Hearing this, Su Qingying smiled confidently. "Aha, you're overthinking. My team and I often handle similar anomalies, so we're not afraid of rot. Moreover, recently we strictly required ourselves to upgrade from water attribute mutation to ice attribute. To explain further, Captain So had broken through to 3-star Ghost Realm, upgraded her ability from water system to ice system, proving her strength was very high, and she was proud of her progress." Hearing this, number 81 noticed their ranks were the same. She said, "Our ranks are the same, Captain So. I don't know if you feel the same, but as soon as I entered this dense fog, my spiritual energy started to decline. It's worse than the situation in the last mission." Su Qingying agreed and said, "Yes, many experts have died here before, including elite soldiers at 1-star spirit creation and above, so we must be extra careful." At this point, Fang Yi was also surprised, unable to believe it. "We have to move quickly. Hurry up. This mission is very important." Lin Yi also agreed. "Yes, we haven't seen anyone ahead for a while. Let's get closer. I'll talk less to save energy. Everyone focus your spiritual energy. Don't let this fog exploit any openings." At this moment, Fang Yi thought silently. After everyone had entered, it seemed that Fang Yi's body wasn't suffering from any serious discomfort. It appeared that the Yang attribute and the enhanced version of the Wrath attribute were effective in dispelling the Dark attribute. Or perhaps after he leveled up to the spirit creation realm, the effect of his spiritual power became stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Old Dang was extremely confident and showed no fear. He did not underestimate facing the anomalies. Old Dang launched slashes at the strange beasts and concluded, "In this extremely dark area, are these anomalies all there are?" He was more confident than ever. "The brothers, the 7 rotten flowers, would definitely be collected by us. Let's show that young group what true strength looks like." With Old Dang's confident demeanor, his teammates seemed to be swept up by it. "Big brother, well done, charge ahead and shift focus to Fang Yi's group." At that moment, suddenly Lin Yi coughed a few times, making number 81 worried. "Lin Yi, are you okay?" Given the situation, Fang Yi thought Lin Yi was still a child. He stepped forward and gently patted her back a few times. Lin Yi was stunned by Fang Yi's action and exclaimed, "Big cousin." Immediately, a yellow aura similar to Fang Yi's enveloped her body. Lin Yi raised her hand to feel it. What was this sensation? The nausea and the corrosive gloom had disappeared. She felt warm, like basking in winter sunlight. Everyone marveled. No wonder this is the power of the spirit creation realm. Lin Yi kept sensing changes in her body. The fire attribute was very warm, truly a rare high-level attribute. Since leveling up to the 3-star Ghost Realm, she had a deeper connection with the attribute. She looked down at her hand and continued, "My plant attribute specializes in absorbing the spiritual energy droplets from plants between heaven and earth. The water attribute transforming into the ice attribute of Captain 2 is also very rare." Fang Yi explained, "It's not the fire attribute but the Yang attribute. I haven't explained it clearly to you. The person handling fires at the North Gate and training ground at Qingcheng University is me, he enthusiastically continued. But these two anomalies are different. The Yang attribute and the Heavenly Fire attribute also have some differences. Su Qingying realized, you just admit that? So that means you now have 3 rare high-level attributes? Fang Yi smugly thought. Actually, I also have the wilderness attribute, but tall trees are easily knocked down by wind, so I keep it in reserve. So Fang Yi pretended to admit having 3 attributes. He hesitated and answered vaguely. He quickly changed the subject. Oh right, where's number 81? Hearing her name, number 81 came forward and awkwardly replied, I haven't broken through to the 3-star ghost realm yet. I can't clearly feel my attribute, but it's roughly following the path of the metal attribute. Big cousin, I promise once I'm out, I won't bother you anymore. I beg your Yang attribute to warm me up a bit. Fang Yi agreed to number 81's plea. He patted her back. All right, I'll warm you up for a day. He used his energy to warm her, but because he used too much energy, she was surprised and reacted strongly. Afterward, number 81 sighed. She was feeling the warmth. Xiao Qing saw everyone patting each other oddly and asked, what are you all patting each other for? After explaining the recent actions, Fang Yi proposed an idea. Captain 2 or your team should try it too, right? With Fang Yi's sincere suggestion, Su Qingying felt it could only help and said, feels not bad. Xiao Qing and teammates were very excited. What about Chen? What are you waiting for? Invite the big shot. The 3 people being warmed by Fang Yi suddenly noticed an anomaly heading straight toward Fang Yi's group. Fang Yi sensed the anomaly approaching and warned, everyone, watch out, an anomaly is coming. Su Qingying reacted quickly. She jumped up and launched a powerful attack. What is that? Number 81 looked ahead with surprise and caution. Suddenly, Su Qingying shouted a warning to number 81. Hey, number 81, it's right in front of you. She froze before the giant strange beast with blazing red eyes preparing to attack her, screaming loudly. At that moment, the anomaly lunged at number 81, meowing, scaring her so much she could only stand frozen. Su Qingying assessed this as an A-rank anomaly. She needed to be careful. It's an A-rank anomaly. With determined eyes, she prepared to strike the anomaly and said, leave it to me. Without hesitation, she launched a powerful attack at the anomaly. After the strike, Su Qingying still couldn't celebrate. She assessed the difficulty level. Before finishing her thought, she was surprised as it disappeared. At that moment, Fang Yi realized many anomalies resembling zombies were steadily advancing. In no time, Fang Yi's group was surrounded by these anomalies. He shouted a warning, watch your step. Fang Yi stood in front of the group, speaking briefly and decisively. Move aside. Facing the rushing anomalies, the flames around his sword blazed. Fang Yi's eyes seemed to ignite. He swung his sword powerfully. The flames around the sword flared fiercely, forming a giant creature like a roaring fire dragon. With just one fierce strike, he engulfed all the anomalies. The scene was filled with light, heat, and smoke. Moans echoed through the smoke and flames. Hot, hot, don't burn me. After dealing with the anomalies, Fang Yi turned to reassure everyone. We're safe for now. Those anomalies have been wiped out, seeing so many eyes, but actually there are only 2. He then continued, I just didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved to mimic human language. Su Qingying quickly shared her thoughts. Maybe because they've eaten a lot of people. They've learned. Even the weakest of these anomalies is nurtured to a high level in this area. It's not that they can't engage directly without the spiritual realm. At this moment, a figure was standing at a distance, observing Fang Yi's performance. It turned out to be Jia Lan. She was surprised by Fang Yi's strength. Just one strike shattered 2 level A, illusion beast anomalies. Even she would have needed at least a few rounds to fight them. Back with Fang Yi's group, Lin Yi told everyone, if what Captain Chu Qingli said is true, then we must unite. Otherwise, I think there's a high chance anomalies will disguise themselves and blend in with us. Taking advantage of our lowered guard to attack, number 81 is still collapsed on the ground. The girl shouted, 81, get up quickly. Number 81 was still clutching her arm, thinking, the suppressive aura is terrifying, more powerful than Cat Demon and Jiangxi. Even a slight touch could be fatal. This is the suppression of the realm. It feels like I can't breathe. Suddenly, a sound caught Fang Yi's attention. He looked toward the tall cliff where the noise came from. Lin Yi was a bit surprised and worried. Everyone listen, is that the sound of ocean waves ahead? Fang Yi's face darkened without a word, silently observing. Soon after, the ground began to shake violently. Someone's footsteps were rapidly approaching Fang Yi's group. People around panicked and shouted, run quickly, stop fighting, this thing is evil, help me, it's a ghost. Fang Yi, with a serious face, focused intensely to assess the situation. This is something even legendary armies would suffer heavy losses against. Old Wu, with a terrified face, was running desperately forward, trying to escape this terrible danger. Around him, many others were fleeing in panic. Behind them, the sky blazed with a glaring red light. from which countless dark shadows were rising. This is the dark tide. A man seemed about to be swallowed whole, his body trembling as he screamed in despair. Half of his body was covered by the dark tide. A tearing sound echoed as his spiritual power dissipated in waves. Seeing this, Fang Yi commented, "The scent of dark aura is too dense. The air feels suffocating." He wondered if they were beyond saving already. "We can still run, right?" Then Fang Yi asked Captain Chu Qingli, "What does dark tide mean?" Su Qingying explained while looking toward the darkness. Dark tide means the extreme limit of the dark attribute, a decay that can swallow everything. Even anomalies inside can be devoured. Clearly, this plan should have avoided the tide day. So how could this happen? Oh gods, I can't believe everyone ahead of me is truly dead already. Unbelievable. Fang Yi was stunned after hearing her. Lin Yi then added, "Is this the dark tide everyone talks about?" She was worried and uneasy. She had only heard on forums that it was a power capable of destroying an entire city. "Now it's right in front of us," she said to Fang Yi. "Cousin, should we get out of here? Is it still possible to leave now?" At this moment, Fang Yi gathered energy in his palm, a blue aura surrounding his hand. Then he raised his arm, creating a golden space enveloping everyone. His spiritual power shone around like a lamp in the dark. Fang Yi reassured everyone not to panic. This barrier is designed to counter the dark attribute and can gather all power to maintain this spiritual shield, protecting everyone from the shocks of the tide. Su Qingying angrily questioned Fang Yi. "What are you planning? Tell me, what are you scheming?" "The dark tide is a condensed state of the dark attribute. Even with our strength, we can't resist the dark tide. That uncle in the spiritual realm was swallowed instantly. Did you see that?" At this moment, a burning desire surged inside Fang Yi. "So what if it's condensed? I will go destroy it." Inside him was not recklessness, but the sense of having found the only path to save everyone. Fang Yi used two sources of power simultaneously, his eyes radiating immense energy. Step by step, Fang Yi advanced forward. Lin Yi watched him charge ahead, only able to stand frozen. "Cousin, you can't do that!" Su Qingying couldn't believe what he said. "Oh my god, did I hear wrong? What is he planning? Destroy the dark tide? He's crazy!" Ignoring everyone, Fang Yi charged straight into the dark tide. He looked around calmly. He said, "As expected, just as I predicted." From above, Fang Yi looked down at the many-eyed anomalies below and assessed them as level A anomalies, controlled and evolved by the dark attribute. Better to say they are upgraded fusion versions. He observed the creatures distorted by the corrosion of the dark tide, just as Fang Yi had predicted from level B to level A. From rank A to rank S and the level of all abnormalities in this dark tide, even the SSS rank isn't that high. No wonder it can easily devour the spirit cultivators of the spirit creation realm, who are the elite of humanity. Fang Yi gathered energy into his palm. Then he unleashed that energy toward the abnormalities in front of him. The abnormalities showed no fear and charged straight at Fang Yi. He dashed forward and glanced at them. Fang Yi's signature red eyes were now covered by golden energy like streaks of lightning. Then a sword strike from Fang Yi was unleashed like sparks, bursting along a sharp blade. He silently assessed the power of the spirit creation realm, combined with his enhanced weapon. Originally, he had to fight a bamboo serpent abnormality of rank B, but now he could easily eliminate an A-rank fused abnormality in the dark tide. He controlled his strength with decisive and cold attacks. Suddenly, Fang Yi shifted his gaze to another direction, and he was surprised. He saw the silhouette of a familiar person. Fang Yi wondered, "Is that the person from earlier?" He called out, "Hey, are you still alive?" The man groaned painfully with weak moans. Fang Yi saw the man respond faintly, and he thought, "Luckily, there's still some reaction. It shows his spiritual power hasn't been completely consumed by the dark attribute, even though his foundation in the spirit creation realm isn't as solid as mine. But still, he's a true spirit creator, so there's still a glimmer of hope." Fang Yi decided to save the man being corroded before him. He raised his finger straight up and shouted 5 times. With the Divine Thunder 100 refinements and Fang Yi's downward hand motion, a fierce lightning bolt struck down. Just one strike from him freed the man from danger. The rescued man collapsed to the ground. It turned out to be Old Deng. Fang Yi saw the man was still alive and said, "There really is still a little hope to save him, but not much." Fang Yi still tightly gripped his sword and stood looking at Old Deng lying there, as if he had realized something. Suddenly the image of the abnormal beast appeared, and he clicked his tongue. Infinite feeding? Could this be the special trait of abnormalities ranked S and above? Fang Yi confidently looked up at the beast and said, "Then let's try this." The spiritual power shield dissolved. As he finished speaking, golden energy radiated around his body. At that moment, the familiar sound of machinery rang out, detecting an extremely strong dark attribute. The power of this attribute was very special and couldn't be extracted for now. After seeing the system notification, Fang Yi thought, Even reaching the spirit creation realm still can't extract the dark attribute? Indeed, the dark attribute is a bit more special than others. He smiled slightly, a calm smile that was almost terrifying. He couldn't completely destroy it nor directly absorb it, so he had to switch to another method. Meanwhile, the abnormality was frantically charging to attack Fang Yi, but he stood still, analyzing. Unfortunately, Fang Yi didn't bring his little white flower. Otherwise, he could have used wild power to compete with this dark attribute. Fang Yi stood there radiating abundant energy and asked the abnormal beasts, "Is there anything else?" He seemed to know everything, as if it was all already prepared. Meanwhile, the group with Su Qingying was still standing inside the protective formation created by Fang Yi. Suddenly, someone asked Su Qingying, "Captain Su, have you ever encountered a situation like this?" Su Qingying honestly replied, "My knowledge is limited. I've never faced anything like this." Everyone was suddenly surprised, looking toward the dark tide, wondering how it could stand still like that. Inside the formation, Lin Yi, trembling, said, "What is this shield? It's strange. I've encountered ghost vines before but never felt this uneasy. But in this bizarre environment She hesitated. "My cousin has been inside for so long. What if something happens?" Seeing Lin Yi's worry, Captain Su gently held her hand to comfort her. "His spiritual shield is still there, isn't it? It just flickered a bit. We can reinforce it together with our spiritual power. Besides, with his strength, if something happens, we'd all just end up buried with him," Su Qingying continued. "He possesses several supernormal attributes of the spirit creation realm. Even I suspect his true strength has reached the 3rd star of the spirit creation realm. It's not yet our turn as 3rd star Ghost Mansion to step in and save him." Hearing Su Qingying's comforting yet cutting words, Lin Yi and number 81 remained silent. Then Lin Yi suddenly laughed. She said, "Captain Su, you really have a sense of humor." She was delighted. "Is that so? My teammates say the same. Do you feel better now?" Their conversation was interrupted by a thunderous sound that left everyone confused, only to see a pillar of power piercing through the dark sky in the distance. This was Fang Yi's 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal technique. He appeared alongside the technique. Fang Yi shouted, "Let his move charge forward." Witnessing this, everyone below was amazed. Only number 8, one excitedly said to Lin Yi, "Hey, that's your cousin." The girl was stunned. The technique was terrifying, and she yelled, "So cool." Lin Y seemed unable to contain her excitement. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal technique was truly spectacular. Jialan stood outside witnessing the entire event, unable to believe her eyes about the Heavenly Fire Seal attribute. She asked skeptically, "Just with Fang Yi's technique, has the dark tide already been sealed?" In fact, Fang Yi had sealed the dark tide. On this side, Fang Yi kept executing the technique. His 2 hands seemed to be lifting a gigantic fireball that was still blazing. Fang Yi launched a powerful and decisive follow-up attack. The 9 Dragons command. As soon as the phrase ended, he slammed the fireball onto the ground, causing the earth to shatter and rocks to scatter everywhere. Not stopping there, he continued to strike the fireball and shouted, "Seal!" The sealing seemed complete as the fireball's light flared wildly, engulfing the entire dark tide. Fang Yi told everyone it was temporarily safe now, with quite an unexpected gain. "We picked up someone here. What should we do with them?" Lin Y happily ran over to Fang Yi. "Cousin, you're okay, that's great." Su Qingying came up with an idea and spoke decisively, her sharp gaze fixed on the person lying on the ground. "Leave that person to my team, elder." Seeing Fang Yi's expressionless face, she asked him suspiciously, "You've sealed the high-level dark attribute, so why don't you look happy?" Fang Yi wanted to destroy the dark tide and had truly done it. Fang Yi was indeed the one who spoke, because this was only a temporary seal. The dark attribute here was too abundant. "We must hurry and move quickly while the seal still works. We have to collect the rotten flowers." His calm voice immediately put the whole team on high alert. Danger was still looming nearby. Su Qingying looked toward Fang Yi. "I understand. We'll take this person back to Ningxi for treatment. But what about the others ahead? How could no one escape?" Fang Yi explained briefly. No trace of clothes or bones remained. Except for this person, probably all had been swallowed by the dark attribute. Regardless of their level, number 81 sighed and slowly said, "Those were living people just moments ago, and now they're all gone. Maybe because I have cold blood. My current thought is that it's fortunate they died before I witnessed it." Everyone fell silent. After a moment, Fang Yi instructed the group, "Lin Y, number 81, you two and Captain Chu Qingli go ahead. The most dangerous thing now is actually this black pond. I'll cover the rear more effectively." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Starting to scan for intense dark attribute waves. Scan successful. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi relaxed his entire body, and the surrounding power surged fiercely. The system panel announced clearly that the progress was initiating the central extreme force calculation. At this moment, he closed his eyes tightly, focusing fully to sense every power flow entering his body. Then the system appeared. Compilation successful. The system panel notified Fang Yi that he had acquired the Dark Attribute Cultivation Method, Infinite Dark Realm, whose effect was to condense a sealed mist space. Within this space, spiritual energy would be gradually corroded by the Dark Attribute. Existing spiritual energy would sharply decline. After reading a series of information, Fang Yi was a bit puzzled about the Dark Realm, a special domain. He was now hovering in the air, hands performing the newly gained power, making the surrounding scene thick with an eerie color. Then Fang Yi calmly analyzed it, meaning that as long as he unleashed Infinite Dark Realm against enemies, the corrosive effect of the Dark Attribute could erode the opponent's spiritual power. Their spiritual energy would gradually decrease. If combined with his other attribute cultivation methods, wouldn't it be possible to stack the weakening effect even stronger? That way, even if a more abnormal and demonic dark tide appeared, he could still surpass and destroy it. At this time, Su Qingying was walking far away but seemed to sense something strange, then turned to look for him. "Elder, do you feel like this mist again?" Immediately after, seeing something terrifying, she instantly turned pale. It turned out Su Qingying had witnessed Fang Yi's current state and realized why the spiritual energy waves made Fang Yi break through again. Earlier, there was no change in the environment. Su Qingying's eyes were astonished, unable to believe what was happening before her. Could Fang Yi be absorbing the Dark Tide, power rated S-class by the government? But this was just too absurd. While Fang Yi was nearly done absorbing, Su Qingying remained deep in thought. During the alert phase, spiritual energy recovery, all cultivators knew the Dark Attribute was the most terrifying. It was a power gathered from the deepest negative emotions of living beings and latent malice. Therefore, absorbing the Dark Attribute was strictly prohibited by the government. Su Qingying recalled that previously, the government had tried researching ways to purify and refine the Dark Attribute, but had paid a tragic price. Because of that, abnormalities with the Dark Attribute were listed separately. Many cultivators had tested it, but even though ranks ranged from D to S, even a D rank was enough to make a cultivator newly entering the demon subrealm suffer all kinds of torment, let alone an S rank abnormal dark tide. Not to mention a single spirit creation realm, even 10 spirit creation realms could be swallowed at will. Rotten to the core, mentally deranged, still confined in the psychiatric hospital, Fang Yi sighed deeply after finishing absorbing the new power. The terrifying aura from earlier gradually dissipated. Then, he immediately noticed someone watching him. "Come out. You've been observing us for a long time." The cold voice of Wu Lao echoed from deep within his bones. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Yi's dark tide was sealed by him alone. Everyone was shocked when she appeared here. Wu Lao realized Fang Yi had absorbed everything and immediately questioned him. "Also, what were you doing earlier? Absorbing that dark attribute?" He didn't hesitate to admit what he was doing. That's right. Su Qingying wasn't very surprised to see this. Finally, Fang Yi admitted it. Right after, Wu Lao put his hand into his coat pocket to find something. Unexpectedly, it was a gun, which he then pointed at Fang Yi. Everyone was stunned and dared not move in response to Wu Lao's action. Number 81 shouted loudly. Her voice cracked with fear and disbelief that someone she always respected was acting like an enemy. "Sister Wu Lao, what are you doing?" Number 81 remained unshaken and continued. "If I remember correctly, Fang Yi is the highest priority target your army wants to recruit, right? Before, our spirit warriors wanted people, but you snatched them away. What's your intention here?" Fang Yi said calmly. "It's strange. Isn't our mission to find the 7 rot flowers? Miss, clearly you're eager to complete the mission, but it seems you're not too happy that we're still alive here." Wu Lao stayed silent, unwilling to respond. Everyone didn't understand her true purpose. Number 81 questioned, "Sister Wu Lao, we've always trusted you, but now that you're here, why didn't you act earlier? If it weren't for Elder Fang Yi, we would have been wiped out. You might be fine, but Lin Yi is still just a girl. Yet you just stood by and watched, and now you want to make things difficult for the Elder? Tell us, what do you want?" Suddenly, Wu Lao smiled and put the gun away. "Just kidding. It seems Fang Yi is very beloved by her teammates. Congratulations on passing the challenge." Number 81. "What is Wu Lao doing? Beloved by whom?" Su Qingying nodded. Exactly. Now Fang Yi seriously asked Wu Lao, "So what's your purpose in coming here? Just to test me?" She replied calmly. "Something like that. Because you have such talent and strength, I didn't want to just read those cold documents. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you really are." Then she looked straight into number 81's eyes and added, "Also, I'll answer why I didn't act earlier." Then she turned away and continued, Because the spirit practitioners can only abide by the rules of spirit practitioners in the world of spirit restoration, we are all the same. This is fate, the rapid shifts of life, death, fortune, and disaster for spirit practitioners. Her voice dropped, and the word fate silenced everyone. But don't you see, you're actually very lucky. There's someone trustworthy and powerful enough to protect you. Still, no anomalies have attacked you until now because they've been terrified by the dark tide power sealed by Fang Yi. Fang Yi listened seriously as she continued. The dark tide is just like that, bullying the weak, while the strong shrink back in fear. After speaking, she glanced at everyone behind her and made a proposal. Let me lead everyone to find the 7 rot flowers. I'm much more familiar with this place than anyone else. Fang Yi thought to himself, why does he feel like her mind is troubled? Meanwhile, Su Qingying whispered quietly to Fang Yi. Her team also encountered the dark tide before, but in the end, only she survived. Fang Yi realized that was why, because of absolute obedience and indifference to mission and rules, and a certain belief that helped Wu Lao persevere. But after seeing Fang Yi seal the dark tide, she couldn't hold back anymore. Fang Yi said to number 81, Xiao Su, half teasing, let's cut some slack for this injured patient. Number 81 asked Fang Yi, she's injured? You explain while walking. Her spirit shield is severely lacking. At least she has the power of a 2-star spirit creator, but her spirit shield has dropped by 2 levels. He looked at Wu Lao's spirit shield, missing a large patch, then continued, this proves her internal injuries are not light. Wu Lao took a few steps then suddenly stopped. She didn't dare look him in the eye, just bowed her head and said, thank you, but my wounds are fine. In the extremely dark area, the graveyard, the scene was extremely gloomy and terrifying, but Fang Yi's group kept moving forward. Suddenly, Fang Yi's gaze shifted to something, a cold human skeleton lying on the ground. This was, but he didn't have time to be distracted. Wu Lao led everyone there. This was the graveyard. A beautiful flower shone brightly in the deadly night. Wu Lao pointed it out to them. Look, that's the 7 rot flowers. She was silent and quietly approached the graveyard where the 7 rot flowers glowed. Before them was a strange scene, countless dark ghosts hovering right above the 7 rot flowers. Suddenly, Wu Lao seemed to lose control and frantically charged forward. Finally, we meet again. Fang Yi immediately felt something was wrong. Moments later, he activated the power in his hands and shouted loudly. Then he launched a flame straight at Jia Lan standing there. Wake up! Jia Lan immediately snapped back to awareness. So strong, this is a rare and powerful Yang attribute. She immediately turned and counterattacked, dodging it. She stayed silent and looked toward Fang Yi. Jia Lan noticed the dark forces had disappeared and wondered if her preparations were still incomplete. Number 81 rushed over anxiously and asked, Sister Jia Lan, are you okay? Su Qingying also showed concern, affected seriously by the dark attribute. We should stay together here. Su Qingying glanced sideways at Fang Yi, telling everyone to just let him handle. Number 7, Stinky Flower. Fang Yi slowly stepped forward, and soon he approached number 7 Stinky Flower, glowing brightly. Suddenly, the nearby ground cracked open, and a strange light emerged from the earth. Instantly, a lake demon with blazing red eyes, huge hands, and sharp claws raised its arms as if preparing a direct attack on him. The beast opened its mouth wide. Inside were countless souls, screaming, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Then Fang Yi quickly unleashed Divine Thunder. In just moments, Fang Yi struck it with 3 divine thunder blows piercing through its body. The lake demon roared fiercely, mouth wide open, sharp teeth bared, eyes glowing bright red, its whole body covered in crackling lightning. Fang Yi stood aside watching the scene, thinking to himself how many abnormalities this lake demon must have swallowed to become like this, and moreover, it was a rank S. Without hesitation, Fang Yi immediately unleashed dark power from his hand, needing to deal with it quickly. After harvesting number 7 Stinky Flower, the dark tide seal time was running out, and it still wouldn't die? Then let's test your strength. From Fang Yi's hand, spirals of energy expanded, countless dark realms deployed, forming a swirling vortex of demonic power. Moments later, the lake demon was surrounded by the vortex and fully sealed. Not stopping there, its body was wrapped in twisting lightning bolts, as if burning the demon from within. Silent, it then raised its head high, mouth wide open, emitting a prolonged moan. A notification appeared, affected by the special dark attribute in the countless dark realms. The rank S abnormal lake demon had been downgraded to B. Fang Yi saw the demon weakened, dropping 2 ranks in a row. It seemed the cultivation foundation of rank S abnormalities in the extreme darkness zone wasn't very solid. Then he took the blazing chain fire in his hand and slowly approached it. Fang Yi decisively slashed, burning the entire massive body of the lake demon. Su Qingying and Lin Yi watched the scene, both sensing this ceiling was unlike previous times. Su Qingying said, "What is this? This dark energy is a dark attribute, but it feels different." Lin Yiyi felt the same. "Right, I don't sense that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and disgusting aura." Jialan had seen how Fang Yi sealed it and explained. Because this was Fang Yi's domain, he mastered the dark attribute and self-studied the path of evil, creating his own domain. She recalled her teacher lying on his sickbed and fell into thought. Using spiritual power to create a domain was extremely difficult. Previously, the only person who could create a personal spatial domain with spiritual attribute power was Jialan's teacher. Besides him, at most 3 people worldwide possessed this ability. The other 2 were unknown, but it was known they were in a shadowy country. The image of him fighting disaster alone remained deeply etched in Jialan's mind. At that time, foreseeing the capital facing overwhelming calamity, her teacher deployed a domain to suppress it. But the result was, just then, an urgent voice interrupted her thoughts. Moving, it's coming out." Su Qingying and Lin Yiyi watched the scene with astonishment and tension. They were a bit surprised and worried. So fast. After the tense ceiling, Fang Yi's face relaxed and confident, smiling to reassure everyone. "All right, the graveyard behind probably won't cause any more trouble." Then he stepped forward to pick number 7 stinky flower. Fang Yi gently touched the still radiant flower with both hands. When the flower was safely in his hand, he finally exhaled, thinking maybe there was no more problem. Jialan was surprised when Fang Yi handed her number 7 stinky flower. She carefully examined it. "Is this number 7 stinky flower? Such a tiny flower?" Then Fang Yi instructed everyone, "Mission complete. We must retreat immediately. The dark tide isn't like ordinary dark attribute abnormalities. It can cause trouble any time." He glanced at the unconscious person. "Moreover, we have another burden." Jialan's sharp eyes softened with gratitude. "All right, thank you," Fang Yi said. "Without you turning the tide, this mission wouldn't have succeeded. Thanks to everyone too. Now, let's get out of here." As everyone left one by one, Jialan called out to Fang Yi. "Really? Thank you," she continued, knowing that Wu Lao, the only Diamond Realm elder in Korea, was in danger. Number 7 stinky flower was his only life-saving medicine, and Fang Yi had saved him. Fang Yi was stunned by the Diamond Realm title, not knowing how much time had passed, only seeing number 81, brightly joyful upon seeing the exit. Finally, they saw the light. "We survived and returned." Lin Yiyi was also happy seeing the light. Yes, finally seeing the sun again. The people cheered excitedly as Fang Yi's group found number 7 stinky flower. The 7 stink flowers. They really picked the 7 stink flowers. Sister Jia Lan actually picked the 7 stink flowers. We couldn't believe our eyes. Everyone stepped forward amidst the crowd's commotion. Someone shouted, "That's right! Who exactly managed to pick the 7 stink flowers?" Number 81 was surprised to see the townsfolk all gathered here. So many people waiting? Lin Yiyi suddenly noticed something. It turned out there was a vehicle already waiting. This must be a vehicle from the Spirit War Zone. Absolute combat power. A legendary reputation, known throughout the Xia Kingdom, right? Number 81 recognized Jialan's influence. So it turned out Sister Jialan was a senior manager of the Spirit War Zone. Oh man, I even teased her earlier. The Spirit War Zone is the top zone among the 19 major zones of the Xia Kingdom during this era of peaceful development. It's the strongest elite, with a nationwide renowned reputation, a top-tier clan alliance. After the spiritual energy recovered, the talented and intelligent have an advantage blessed by heaven. Not only with abundant resources, but their guarded, restricted zones are sacred cultivation grounds, places you can only encounter, never seek. Here, Fang Yi was calmly handing the 7 stink flowers to someone. It turned out to be Han Li, who was happily smiling as he accepted them. Suddenly, Han Li gave an order, saluted, and all the soldiers stood solemnly. The sound of fists pounding chests was incredibly heroic. Han Li told Jialan, "I'll immediately take the 7 stink flowers to the hospital. Please rest assured." She nodded. "I'll come later." Jialan watched the Spirit War Zone vehicles depart. Then Fang Yi approached Jialan and asked if she was from the Spirit War Zone. She said, "Your strength and performance have probably spread throughout our deployment zone. Soon you'll be famous." Fang Yi listened calmly as she continued. "However, I must admit your power alone can overwhelm the strongest squad in the war zone. Also, your potential is huge. No limits seen yet." Then Jialan made an offer to you. "If you're interested, would you like to join us? You could receive the best cultivation resources." "Oh right. For this mission, you, your teammates, and Ningxia's entire squad will get double rewards." After hearing Jialan's words, Fang Yi was very grateful. "I thank you in advance for the reward. Although I know you are the strongest in the Xia Kingdom, I have my own cultivation methods and pace. So joining is a no for now." She gave Fang Yi some advice. Silence fell. Now the world is changing. The thing the nation values most or fears most is the dark attribute abnormality. The number of abnormalities is increasing rapidly, and the situation will become more severe in the future. Not stopping there, Jialan warned, their influence will continue to expand. Like malignant tumors, they can cause catastrophic consequences at any time. So we must do our best to build restricted zones to block them. Ning Shi also strictly oversees everywhere. She spoke seriously. I'm telling you this not to bind or morally restrain you, just because I think an elite cultivator like you deserves to know these situations. Fang Yi smiled, understanding what Jialan meant. I understand. If I encounter abnormalities in the future, even if they're strangers, I won't just stand by. You can rest assured on this. Jialan smiled gently. Happy to meet you. Fang Yi. She handed Fang Yi something. This token, please take it. Fang Yi looked at the token in hand as Jialan explained. With this token, you can freely enter any restricted zone to cultivate. The Spirit War Zone will also open up to you anytime. Suddenly, she asked another thing. Do you want to visit Wu Lao? Fang Yi was surprised by Jialan's suggestion. You mean that person is a venerable of the Vajra realm? Jialan said he's my master. I think you should meet him. Do you agree? This is just my personal thought. I really want to be friends with you. Will you agree? You slowly put the token card into your pocket. Then Fang Yi answered without hesitation. Sure. Another friend means another path. I'll go with you on this trip. At this moment, Fang Yi was recovering his strength. So consider this a gift between friends. Jialan was surprised by your action. What's that? Fang Yi explained. I think I can purge the residual toxicity caused by the dark attribute pollution in your body. She felt electric currents running through her body. The thunder attribute also had healing effects. Now I just feel numb all over. The cold, painful spot has become warm. The discomfort in Jialan disappeared. The thunder currents spread throughout her body. The black bone erosion wound was healing, and the damaged internal organs seemed restored to health. The blood vessels in her body were being arranged and purified. She slowly opened her eyes to feel the change. All the toxins in my body were completely eliminated thanks to this rare thunder attribute. It's amazing. It feels like being reborn again. After finishing the healing process, Fang Yi asked Jialan how she was feeling now. She said, very good. All the remaining dark attributes on me have been completely removed. No, more like shattered. Meanwhile, the doctor was examining the injured man. Only just reached the first spiritual realm and already so badly injured. Can he still be saved? Su Qingying saw Fang Yi and Jialan still talking and approached to ask, you two still haven't left? Wait, why do I feel Jialan's wound? Jialan interrupted Su Qingying and said, that's right. The pure thunder attribute has completely purged the remaining dark attributes in my body. Why do I feel Jialan's wound? Jialan interrupted Thanhuan, saying, that's right. The pure thunder attribute has completely eliminated the remaining dark attribute in my body. Thanhui pointed at Fang Yi and said, teasing you, is this the tyrant with the thunder attribute? It can kill enemies and save people. Fang Yi shyly covered his body with his hands. Hey, what are you looking at? Thanhuan waved and called toward the ambulance. Everyone, come here quickly. She turned to Fang Yi, her eyes sparkling as if wanting to say something to him. I want to ask you, can we cooperate with you a bit? Fang Yi was puzzled by her proposal. What do you mean? She explained that combining his spiritual power with medical equipment could probably save more pioneers who were disturbed by the dark attribute. Then Thanhuan bowed deeply at 90 degrees, pleading with Fang Yi. Please, show it again. He was silent and recovered his spiritual power. Would that be okay? The researcher was surprised by Fang Yi's power. It seemed real. Such a pure, advanced thunder attribute could really break the dark attribute. Jialan told Thanhuan. Just now, Fang Yi directly transmitted to me, and the dark attribute on me was broken. So, as long as Fang Yi helps the injured pioneers, that should be enough, right? I remember one person was unconscious, also at the spirit creation realm. Thanhuan scratched her head awkwardly. Ah, no, not all spirit creation realm people can endure this kind of spiritual power. The researcher agreed. That's right, Chief Jialan. Although your wound is serious, by our assessment, it's still a lighter injury. The injured person we treated just now, the required thunder spiritual power is estimated to be 10 times yours. He continued. Besides, saving one life and waking him up is already great. Full recovery is impossible. Fang Yi agreed to their request. All right, it's like blood transfusion, right? So how do I transfer spiritual power to everyone? Everyone will accumulate it to use, okay? The researcher invited Fang Yi over. He requested that to release the power, Fang Yi should put his hand here and release the spiritual power. Fang Yi placed his hand into the spiritual power release device. All right, Lin Yi stood beside, constantly amazed inwardly. She never expected Sister Jialan to be a senior of the spiritual war zone, and yet her cousin was granted special privileges by the prestigious spiritual war zone. The girl thought to herself, Sister Jialan is cold but actively befriended my cousin. Just now, I even saw Sister Jialan hand over her token to him. At this moment, Fang Yi glanced over. Then he saw Lin Yiyi and number 81, gently asking, "Yai, how are you?" Lin Yiyi told him, "Cousin, we've arranged everything." The girl excitedly said, "Next, number 81, and I want to train a bit more, take on some missions. We can't always rely on you, cousin, or we won't improve." But in her heart, she thought she couldn't slow down anymore. "I want to quickly catch up to cousin's pace." Fang Yi understood Lin Yiyi's wish. "All right, be careful," he smiled, sensing that Lin Yiyi had matured. Than Huan raised her hand to say goodbye to Fang Yi and Jia Lan. "Then we'll go ahead. If fate allows, we'll meet again on the next mission." Fang Yi replied briefly. "Okay." Jia Lan turned to him and said, "Let's go. We're going to visit Mr. Wu." On the way to the mission, Than Huan shouted inside the car, "So cold, and not even going to the scene." She angrily complained, "Now it's over. You've been taken away by the spiritual war zone, and my efforts these past few days were wasted." A team member advised her, "Captain Chu, calm down, calm down." But inside, Than Huan was full of turmoil. The organization of Ningxie was still too chaotic. At headquarters and branches, many managers were even more hypocritical than senior military officers. Because she knew well that elite teams were fragmented, not to mention whether they were willing to humble themselves to befriend Fang Yi. Some stubborn ones not causing trouble was already lucky. Scene shifts to the highest grade hospital room in the spiritual war zone's medical base. Here, Fang Yi saw a man lying in recovery. He asked, "Is this Mr. Wu?" Jialan replied, "Quite strange, right? A powerhouse at Diamond Harbor is actually a skinny old man." She recounted that his complexion was worse before, looking like a zombie, even using the 7 rotten flowers but still not waking up. Fang Yi was very curious about his illness. What exactly happened to him? Jialan explained. A dark attribute calamity struck the city. Abnormal celestial phenomena. The sky torn by darkness. To prevent the abnormal dark attribute from affecting the city, the master tried to seal the remaining part with his body. The image of Mr. Wu fighting bravely is still deeply etched in her memory. "We all used a special method to transmit spiritual power to the master first." The devastated scene with no safe place then stirred Jialan's emotions. She continued, "We assessed this abnormal calamity as beyond level S. Although the dark wave we encountered was a terrifying S level, the damage from this natural disaster is many times stronger than the dark wave." She was seriously talking about it. "Once it appears, it can destroy the entire capital city. Even the surrounding cities will be infected and destroyed. The significance of the capital city is unusually special. Once destroyed, the whole nation will fall into chaos." At that time, Mr. Wu fought extremely bravely, as Jialan recounted. He used his domain to forcibly seal the abnormal S level, but unexpectedly, it required the combined strength of all of us to deal with this colossal disaster. It was even more terrifying than we had assessed. Yet after all the effort, Mr. Wu ultimately could no longer hold it back. The master was swallowed back by the dark attribute. If he were not the Vajra saint, he would have turned to ashes right then, even becoming nourishment for the abnormal dark attribute phenomenon. Fang Yi was surprised by his feats, stopping the city from being destroyed. Then he truly is a great immortal cultivator. Seeing such a great man before him inevitably reminded him of old memories, when many immortal cultivators once stood before him like that, allowing him to be the last survivor. Perhaps in his past life, he had already sacrificed himself at this moment. Jialan was stunned when Fang Yi reached out toward Master Wu. What does he want to do to the master? He immediately unleashed his furious power. "Don't be tense. Although the 7 rot flowers have taken effect, I still want to see if I can remove some of the stubborn, rebellious dark attribute inside his body. Only then can he wake up quickly." She was extremely surprised. "What? This is an S-class disaster." She fell silent, recalling the 7 rot flowers that Fang Yi had obtained. Then she no longer stopped him. "Fine. You try it." Jialan watched her master being treated by Fang Yi's fury and thought maybe this was a miracle. But you have to be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than the dark waves. Otherwise, after using the 7 rot flowers, the master wouldn't have recovered so slowly. Fang Yi remained calm, healing him with spiritual power. "I know. I can feel how strong the darkness here is. Even though it's weakened by the purifying force of the 7 rot flowers, it still brings an immense pressure to a person." At this moment, streams of darkness started flying out from his body before Fang Yi and Jialan. Jialan realized the scene was too dangerous and shouted, "Fang Yi, be careful and stay focused. It's starting to affect you." Yet Fang Yi stood amid the radiant golden light, calm, but with eyes showing intense concentration. Then, as if sensing something, he glared. The scene expanded into a city shrouded in smoke and blood-red light. Fang Yi stood alone in the street, facing a giant blazing red eye appearing in the black sky and swirling clouds. That eye symbolized a terrifying, threatening force. Everything seemed to pull his spirit back to the past.